Well, since you said our department was a rock earlier, I think I prefer the rock to Mr. Chess Life, but that's good too. So good morning. I'm also, after listening to the three officer reports, I'm tempted to just trash my prepared remarks and announce a new initiative for publications for the low cost of $999,000. It can include things such as 3D glasses for Chess Life. It can include pop-up pieces and Just Like Kids, but that may not go over so well. So, let me get the next slide, please. So, it's been an eventful year for the publications department. The theme of this report is going to be about keeping us relevant even as we pass our 70th anniversary as a publication. Chess Life, if you don't know, started with a cover date of September 1st, 1946. It was the very first issue of a bi-weekly newspaper, and it has continued on for 70 years now. This was our September 2016 issue. Just one slide back still. And what I'm happy about is that the magazine remains vital and relevant when other magazines have not survived so long, even very popular magazines. I'm not just talking chess, I'm talking about throughout all publications. And in the theme of keeping us relevant, this issue I just saw yesterday from the Chess Journalism of America Awards that is covered, one for Best Art, and the feature story inside by Al Lawrence won for Best Feature Story. So we are still doing work that's being recognized, not just by the membership in general, but by our journalistic peers. We have an embarrassment of riches, which makes my job easy, because if you just look at some of the stories from the past year, Wesley So's rise to prominence when we have three top players in the top 10, and Wesley So kind of separated himself briefly. Jeffrey Zhang winning the World Junior, our Olympiad team winning the gold medal. Magnus Carlsen and Karyakin's World Championship match in New York. Garyev's World Record Blindfold exhibition. We have two new winners of the US Championship and the US Women's Championship, and a record-breaking Super Nationals year. These all are natural cover stories. It makes what we put in the magazine so easy to decide. The hardest part of my job is deciding what not to put in. There are a ton of stories that don't make it in. We have international events that we send teams to that we just can't cover in Chess Life. We do cover on Chess Life Online or US Chess News, as we refer to it now, on the website. And Jennifer Shahadi and I still do talk and make sure that we marry or don't overlap coverage. But it's really exciting. In fact, how many stories are out there? When I arrived here at Norfolk, got checked into the hotel, and immediately went up to the playing area just to see things, how things were going. I was there for less than a minute before I ran into Rusty Perwood, who shared a story with me that was a natural fit for the magazine. So when stories are just falling in your lap like that, I shouldn't even say that, because it makes it sound like my job is a little bit easier than it really is. But it does show just this embarrassment of riches that we do have. And I'm wanting to share this to try and bring, in line with our mission, try to get this word out there to others outside of our chess world. To that end, I entered this cover for March 2016 in a competition sponsored by the American Society of Magazine Editors. This is from the March 2016 issue. It's a photo by David Gada, an accomplished Spanish chess photojournalist. A picture of Evenschutz to illustrate our cover story. This competition was a Reader's Choice Award for brainiest cover. We were competing against really major publications, the New Yorker, the Atlantic, New York Times Magazine, Wired Magazine, among others. And there were a total of 23 covers entered in this. And despite that level of competition, with reader voting on Facebook, we came in third place in this. So this really is helping to get our US Chess mission and vision statement out there and hopefully generate some new members. Next one, please. Thank you. We're continuing to update what's the content of Chess Life. One constructive criticism I received over the years was there was not enough material in the magazine for higher-rated players. And it was a valid criticism because I definitely keep the magazine's writing geared towards the class-level player. But there was no reason not to be more inclusive with this. And Robert Hess was very interested in coming on board as a monthly columnist, which is a very hard slog because, as you might imagine, as a monthly columnist, the reward for turning in one column is you get to start on your next month's column. And so this two-page column each month focuses on a different American player, takes a look at their work or a game that they did in a major competition, and is written for the expert level or above. But it can still be aspirational for the class level player. And it was wonderful to be able to bring Robert Hess in because this is somebody who grew up in the US chess ranks. This photo of the young boy here was from the September 2001 issue of Chess Life, when Robert had won the K3 section at Super Nationals that year. The picture of him as a young man here is in the current August issue, which was a feature story about some of our GMs who decided to pursue Ivy League educations. The In the Arena column title also is bringing in our Chess Life history because this column title, some of you may recognize, ran from 1972 to 1981 in a column by Kyle Finkel. Another thing we've updated, it's very common in many magazines now to have infographics, so we've just started doing this. It's a way of bringing in a lot of information in a very reader-accessible way, in a very visually enhanced way. So far, we've done one on Super Nationals, we've done one on Art of Bizgeyer. Those two were tied to cover stories, but that won't always be the case. The one we're working on right now for the September issue is on Hikaru Nakamura, and that one's tied to how well he did in the Norway event, which is also being covered in this next issue. To move on to Chess Life Kids, Glenn Peterson left employment with US Chess this year, and rather than hiring a new editor for that magazine, I took the opportunity to reorganize the department a bit. I took on editorship of Chess Life Kids and decided to hire an assistant editor who would work with me across all of our publications, and not just Chess Life Kids. We had a surprising number of people apply. We had over 70 applications. Only 20 of those applications came from the chess world. Not surprisingly, only 20 of those applications were really valid applications. But after an intense interview process, I hired Melinda Matthews, who's joining us over here. Not only is Melinda a very strong writer and editor, she's also a chess mom. Her son, Nicky Rosenthal, is currently playing in the US Open. I think he has 4.5 points currently. And he was also the Tinker representative for 3 years from Florida, which is why I had to bring this hire through Dwayne Barber. So Melinda is working on many of our secondary publications as well, like the Delegates Call and tournament programs and such. And one of the main values to this is it frees me from a lot of the day-to-day tasks that I've been bogged down in over the years. It lets me to put on my director's hat more than my editor's hat, and lets me focus on strategic planning more so than I've been able to in the past. So this has been very valuable. And some of the work we've been doing with Chess Life Kids, we've decided to cut some of the columns that have been running for the last 6 or 7 years, such as Ivan Duravich's What's the Question and Arabian Nights, among other columns. The idea is to freshen it up, keep this magazine relevant for our young readers, and we are introducing some new columns. For example, Chess Kids Across the Board is a column that's in the current August issue that's in the mail now, written by Al Lawrence, that plays off of the Faces Across the Board column in Chess Life that's been very popular. We are also working with Bruce Pandolfini to develop a column with him that's based on solitaire chess. It's a point scoring system as well that focuses on the openings, the working title of Avoid the Trap. and another column where we take American chess heroes and talk to them about their life as chess life kids, and what is my best advice to chess life kids. So it's a way I think is going to help keep Chess Life and Chess Life Kids more as parent and child magazines as opposed to the really separate entities that they've been so far in the past. I always like to remind the delegates that we are not the US Chess Magazine Department, we are the US Chess Publications Department. And that's because in addition to our flagship magazine, Chess Life and Chess Life Kids, we have a laundry list of publications that we do. Every spring we do the tournament programs for the National High School, Elementary, and Junior High. This year, of course, we did the Super Nationals program. For Super Nationals, we put much more time and effort into that program than we do the regular programs on the normal year. We had some very attractive layouts, I think, in this program. This is one. Another one is on the history of the 20 years of Super Nationals. And in fact, we actually borrowed part of this layout for the Chess Life story on Super Nationals, but we like that so much. If you're interested in this program, by the way, you can download it as a PDF from the Super Nationals website. Other work that we've done has been in conjunction with the office. The office did a mailing to all our Life members where they could elect to be either print or green notifications, get a print copy of Chess Life or just online only access. We did a letter and a mailing, their email contact, and then we also did this cover wrap. That was a 4-page cover wrap around the February issue of Chess Life. The delegates call is largely the same as it was last year. You may remember last year that we decided to introduce to a new publication, the annual report, that we broke off from Delegates Call, because the Delegates Call was becoming unwieldy and was trying to be all things to all people. Because that was so well received, we did it again this year, doubling down a little bit. The annual report, we put much more time, and money, and effort into. I think there's, as good as it is, I think there's still room for improvement. But this was the kind of thing where Gene gave direction as to this is what I think the annual report would be, and then my staff and I went forward to put that into practice. Another publication is the annual ballot. That's just something that, even though it's a single page, there is a lot of time and proofing and hands it goes through. And not even on the slide is other publications that we do, such as the Tournament Life newsletter and the Scholastic Tournament Life newsletter. So, just concluding, I think that our publications department is in a healthy state. I think we still are remaining relevant. To that end, a real quick anecdote. I was playing tennis a couple of months ago with somebody that was joining my tennis team, and we were just chit-chatting about what we did, and when he asked me, and I told him I was editor of Chess Life, his eyes lit up and he said, "No way." And when it turned out his father was state champion of Ohio in 1951, and when I looked him up, not only that, his father appeared on page 1 of that September 1st, 1946 issue of Chess Life. His name was Harold Miller, a Holocaust survivor, and he was mentioned as one of the participants in our very first US Junior Championship. So you just never know where these stories are going to come from, and that one really surprised me. I'd like to conclude on a personal note. Gary, you've been very complimentary of the publications department, and I appreciate that very much. Those were very kind words. Thank you. And Gene, we wish you the very best. It's been a pleasure working, not just for you, but with you. I think that together we really advanced publications and by extension our mission statement. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dan.
So thank you very much. I'm glad to entertain any questions or comments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. When you have the privilege of being a leader in any capacity of this federation, one of the solid bragging points that we always have is Dan Lucas and his publications. And I don't care which magazine is nearby, you can pick that up and start right there if you want to brag. Thank you, sir. You do spectacular work for this federation. All right, with that, I want to recognize, but first, I'm going to say a couple of things. Wait right there. US Chess Trust, as many of you know, is not not joined to the hip like it used to be a couple of decades ago. Yet, here Harold is this morning to make the presentation of the US Chess Trust. I am very proud of the fact that we have maintained completely cordial relations with US Chess Trust as we transitioned ourselves also into a C3. We continue to give the Chess Trust space for its annual meeting. They conduct it right there with our delegates in attendance. They are led by a former president and a former executive director of our organization. Their trustees number several of our past presidents and board members. You can see that Harold's report is in our annual report. They are a part of us. And it takes a lot of folks to contribute to a $1 million operational fund, and the Chess Trust certainly does that also by supporting many of our programs. They take that burden off of us. They appear at our events and speak to our people, and I'm very proud of our association with the US Chess Trust, and by all means, please stand by at the awards luncheon today and watch the US Chess Trust receive the Gold Koltanowski Award. I am very proud of that also. I'm proud of the Chess Trust, and I'm proud to be able to introduce Harold as he talks to us about that venerable institution. Thank you, sir.
The videos Gene Hoffman just showed us demonstrate the value of chess in our schools. In the last fiscal year, the Chess Trust distributed 473 sets to 83 schools in 28 states. The Trust is proud of sponsoring the Arnold Denker Tournament of High School Champions, the Wayne Barber Tournament of K-8 Champions, and the National Girls Tournament of Champions. The Trust donates the 5,000 college scholarship to the Denker and all cash prizes to the NGTOC. Dwayne Barber donates to the Trust money to fund the Barber Tournament. This year, 48 players competed in both the Denker and the Barber, and 42 in the NGTOC. Another successful meet and greet was held, drawing over 69 players, organized by Marie Grimaud. We're also proud of the Scholar Chess Player Program, in which we donate 5,000, and Sunil Ramantri's National Scholastic Chess Foundation adds 2,500, so the 5 players obtain $1,500 college scholarships based on both academic and chess achievement. The Trust donates $1,000 to the US Blind Championship, administers the Sanford Fellowship, supports the Pan American Intercollegiate, and funds the College Final Four through donations from 2 Sigma and Booz Allen Hamilton, and the work of Mark Herman and Mike Hoffpark. I greatly appreciate the work of Managing Director Al Lawrence, President Jim Meade, Treasurer Leroy Dubeck, and Secretary Myra Lieberman. The Trust recently received a generous bequest in a will from former US Chess Delegate Walter Buell from upstate New York, and we welcome similar bequests. My full report is in the delegate's call on page 43. Of the trustees present at this delegates meeting are Secretary Myra Lieberman, Beatrice Marinello, and Scholastic VP Sunil Ramantri. Also present, of course, is our Managing Director, Al Lawrence. The Trust greatly appreciates the many donations delegates have given and continue to give to support chess in America. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Harold. Next, I get to bring up my president. I've called her that many times. Of all my bragging rights, one of the things that only I can say is that I was her vice president all 4 years of her presidency, and I am very proud of that. Now, report from our FIDE zonal president, Ruth Perry.
Thank you. Well, here we are again, and I'd like to start out quoting Dan Lucas, who just said, "We have an embarrassment of riches in US chess," and that's what we're going to hear a little bit about right now. So I'm going to start talking about some events, titles, the US Chess Holistic Plan, how the FIDE representatives get advice from the board and our liaison, and what's coming up next. So starting with events, of course, the U.S. Championship is every other year is a zonal event, and that is the purview of the zonal president. We recently held that in St. Louis, and there were 5 positions for the Open and 2 for the women on the line for qualifying to the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE World Championship Knockout Tournament. So that does not include our players who qualify by other means, like being in the top rating list. So GM So, Caruana, and Nakamura are already in the top 10, so they had qualified. And also our World Junior Champion, Jeffrey Jiang, had also qualified. So the event was won by Wesley in a playoff with Alexander Onishuk, and WGM Sabina Feuser won the women's event a full point ahead of Nazi Fakidze. So Sabina and Nazi qualified for the World Championship knockout, and then in addition to So, Caruana, and Zhang, Onishuk, Kogan, and Zervuk, and I hope I pronounced that right, but I hear that his name is unpronounceable, so that's the best I can do. And then also qualifying from the Continental Championship were Alexander Lenderman in 2016 and Sam Savian, who just won the Continental Championship, and he's the youngest ever person to ever win the Continental Championship. So big things happening. Just to go over a few international / FIDE events, the World Junior and the Girls Under 20 was in India, and at that event, as I just mentioned, Jeffrey Jiang became the World Junior Champion. And we had WIM Ashrita Esaran and Alana Shri there also. Of course, and I'm getting to this in the middle of everything else, we have a gold medal Olympic team. And wow, it was a long time coming. So congratulations to them. Our women's team finished in 6th place. The World Youth Chess Championship, we had 13 players, and Annie Wang won a bronze medal in the 14-year-old group, and that was held in Candy Menzies. The World Cadet Championships, we had 54 players, and we had a gold for Nikhil Kumar, under 12, and Michelle Wu here is playing in the US Open and just played in the NGTOC and won. And also silver, Andrew Hong in the under 12. So really great results. In the world team, we didn't have the strongest lineup because our top players were already reserved and booked into other tournaments. And we finished in 8th place for the Open team and 7th place for the women's team. And then I just mentioned the Continental Championship, fantastic result for Sam Savian. And now there are some other tournaments that we need to mention. Pan Am Youth in Costa Rica, we had 72 players. We had 4 gold medals, 3 silver and 4 bronze. I'm not going to read all the names. We have August 21 to 31 in Brasilia, we have 69 registered for the World Cadet. And the World Youth Championships in Uruguay, we have 31 registered so far. And there are other tournaments coming up all the time. So it's just a very exciting time. We recently had the World Junior Chess Championship for the disabled in Orlando, Florida. It was organized by Beatrice Marinello. And I don't know if you want to say a few quick words, Beatrice?
No.
Okay. So very exciting. So going back, I wrote the report, which you'll find on page 30 of the delegates call, and right after the deadline, I was reading online about new titles and new championships that our players had won. So it's just an exciting time, and we should all be happy that our work is resulting in the richness of the players that are coming up, and not only the ones who become champions and role models for others, but other people who go on and use their chess in other ways and represent us. So just wonderful. I'm going to go on now to talk a little bit about the holistic plan. I'm very glad to hear that the board is creating a holistic plan. It will include all national events as well as international events. And then they'll take a look at, what we're supporting and not supporting and how we should plan for the future. And I'm hoping to be a consultant to that process and give advice as zone president. I also wanted to explain, and I'm very happy that Gary and Alan addressed this in the international meeting yesterday, but our FIDE delegate, Michael Partakowski, and myself, we represent the USCF board. And so whenever there are issues or there are questions on how we should react in the FIDE meeting, we're always on the phone to them. In some cases, they'll convene the board and discuss issues and tell us this is the position of US Chess. So for those of you who might have thought that we're out there and we're sort of cowboys doing what we want, that's like the furthest, that's the opposite of what it is. We're a team. And I'd like to thank Alan Priest, who spent a lot of time on the phone with us, as he mentioned yesterday, for his great advice. Next, what's next? Well, next is the FIDE Congress in October. It's in Turkey, and you should be checking Chess Life online for our report, and we hope to have interesting news from FIDE. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. So now what I would like to do is I would like to do the election of delegate appointed committees. And I think the way we'll do this is we'll take them in the order that you see them in your agenda, and we'll ask the chairs to come forward. Harold, are you going to do this?
The bylaws.
Okay, so let's begin with the audit.
All right, the bylaws committee.
Hang on one second, we're going to do the audit committee first.
Okay.
I'll do that up here. The audit committee recommend to appoint, the delegates appoint to the audit committee for this fiscal year, Carl Colson and John Haskell.
Any discussion about the addition to the audit committee? All in favor? All opposed? I see one. All abstaining? The motion passes.
I would like to thank Bill Brock for his service on the audit committee. He had said he didn't want to continue to do that, and so I now have managed to get you off of it then.
Thank you, Bill. Bylaws, Harold.
Bylaws, I propose the following names, and Guy Hoffman, my co-chair, is agreed. Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin; Richard Petke, Northern California; John Prairie, South Carolina; Robert Messenger, Massachusetts; Gerald Larson, Alabama; Myron Lieberman, Arizona; David Mailer, Maryland; Gary Kitts, Michigan; Robert Bersante, Florida; Randy Huff, South California; Harold Winston, Illinois; James Manila, Southern California; Steve Emmett, New York; and last but not least, Gary Walters, Ohio.
How about yourself?
All right.
I'm in that. I should be there after Randy Huff.
Okay, check that microphone, by the way. Is that on?
Is it on?
I don't think so.
How do I put it on?
There's a button that says on.
Whereabouts? On the microphone.
I'd like to point out that that's another attorney trying to turn on the microphone.
Boo.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's much better. We can hear you now. But I think we heard you. I'm not asking you to repeat all of that, especially that last but not least one. Any discussion with respect to the bylaws committee? Do I hear someone moving toward the microphone? I do.
I just hear that Bob Percent is deceased. Wasn't that one of the names in the list?
I didn't hear back. I did not hear back.
There was a percent there. There was a percent. There was not, it's not Robert. Oh.
I'm not dead yet. I feel happy.
Does anyone else dare approach the microphone? All right, seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? The motion passes.
Mr. President, can I ask, something's come up, we've had a former delegate at large who's now present, Woodrow Harris of Virginia, and I would like to move to re-elect him a delegate at large, if you would let me do that. I realize it's not quite in order, but I think it's always special to have a person like Woody here who's a past USCS secretary.
You have been heard and the motion is made.
Thank you.
Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Welcome. Mr. Ballou, regale us.
Mr. President, you turned it off. It's on now.
It's called the blue button.
Mr. President, first I would like to thank the chair of the Bylaws Committee for the suggestion of the new philosophy to be followed by the election committee: elect the be-dead guy. The bylaws specify that the election committee is to be comprised of 4 members with 1 or more possible alternates. I nominate Kenneth Ballou of Massachusetts, Myron Lieberman of Arizona, Kenneth Sloan of Alabama, Andrew Thal of Ohio, alternate Alex Relier of New Hampshire.
Any discussion with respect to the election committee? By the way, you guys do a great job, Ken, and I appreciate that. So does everyone else. Especially now that we have you working every single year, eh? All right, that was too political, wasn't it? All right. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Harold.
Harold Spenzel, New York. I'm the outgoing chair of the Ethics Committee. We have our nominees for the upcoming year. They are myself, from New York, Ken Ballou, Massachusetts, Richard Buchanan, Colorado, David Hayter, Georgia, Hal Terry, New Hampshire, Andrew Thal, Ohio. We are also looking to add additional members: David Day, Utah; Randall Huff, Southern California; Paul Kolodziejski, New Hampshire; James Minella, Southern California; and Harold Scott from New York. I have a list here I'll bring up to the front.
Thank you. Any discussion? Go ahead. Come to Mike.
I was going to make a different motion, but I would just like to ask that the Ethics Committee please bear in mind the ramifications of the decisions that you make. And they have wide-ranging ramifications, and some of them may not be apparent. And I would just ask the Ethics Committee to please keep that in mind.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? One. Motion passes. Mr. Unruh.
Chuck Unruh, Oklahoma, current LMA Trust Chairman. The LMA has 11 trustees. I thank all the trustees in the past year for their dedicated service and recommend that we re-elect and continue the service for the following trustees: Frank Camerata, Steve Doyle, Jim Bedenbaugh, Leroy Dubeck, Doug Gorman, Beatrice Marinello, Alan Priest, Tim Redmond, Peter Dyson, Alex Vialia, and Chuck Unruh. I ask the delegates to approve ADM 1707.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by raising your credentials. Thank you. All opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Next on the agenda are the committee reports. Mr. Secretary.
The Women's Committee has asked me to read a list of states that have not identified a women's state coordinator. If there's someone present from that state and they know the name of that person who is the women's coordinator, please see over by the banner Maureen and Ruth, who will be happy to take the name. So I'll read through the list of states that do not have a coordinator named: Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Jersey. New Mexico, North Dakota, Ohio, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Utah, Vermont, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Please, now you move to the middle. Okay, over by the banner.
Point of information. I would like to, if I could get, it does not have to be a woman, but this is just an explanation. We are trying to get coordination from each of the state associations. We do need approval from your state president in order to appoint someone, and it can be a man or a woman. It's basically liaison to the Women's Committee so that we can flow information back and forth about women's events. Thank you very much. If you would come and see me over here by the banner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maureen. For the future, recognize that if you raise a point of information in the Robert's Rules, you're asking a question rather than making a statement. If you would like to be recognized to make a statement, don't raise a point of information, just ask. Okay? Moving forward. I think we're ready. Do we have anything under committee reports that needs to be presented here? Those are all printed, and I think we have covered those in workshops. We're ready to move to old business. I will return the chair to our esteemed president.
All right. Recognize Harold.
All right.
ADM 1708.
Right. Pursuant to Article 3, Section 10 of the bylaws, the delegates have reviewed the promotional memberships offered by the Executive Board in 2016-2017 and authorized their continuation. I believe there was a handout in the delegate packet about that.
Any discussion related to the promotional memberships? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. ADM 1709, Harold.
The delegates reviewed the financial information about expenditures and the status of funds in the Players' Health and Benefits Fund and approved a report on those items, a report required by DM 1151. And I believe right here in the delegates' call, there was a report by the committee chair, John Donaldson, about those items.
Any discussion concerning the Players' Health and Benefits Fund?
I've never heard of it.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? I see one. Motion passes. ADM 1710, Steve Emmett.
He is not the maker of that motion now. That motion has been referred to us.
All right, and who's speaking? Alan speaking to 1710 on behalf of the Executive Board.
The short answer on this one is that the Executive Board recognized this was a request for essentially a promotional membership. The waiver of a membership for something is a free promotional membership. The estimated financial impact of that was included in your list, saying we couldn't estimate what it was going to take. We have chosen not to implement this as a promotional membership and have declined to pursue this approach.
Okay, ADM 1711. That's resolved. All right, so this was referred to the U.S. Open Committee and the Executive Board. Waiting for the mic, there's the mic. All right, so parliamentarian suggests that because it was not referred to the Executive Board with power to implement, that we should in fact have a motion here.
So therefore, the Executive Board moves that we drop this idea.
Which one are we talking about?
Second.
Yeah, we're talking about ADM 1710. Any discussion? All in favor?
1710.
1710, we are dropping that motion. Any opposed? I see one. Any abstaining? Motion is dropped. All right, say 1711, Mike Hoffpower is going to address this for the Executive Board. Mr. Hoffpower.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Executive Board discussed this item, we were in favor of moving forward with a tournament of senior state champions. So before we make a motion to that effect for voting by the body, I would like to invite Mr. David Grimaud to come forward and to present the outline of the idea for a U.S. Tournament of senior state champions to be held beginning at the U.S. Open in Madison next year.
Yes, we introduced this motion last year. I had actually submitted it, the committee had submitted it to the board with power to implement. For some reason, it went back to the U.S. Open committee. I've had discussions with Hal Terry about this, and so trying to handle the communication with everybody. I believe that we're ready to move forward with this. For those of you who don't remember, this is a tournament that would run alongside with the other Tournament of Champions series that we have, where every state submits its champion. If it can't locate a champion or has some issues with that, then they have the power to choose a representative to come and represent the state. What we haven't determined is some of the particulars as to how many rounds there would be. We're working on prizes. We're patterning the prizes off of the eager so that there would be cash prizes first through fifth. But basically, this is going to be self-funded. Right now, we're estimating our budget to be about $2,500. We're appointing, the senior committee is appointing a subcommittee to implement this for 2018. We would love to have this tournament in 2018, and I strongly encourage the body to vote for this.
All right, so we're on 1711, I'm sorry, and the only change in the language that's inside of the agenda here is that 2017 should be changed out to 2018, correct? All right, discussion, Harold.
Yeah, I think this is a fine idea. I think our estimate of the cost is a little low, but as I said at the trust meeting, if this is endorsed, I'm prepared to ask the trust to donate $1,000 for this tournament.
The chair recognizes Alan Priest.
This is included in the list of ADMs for financial impact. What the analysis was is this is one we couldn't really tell. It depends on how the cost structure was set up, which had not been determined. The idea had been presented that there might be additional room nights that would go in for the U.S. Open block that would benefit U.S. Chess. That may happen. That may well happen. We also recognize that it is possible we could have individuals who would play in this event and choose then not to play in the U.S. Open because of the amount of rounds that would be involved in the amount of days, or vice versa. We may pick up some additional players. But we were unable to judge the cost of it, and I think our analysis also recognized that the committee may well develop ways to offset costs that are involved. In any case, it does not appear that the cost is very significant.
Thank you, Alan. All right, and for those approaching the microphone today, please, on your first trip up, say your name and your state. Sir, front mic.
Yes, Andrew Ray, Virginia, and Vice President of Virginia Chess Federation. We had coordinated chairman of the VCF and current executive board member, Mike Hoffpower, liaising as far as what the VCF would be able to support this as host, part of the hosts and working with the U.S. Open Committee. And we've been in full support of this. We wish that this had happened in 2017 for reasons already outlined. Did not quite pan out, but fully in support. I'm sure my Virginia colleagues are also in full support of this idea to go ahead and start up in 2018.
Thank you. To the rear mic.
Eric Behill, President of the Iowa Chess Association. I was kind of under the understanding that we were going to be doing a senior championship this year. Will Varela from Texas was kind of harassed me to get the our senior champion done. And I went out and held a retro tournament with analog clocks, comparing wall charts, comparing my cards, absolutely. And I got a number of chess players in Iowa that just came out of the woodwork, who was enthusiastic, wholeheartedly, and I even had a separate event for non-players over 50, or players under 50, and with the same conditions, and we got a whole box of analog. It was a fabulous tournament. Now, I'm not advocating that we do that for the for the actual senior tournament, but I think if we went together and we did this, I think it's going to we're going to meet with overwhelming support.
Sealed moves.
That's sounds absolutely fantastic. I can't wait until I'm eligible, old enough to participate. Rear mic.
Hi, my name is Sandy Balamaya from upstate New York. I'm not too familiar with, what some of you guys are talking about, but for this
Was that an age crack?
I was just wondering, you stated that seniors would be selected by the state, sending them to the tournament. So by what qualifications would these people be selected?
That will be left up to the states to decide that at at their affiliate level, how they wish to conduct and identify who would be their state champion. Dave, is that correct?
Right. We actually submitted a draft set of rules, which we intend to put up on the website, and it's patterned very carefully off the precedent set up in the other Tournament of Champions series.
Okay.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I'm just trying to figure out because each state that's a tournament of champions.
I'll be happy to give you a draft. I've got a draft copy.
Okay.
Dwayne?
Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I've worked with 4 invitational events. I've been proud and pleased to have been co-sponsors to those. The gentleman who was in this microphone many years ago passed away in 2005, Grandmaster Baker. He came to this microphone, and as I supported the event, the Baker Tournament of High School Champions, I didn't quite know what he was going to say. But I want to repeat his words, because I think that after reviewing and working with David Gramad and others, I think his words were just about correct in terms of how I feel. This is good for chess. Thank you.
I agree. Ernie?
Ernest Schlick, Virginia. I call the question.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Jim.
Any objections? Seeing none, the question is called. All right, now to the motion itself, which is 1711. We're substituting 2018 for 2017. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? I see 2. The motion passes.
You abstaining for, John?
It's like the touching tug of war.
So as you can see, occasionally we will vet your abstentions if you're not careful. All right, ADM 1712. I believe that this is going to be addressed by Mike Neiman on behalf of the office.
This motion is a motion about the Gaylord Opryland Convention Center in Nashville, Tennessee. As you may know, we've held a number of events there. So I just want to give the briefest of histories. Basically, there was a contract signed by the office. I don't know exactly when it was signed, but I'll guess about 15 years ago, maybe 17 years ago, for a series of events called Super Nationals to be held every 4 years. The contract runs for a Super National at that location through the year 2021, and we are obligated to that. Now, over the course of the years, there has been some issues with the hotel, actually with players and teams not staying at the hotel, this or that, or not getting big enough draws, that we've had some attrition issues. And so to not have to pay enormous attrition fees, the Federation has decided to grant that property additional events. It is unfortunate now that we are in a sequence of events where we have an event there every year, and unfortunately it's the Elementary Nationals, which is the largest of the 3 spring nationals. We also just held the grade championships there last December. So we are currently committed to the Gaylord Opryland Convention Center for the National Elementary in 2018, 19, 20, and also for the Super Nationals in 2021. I don't believe there's any other ones there. It is the intent of the Federation to be looking at alternate locations for a Super Nationals in 2025, assuming we wish to have another Super Nationals. And we have identified other properties around the country to do so. I won't name them publicly, but we are looking at other facilities. So basically, we understand the sentiment of this motion. We are locked in contractually to the events that I have stated. Gene can correct me if I'm wrong on any of that, but I believe I have that correct. So with that understanding and with the sentiment of the motion, we would like to move that this motion be dropped from the agenda.
Recognize Alan Priest. They've stolen all my microphones.
Sorry about that, Mr. President. I do want to expand on one thing that Mike said. The issue is less really about attrition than it is about setting room rates. The room rates were specified in the contract up through the previous Super National. And then room rates were not specified in the contract for the one held this year and for the one in 2021. So part of the extension of some of the other events was also to lock in those room rates as specified. You know, it's hard to lock in room rates 15 years in advance. So that became an issue. Also this year, or not this year, but in this year's cycle, the K-12 grade level was held there, and really that was pretty intentional because part of that process was to make sure it was a dry run for Super Nationals. That helps the hotel understand what some of the problems are. Even though we've held the event there before, who knows, people change jobs. So there are some new people there. It identified some issues that helped when the Super National was held, like where you really do have to have these cash meal sales areas and get them set up. And so those got pounded on at the K-12. So for that purpose, I think that actually was very beneficial to US Chess to hold it there to make sure the Super Nationals went well. There is a challenge with moving the Super National. I'm talking about other events, but moving the Super National, the Gaylord Opry Lane is the largest property in the country for that sort of event outside of Vegas, and we use all of it. I do recognize that we have a number of people who post some of their favorite locations on the forum. We try to respond to many of those. I have had a history of responding to those, and I really do appreciate folks who have ideas about where to hold things. The problem is that some of those folks don't recognize when we present to them what the requirements for the space are, and fail to recognize that we cannot hold the Super Nationals in the 10,000 square foot ballroom. There's a little problem with that. We also cannot hold some of our events in certain locations just because they're not big enough. We've held several events at the Galt House in Louisville, Kentucky, which is in my hometown. Guess what? We probably won't have another National Scholastic there. We've outgrown it. It's just not got enough space in it. So, there's some issues like that. I know this is not in keeping with the spirit of this motion, but I know we've had discussions, Hal Terry and I, and we've looked at all sorts of places for this event, and it's quite challenging, to find events that can hold this, which is over 2 weekends, that draws the level that it draws, in places that will give us a rate that you all are willing to pay, or have indicated you're willing to pay. So it is a challenging thing. That's why we have a national event staff that work that. I also want to dispel a notion. The national event staff selects these locations. We have a state association, I think I've been a little bit out of shape about bids for the U.S. Open. We don't take bids for the U.S. Open, and we don't take bids for these national scholastic events. But we do welcome your input.
Yeah, the chair recognizes Angelina.
I would like to. I would like to speak about this motion from not just from being on the executive board, but also from the experience as a coach and as a parent who has attended numerous nationals, supernationals in Gaylord Resort. I brought teams for the last 2 years, and I perfectly understand, the issue with how expensive it is for a lot of players. We actually had lost some of the players who could not afford to come, which cost us dearly to our team. It's definitely like a big concern. On the other hand, we have to recognize that it's not just the biggest place. We also have been there for quite a number of years, and we are even talking about generations of kids who pretty much passed from the elementary school to the high school at the Gaylord Resort playing in the Super Nationals. Now, I do think we should differentiate between Super Nationals and Nationals. And for the Super Nationals events, there's a lot of advantages. It's a place. It's for kids, parents, and coaches and tournament directors being familiar with the place. Most of us are knowing exactly what to do, where to go. There's quite a bit of advantage in that. If we go into the new location, there's issues that might arise that we are not prepared to deal with. And as you know, we had issues in Indianapolis where something doesn't go well, and it just happened to be. So with Gaylord Resort, we had, I think, quite reasonable and steady performance. Now, for the national events, however, I do think having it all the continuation of events in the same place, it creates a problem, because now you are not talking about going once every 4 years, you're talking about going every year. And that's an issue. And I absolutely recognize this, and I believe nationals ones should be held in different locations. Super nationals depends on the situations. If we can get it somewhere else when we are absolutely sure everything will be fine, great. If we can't, it might be a good place. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Mr. Blue.
Mr. President, as I believe the point of the motion was to request that the office and the executive board consider other locations, it is clear that the office and executive board is doing exactly that. I move to postpone indefinitely.
I thought it was withdrawn. Wasn't it withdrawn?
No.
Okay.
Second.
Motion on the floor.
All right, discussion of the motion to postpone.
Mr. President, motion to postpone indefinitely is the parliamentary way of making the motion go away.
Mr. President, considering that the tournament has a record attendance of 5,575 players, and probably in 4 years from now, it will be almost 6,000 players, I think we need to discuss this motion. Many of the chess coaches and scholastic people in the room would like to offer an opinion about this.
Now we have to vote on the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is based on the original one.
Making an argument to vote yes.
Yes, I'm basically speaking against the motion of end discussion, so I think we need to keep the discussion.
Second.
Okay.
I second it.
So before us now is the motion to postpone, and we're going to have discussion on that at this time. Your discussion should be to the motion to postpone and not to the base motion.
Point of order, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong, Secretary. Isn't a motion to table non-debate? It is not a motion to table. It is a vote. It's a motion to postpone indefinitely. It is debatable. Debate must go to the merits of the motion to postpone and not to merits of debate.
All right, the chair recognizes Bob.
Well, what I remember from Roberts was that it's debatable, but you can also discuss the merits of the motion. So I'd like the parliamentarian to check that. Basically, it's a point of order. Well, right. It's true as well.
All right, smoke on the good couch.
I thought the USCF report was big.
May I recommend we adjourn for lunch while that's research? You're not hungry, are you?
Okay, all right, we're back. All right, put them out. You may in fact speak to the merits of the base motion during the discussion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Bob.
Rear mic.
Yes, Andrew Ray, move to table 1711.
No.
A motion to postpone indefinitely. Mr. Brock.
I call the motion to postpone. Calling the question for the motion.
Any objections?
Point of order. Can you call a motion before both sides have had a chance to? Sure.
Yes. You can object.
All right, the motion.
You can ask for a vote on it.
Order. The motion is called. We're now going to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. All in favor?
There was no objection.
Any opposed? Yeah, we're gonna count. All right. So back to the top. All in favor of postponing indefinitely, please keep them up. Yes, this is in favor. This is in favor of postponing indefinitely. Thanks. Keep it to a low roar, please. All right, hands down. Now, all opposed.
Is Bill Marty delegate? Yes. Yes.
The motion is postponed indefinitely. All right, now, before I lose you, we're about to recess.
What's the vote?
41 to 30. 41 to 30. 41 for, 30 against. I want to hand it over to Mr. Nietman for just a moment while he makes an announcement about our lunch here.
All right. The Works Luncheon will begin shortly as soon as we recess here. It is in the Riverwalk room, which is the same room as the President's reception. If you weren't there, go out to the lobby, turn to right, go towards the restaurant, and before you go down the steps into the restaurant, there's a hallway to the right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for attending our awards luncheon today. My name is Alan Priest. I have the honor to serve as your National Vice President for Finance, and I will be working this award ceremony today along with the able assistance of US Chess Secretary Mr. Mike Nietman. Mike is going to be, we'll work through some of the logistics of what we're doing right now. When we go through the award, we'll ask you to come up, we'll present the award, and Mike will go with you to the banner over here where Jim will be available to take official pictures, and if you have family, friends, or enemies who wish to take a picture with you as well, feel free for them to come over there and do it in front of the US Chess banner. Another couple of logistics issues. For those who are receiving awards today, we have all the boxes, wraps, and stuff over here so that you can secure your award and take it with you in a way where it will not get damaged, particularly if you are flying it home, like so many of us will. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with our list of awards. This is an annual event, and we are so pleased to see so many of our awardees who have come and been able to pick up their awards here. We have a few who have been unable to do it, and we will mention those as well. We have a couple who will be able to deliver very, very shortly, and I'll mention that as we go. This is a really important time every year in the culture of our federation and in the culture of our game, because this is a time in which we recognize excellence, and we recognize excellence for a lot of people who don't get recognized in other ways. Many of these awards go back a number of years. Some of them focus on folks who have devoted service directly to the Federation in some way, but most are focused on folks who have been working very, very hard to make chess happen in their communities. And that is so much in keeping with the mission that we recognize that we have, to empower people through chess, one move at a time. Without further ado, I'd like to recognize this year's Chess City of the Year. No, we didn't get confused. I know it says Chess City, but we are recognizing Franklin County, Mississippi. Accepting the award for Franklin County, Mississippi is Dr. Jeff Bullington. The Chess City of the Year goes to Franklin County, Mississippi for the immersion of chess in their community and the telling of their story on 60 Minutes. The show highlighted the benefits of chess, from improving grades to encouraging kids to dream bigger. The chess program that Dr. Jeff Bullington started a year and a half ago has already turned out a state champion chess team. One student said, "I feel like chess could take us anywhere, but it's not about where it takes us. It's about how far it takes us." Every chess player who spoke to 60 Minutes plans to attend college. Thank you, Dr. Bullington and Franklin County, Mississippi.
When I got notified of this award, I was surprised in two ways. One, that our small efforts were already receiving such notice, and secondly, we were surprised to find out that we were a city. Surely we are not, but we're something. And what that something is, I think, and I would just like to remind everybody of this, coming from a rural background myself, is there are a lot of players out there in small towns who dream their entire childhoods as scholastic chess players of coming to an event such as this and never actually make it. And so those of us who are working to make those kinds of opportunities possible appreciate your recognition. Thank you.
As a person who grew up in a town of 7,000 people, I appreciate that too. Our Chess Club of the Year this year, we are recognizing the Hampton Road Scholastic Chess Club, and accepting is Christina and Tina Schweiss. Come on up, Tina. In recognition of the support your club has given chess and chess players in Virginia Beach, Colonel. Retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Tina Schweiss started the HRSCC in February 2014 with 18 youths and began meeting at a school that was being torn down. I love that. In August 2014, they invited the public to a day of chess in the park and were overwhelmed with the response. The demand for training immediately attracted 20 new members, and the club rapidly grew to its present size of over 100 members. with a long wait list and a whole team of active volunteers. Congratulations, team.
Thank you. Hey, brought some other people up with us. This is Luke Hazelbush is accepting for us. He's our longest running member. He's been with us since we started in that school. He's now been torn down. And Jeff Forbes, who is my co-director of the Kids Club and the director of the Adult Club under the Hampton Roads Chess Association. We are local, so we're so excited to have the US Open here this week. It's been an amazing opportunity for our local players. We've had probably 60 or 70 of our local players between kids and adults come out and play. We hope that you love the area and that you come back. We are exploding at the seams with chess here in Virginia Beach. I think it's our goal in a few years to be Chess City of the Year. Virginia Beach is very supportive of chess. They host National Chess Day every year and pay for everything. And we have so many kids on the wait list, it breaks my heart that we don't have the capacity for all of them. So our dream and our vision right now is actually to open a permanent chess center here in the Hampton Roads area. So that's going to be our next project that we're working on. But we couldn't do everything we do without. We've got more volunteers at the table over there. We've got 20 volunteer coaches and a whole team of other, everything from librarians and treasurers to secretaries that don't take a dime to serve the kids and the adults in this area. So.
To echo our president, beat Navy. College Chess of the Year, Chess College of the Year, recognizing this year St. Louis University in Missouri. Accepting are William Perkins and Yara Zarabuk. Come on up, please. The chess program at St. Louis University is relatively new, and even with a very limited history, they won this award for their strong performance in the 2016 Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championship and the Final Four of college chess for this up-and-coming new college chess program. The US Chess Federation Committee of the Year, the Executive Board would like to honor the Ethics Committee. Accepting is Harold Stencil, Chair of the Ethics Committee. This award is being presented in recognition for setting forth standards in accordance with the procedures that are consistent with the bylaws and the Code of Ethics of US Chess, for handling several difficult cases and also streamlining their policies to provide a clear written understanding of their rulings. The information that we receive from the Ethics Committee has made our job so much simpler as we work for anything that gets appealed, and we have appreciated their efforts. They work tirelessly, much more than you ever know. We have two Distinguished Service Awards. The Distinguished Service Award recognizes sustained national service over a period of years. Our first award, we'll present them separately. Our first award that we're presenting is, as Gary said, to our president from Northern California, Ruth Herring. Ruth served 7 years as a member of the Executive Board, 4 of those years as president. She continues to her service to chess and to US Chess as our zonal president, representing us with FIDE. She has represented us at the FIDE Congress multiple times. She was an Executive Board member from 2009 to 2016, Vice President in 2014, US Chess President from 2011 to 2015, and a delegate at large in 2016 and 2017. President here.
It was a pleasure to give back to the community that I've been a part of for all of my life. Thank you very much.
If I were Gary, I'd say something snarky about the next one, but I'm not. I'm not Gary, and I'm not going to say anything snarky. I'm pleased to present this award today for Distinguished National Service to Mike Atkins of Maryland. Mike has been a part of the executive board leadership of US Chess for 7 years, from 2007 to 2016. He has been a very active tournament director and organizer, including probably having more experience with blitz events and rules than anyone except for Walter Brown. His advice for chess enthusiasts is do what you enjoy so that it doesn't feel like work. If that is only playing, then play. If it is more, do it well and with integrity. Mike has served not only at the national level, but he's also served the Virginia Chess Association from 1998 through 2011, served as president 4 times, as vice president for tournaments in other years, while running most of the state open tournaments for a decade. He also served US Chess in running the tournament clearinghouse for his region since 1999 to president, and he worked his way up through the tournament director ranks starting in 1974, culminating with becoming a national tournament director in the year 2000. He has the title of FIDE Arbiter and of International Organizer. Mr. Atkins, thank you for your service.
I'm not liking to talk about myself, I'll just say thank you.
Now we have 2 presentations of the Frank J. Marshall Award. Again, we will present these separately as well. This award is given annually to those who have been ambassadors for chess and for American chess. Recipients include those who have coached our teams in international competition or acted as chess spokesmen, including FIDE service. The sad thing about presenting this award this year is that both of our recipients will be honored posthumously. Our first award winner is International Master Walter Shipman from Northern California and New York. Both of them have claimed him, and he will be presented his award posthumously. International Master Walter Shipman was one of the great gentlemen of American chess in a 70-year playing career. Noted for his good sportsmanship, Mr. Shipman was not only a strong player, but also an outstanding administrator for US Chess and Jerry Spann, and associated with his beloved Manhattan Chess Club. He passed away earlier this year. So, International Master Walter Shipman. We're also recognizing International Master Danny Kopek from New York. Accepting for him is Hal Terry. FIDE International Master Danny Kopek worked as a computer science professor at Brooklyn College, a chess teacher, and an author of 8 books. He earned his first national master rating at the age of 17 and became an international master in 1985. He was a teammate of 1975 US Open co-champion Alan Treffler, and also somehow became a 2-time Scottish champion in 1980 and 81. Along with Dr. Ivan Bratko, Danny designed the Bratko-Kopek test to assist in evaluating human and machine chess ability based on the presence or absence of certain knowledge. With modification, this test was a reliable standard for more than 2 decades in computer chess circles and is still a value in assessing overall playing strength of human chess players. Accepting again is Hal Terry.
And Danny Kopek was one of my oldest friends. We spent 14 years running chess camps together and did 3 editions of a book. And I can't begin to tell you how much I learned from him over the years. I know he would be very gratified to see his many accomplishments and efforts to promote the game recognized in this way. And I also have been asked by the Kopek family to tell you all just how gratified they were at the response of the chess community after he passed away last year. It was just tremendous, and they were very surprised and grateful. Thank you all very much.
Our next award for some players, next series of awards for some players. Our first one is the Grandmaster of the Year. Our winner of this award this year is a little bit busy in St. Louis right at the moment. Grandmaster Wesley So of Minnesota was the winner of the 2016 Grand Chess Tour. He's a member of our gold medal Olympic team and won individual gold there. He raised his FIDE rating to number 2 in the world. Grandmaster So, we will get Grandmaster So his award in St. Louis. It will be delivered over there personally because I'm headed that way and I'll take it to him. But Grandmaster So wanted to thank several people. He's asked me to thank the Samford Fellowship for providing funding for his development, to Rex and Jeannie Sinkfeld in St. Louis, to the US Chess Federation, and particularly to the US Chess Trust. He says having talent is not enough. A player needs support and encouragement, which you all have so generously provided. So we honor Wesley So, and he sends you his thanks. I love this next award. It's the Honorary Chessmaker Award. This award has been used to recognize spouses of GMs, organizers, and other folks, just to enable those spouses to be active in chess. It also includes those who themselves have been active in chess, and today we are awarding, for the second time I believe, this award to a couple. We had previously done this to a couple one other time, and today we're going to recognize the couple of Alan and Helen Hinshaw, and I believe they're both here to help it. It's to recognize we recognize them as spouses to one another who have been so dedicated and so devoted and so enabling of each of them to be involved in chess. Alan, we're coming to you.
So 17 years later, we're very pleased to have another U.S. Open in Virginia. Thank you for the award, everyone.
Now we're going to recognize our Junior Grand Prix winner, who is Adamson Steiner from Washington, D.C. Adamson is the top player in the U.S. in the Junior Grand Prix points for 2016. Adamson? Now we'd like to recognize our Koltanowski Awards. The Koltanowski medals are presented for chess sponsorship, including recognizing donors to chess. The Gold Koltanowski Award is being presented to an organization with whom the US Chess Federation has a special relationship. It grew out of the US Chess Federation. It has a group of folks who are tirelessly devoted to helping fund major initiatives like the Samford Fellowship, like the Dinker Tournament of State High School Champions, the Barber Tournament of State Middle School Champions, the National Girls Tournament of Champions, the working with Sunil's Foundation on the Scholar Chess Awards. What they do goes on, and it includes things like getting boards and sets and memberships into Title I schools throughout the country. Accepting for the U.S. Chess Trust is its chairman and CEO, my friend from Chicago, Harold Winston, and we present this Gold Koltanowski Award to the U.S. Chess Trust for their long-standing charitable service to the chess community. Mr. Winston.
Thank you, Alan. The Chess Trust is proud to accept this award for its work over many years for chess. The Trust is the work of many, starting with its founder, the late Harold Dundas of Massachusetts, and its earlier managing director, Barbara DeMar. I thank our current managing director, Al Lawrence, for his excellent work, and also thank all the other trustees, President Jim Eade, Treasurer Leroy Dubeck, Secretary Myron Lieberman, Scholastic VP Sunil Weramantri, Chess and Education VP Tim Redman, President Emeritus Shane Samoli, Beatrice Marinello, Steve Doyle, Rex Sinkfield, Stuart Chagrin, and Norman Saba. Thank you again.
While he hasn't told me this, I have some degree of assurance that at some point during this meeting, Mr. Winston may in fact ask you to support the Chess Trust. So Mr. Winston, to save you the problem of finding me later, as I got ready to leave, I asked my wife for a couple of checks because she holds those things. And she said, why? I said, Harold's going to ask me for them. The Silver Koltanowski Award, we're giving to a group that has been a tremendous sponsor for us that may have flown completely under your radar. These folks have supported the College Final Four. They have supported the American teams at the World Youth and the World Cadet Championships. Several years ago, there was a recognition that many national teams have some sort of uniform, and these folks have stepped up to help fund that dream. John Overdeck, Dave Siegel, and Christian Van Kep from 2 Sigma, Silver Koltanowski Award. I'm not sure that anyone's here to accept that award from that group, but I'm sure Gene will get that to them. The Meritorious Service Award is presented for significant and sustained service at the local level over a period of time. Our first awardee is from the great state of Louisiana. Accepting for Miss Jean Trundle will be Corey Cormick. Jean has been the owner and operator of Cajun Chess since 2001. She has organized many tournaments for US Chess, including being the sponsor or the organizer for last year's Pan American Intercollegiate in New Orleans. Corey is her business partner and has worked with Jean extensively, and he's accepting the award on her behalf.
Just want to say a few words on behalf of Ms. Jean. Many of you have worked with her, especially anybody who's been in the USCF offices or working with tournaments over the years are familiar with her, familiar with helping us promote ads, promote tournaments, promote chess sales, just in general. She is very sincerely apologetic she couldn't make it here this weekend, and at some point down the tournament circuit line, she hopes to meet each and every one of you. Thank you again so much.
Also recognized for significant and sustained service at the local level over a period of time, the Meritorious Service Award from Virginia, sorry about that, Andrew Rea. Andy is a longtime, very active tournament director in this area and at the national level. Andy.
I want to thank Alan for the kind words and thank the US Chess Federation for the recognition. I'm not typically big on awards. I feel sort of like Don Henley as far as where, we shouldn't be competing for awards. We should just be trying to do good work. And that's what I try to do. And I'll continue as best as I can. Thank you.
Many of you all also know Andy for his longtime dedication as a delegate to this body of delegates. Also, we are pleased to present the Meritorious Service Award to a non-dominant, I even practice this and I know how to say it, Damalapati from Virginia. He is here, like many people. Anand got involved in chess through his children and continues to travel with his daughter to international youth events. He has been organizing and directing chess tournaments since 2010. I've had the privilege of directing with him. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, US Chess. Apart from my kids, there's one individual I really wanted to thank because he pulled me into chess. Basically, how it began was I was randomly and at some tournament, I don't believe it's a state or the national. I was watching my son's game, and he pulled me and said, "Okay, we need some help in the scorekeeping." And okay, so I went and helped, and that's when the journey began. And thank you, Mike. It was Mike Hoffer who pulled me into this. I'll continue as long as I can.
Anand is serving as your floor chief for the US Open, and he is an associate national tournament director. Also for meritorious service, we have from the great state of Washington, Ed Westing. And Mr. Westing, at age 91, has been a member of the US Chess Federation for about 60 years. He was involved in Maryland chess activities from 1970 until 2010, and has served as an officer of the Maryland Chess Association as well as president of the Towson Chess Club. He was an organizer for the Baltimore Open for many years and wrote a weekly chess column for the Jeffersonian published in Towson, Maryland. Ed has not only organized simultaneous exhibitions, he played in a simul exhibition against Bobby Fischer in 1964 when I would have been 3 years old.
Hello, I'm glad I'm here, and I want to thank the Federation for this award, and particularly I want to thank Harold Winston, who nominated me. A good guy. Thank you.
As Ed moves to get his picture taken, I want to share his advice to chess enthusiasts. So many beginning chess players give up the game because they lose so many of their early games. My advice to them is don't give up so easily. If you're really attracted to the game, stick it out. As they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. You will meet some very amazing people and maybe even some new lifelong friends. Thank you, Ed. We are pleased to present the Meritorious Service Award to, from the District of Columbia, Ralph Michael. Ralph has been president of the DC Chess League on and off since 1988, helped to organize and direct the DC Open and DC Action tournaments in the 1990s and early 2000s, and was captain of the Black Knights team in the DC Chess League for over 40 years. He also has served as an alternate delegate for the district for several years, attending delegate meetings many times. And Andy Ray is accepting for Ralph. Our organizer of the year, we are recognizing from Northern California, Judith Starre. She took over the Bay Area Chess organization in 2012 and has transformed the organization from a small volunteer-centered effort into a large professional scale organization that currently runs over 100 enrichment programs in the Bay Area. She works tirelessly organizing hundreds of both scholastic and regular tournaments every year and is known for her passion for chess, quality tournaments, and excellent customer service.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank a few people because it would not be possible for me to receive this award today without their help and support. First and foremost, the founder of Bay Area Chess, Salman Asar, if he's there. Thank you, Salman, for your support and trust. I'm also very happy and privileged to have a wonderful supporting board. Two additional members beside President Salman is here, Jay Stalling and Beatrice Merlinello here. Thank you so much for your support. They are the ones who are allowing me to organize such a great events like inviting Shakma Meredov to coach our elite team this summer. So we were really happy and thank you so much for your support. The other few people I would like to thank is our tournament director. Gary said this morning, starting of the delegate meeting, that tournament directors are the heart of chess, right? They are essential, and I'm really happy and lucky to have a really great crew. Tournament Director of the Year, Thomas Langland, is one of our pillars. He won the award last year, so I'm very happy and very grateful for their hard work. The other thing is that we have so many volunteers, and I cannot stress enough the importance of volunteers. So I encourage every organizer to reach out to those volunteers, chess parents, and any interested chess players who would like to give back to the community. I have so many youth players, Ryan and Vignesh, new state champions. They are coaching at our camps this summer and giving back to the community. So I encourage everyone to do that. Thank you so much for your work.
Judith's advice to the other chess enthusiasts that she gave us, as I read it while she gets her picture taken, it'll sound very similar. Never cheat, be kind and give back to your community, and hard work is your biggest talent. No matter how talented one is or how not so talented one is, hard work always brings results one way or another, earlier or later. Thank you, Judith. Our Outstanding Career Achievement Awards, we have 6 awardees this year. This honor is given to those who have made major contributions on the state or regional level over a number of years. Our first awardee is Grandmaster Larry Kaufman of Maryland. Starting in chess at the age of 7, Larry played in his first tournament at the age of 14 in the Maryland Junior, finishing second. He won the World Senior Chess Championship in Germany in 2008, earning the Grandmaster title at the age of 61. He has served as a delegate to US Chess, was chairman of the US Chess Ratings Committee most of the 1980s, continues as a member of the Ratings Committee today. Grandmaster Kaufman.
Well, the only bad side to getting a Lifetime Achievement Award is that it usually implies that you're near the end of your lifetime. In my case, I'm still very active in chess in many ways. I'm still writing, I'm still competing in tournaments, I'm still working almost full-time on Komodo, still teaching. Basically, chess is about 80% of my life now. So I'm hoping to still be actively involved in chess for a long time to come. And if I'm still working in chess in another 50 years when I'm 120, maybe I'll get a second lifetime.
His advice to chess enthusiasts: you don't need to be a master to enjoy chess, but the more effort you put into learning, the more you can appreciate it. Our next awardee is Merrill Rhodes from Illinois, and accepting is Garrett Scott. Merrill was the founder of the Greater Peoria Chess Federation. He was one of the first certified senior tournament directors. He served as an organizer for many years and on the board of the Illinois Chess Association. He's been the editor of several different chess newsletters, still teaches chess at 4 different schools, currently is serving as president of the Greater Peoria Chess Foundation, whose mission is to encourage chess in school. This year they will provide a formal curricula and software for participating schools. And he, along with Patrick Cohen, holds the Holt Youth Chess Club every Friday night.
About the best thing I could say for Merle is that he didn't make the trip because he felt as though his chess camp was more important.
We're seeing a theme here to younger players. He says, believe in yourself, but work hard. Always play the move you think best and learn from your mistakes. Our next awardee from West Virginia, John Roush. As a former West Virginia state champion and the current West Virginia Chess Federation president, John has been active in his state since the mid-1970s as an organizer and director of state chess championships and state action chess championships on several occasions. He was also the bulletin editor of the West Virginia Chess Federation for many years and has served as president and secretary treasurer for the Charleston Chess Club. Mr. Roush.
I'd like to thank you guys very much. I appreciate this a lot. I'm honored. I should tell you, though, the folks at my club have had a lot of fun at my expense over this, so I thank for that a little bit. Thank you.
His advice to chess enthusiasts: winning is nice, but we all picked up the game because we enjoyed playing. Even when wins become thinner on the ground, the joy remains. Our next awardee for outstanding career achievement from the great state of Virginia, R. Mark Johnson. Mark was taught chess by his uncle when he was 6, and he continued in chess and has served as the Virginia Chess Federation president for 5 terms, vice president for 2 terms, and several terms as chairman of the VCF board of directors. He is also manager of the Charlottesville Chess Club from 1992 to 2002, was a US Chess Federation regional VP back in the 1990s, and was a senior TD who ran events in the late 80s and early 90s. Currently, Mark is an elected politician and is on the Orange County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I've always tried to mold myself after Mike Atkins, so I just say thank you.
With that last comment, I'm wondering about his advice to other chess enthusiasts. I don't know how this pertains to Mike Atkins. It says, don't hang your queen. I guess that Also from Virginia, FIDE Master Macon Scheibet. I mispronounced that. Scheibet. Sorry. Taught chess in the 6th grade. Macon discovered organized chess from the issues of the Chess magazine at his public library. He played in his first tournament in 1973 and won the Virginia Chess Championship 3 times. He is a respected author, most notably for Paul Morphy and the Evolution of Chess Theory, and has edited the Virginia Chess Newsletter for 27 years.
I've heard much worse pronunciations than that. I've gotten so much more out of chess than anyone could ever put back into it. This is very nice. Thank you very much.
His advice to chess enthusiasts is the same advice that he got from 7-time Virginia State champion Charles Powell. develop your pieces. Though it seems like a commonplace suggestion, Macon found it to be the best advice for chess players. And editorially, I would submit it's probably the best advice for state, local, and the National Chess Federation as well, is it not? The next gentleman to whom we're going to present this award had a direct influence on me. And I got to work under him at the first national event that I ever participated in directing, and I screwed up a ruling, and I went to him immediately and said, I messed this up. And he said, when you told me you messed it up, now I think you can do the job properly. Because I admitted I'd messed up. Ernie Schlick, my friend from right here in Virginia. Since 1973, Ernie and his wife Joan worked as a team organizing and directing tournaments, running clubs, and teaching chess. It breaks the hearts of all of us that his beloved Joan passed away this year, but we know how proud she would be of him in receiving this award. He has served as a delegate for both Virginia and New Hampshire, as well as on the board of directors for both state chapters. He has actually served on the staff of the US Chess Federation as the technical director when we were in the New Windsor office, and he has been a chair or a member of the bylaws, clubs, elections, military chess, rules, and the TDCC committees. Ernie.
This is going to be a little hard. Actually, her name should be ahead of my name on this plaque. I played my first US chess tournament in 1972, which she directed. We started dating and we married in 73. It was great having a wife that when I said, let's go play chess, she was already telling me we wanted to go to these tournaments. She's just a wonderful lady and taught me how to direct, organize, and create and run chess clubs. So my accomplishment is hers primarily more than mine. Thank you.
Now, all I talked about was Ernie's Outstanding Career Achievement Award. But we have another award that we're also presenting to Ernie today. And I know that it's just as much Jones as it is his. And that is the Tournament Director Lifetime Achievement Award. Ernie, thank you so much for your service. And thank you for what you've done for me. His advice, the most important thing, is to give back. He would also tell new members, mostly in chess, but with a grain of truth, that playing chess is not fun, it's hard work. Winning is fun. The Outstanding Player of the Year is awarded to an individual who had an outstanding tournament result or series results in the year. Our awardee this year is maybe a little bit different. He is the gentleman against whom every tournament director in the country calibrates their USCF rating supplement. Because you know it has changed if you get his rating changed, right? If you check his, you know because he plays all the time. International Master Jay Bonin, the Ironman of US Chess, with 4,076 tournaments played in since September 1991. International Master Bonin. And Harold Scott's accepting on his behalf. Jay's not here. You know what he's doing, right?
Flag somewhere.
Without a doubt. And you know I'm right. We always check Jay to make sure we got the right rating stuff when we don't. Because we know it's the only one we got to check. The Outstanding Team Performance Award this year, probably a hard choice, right? Our Open Olympics team, gold medal winning team, accepting on behalf of the team is one of the coaches, Alex Linderman, Grandmaster Alexander Linderman. We are recognizing International Master John Donaldson, who is the captain, Grandmaster Fabiano Karuna, Grandmaster Hakuru Nakamura, Grandmaster Wesley So, Grandmaster Sam Shanklin, and Grandmaster Ray Robson. Today, we are also pleased to present the Scholastic Service Award from the great state of New York, David McAnulty. David is an award-winning teacher with over 20 years of experience teaching children and adults. His chess teams have won numerous New York City, New York State, and national chess championships. He has won several Teacher of the Year awards, was named Chess Educator of the Year by the University of Texas at Dallas, has received already the Lifetime Achievement Award from the US Chess Federation, and was given the Lives That Make a Difference Award from A&E Television. David.
Thank you. Scholastic service. One of my friends once said, we may not know what the future holds, but we do know who holds the future. It's the children. And the more we do for scholastic chess, the more we do for chess. Thank you so much. This is a great honor.
This year we're giving a Special Friend of US Chess Award. And I am pleased to announce that we are offering this award to Senator John D. J. Rockefeller IV, Senator from West Virginia. Accepting this award today is his son, John D. Rockefeller V. This award is given in recognition of Senator Rockefeller's, it says valuable contributions. I will change that to say invaluable contributions. We cannot possibly recognize how much it has meant to chess and his work in the U.S. Senate in helping us to establish National Chess Day. That would not have happened without Senator Rockefeller's efforts.
My favorite photo with my grandfather is of the two of us playing chess when I was about 8 years old. Over the board is a great place for grandparents, great-grandparents, parents and children to meet. My son is an active player. My father is very happy to promote chess. Thank you so much.
I think I had your son in my section at the Super Nationals, I believe. This award, the next, we're presenting Special Services Awards. This award recognizes a special activity or collection of achievements in a specific area. The two awardees this year are being recognized for very, very different contributions, and that's one thing that makes this so special. Our first awardee is from the great state of South Carolina, Maureen Gramad. She is being recognized for her work on the US Chess Federation Women's Chess Committee, which goes beyond expectations. She has organized a highly successful meet and greet at the US Open in 2016 for players in the Dinker-Barber and National Girls Tournament of Champions. Maureen got started in chess with her son Jeff and started volunteering to help organize some of the tournaments. This led going to delegates meetings and becoming involved with the Women's Committee. She loves creating new and innovative ways to bring more females to chess, and she will be more than happy to talk to any of you all about that who would like to discuss it. Sometimes at times that are not convenient, but she will not let you go until she has made her point, and I love her for that. Maureen.
Thank you, Alan. I try not to bug you, Alan, as much as I can. But I do want to dedicate this award, and thank you so much for the recognition. I truly want to dedicate this award, though, to all of those women out there and who support chess, whether they're players, whether they're female TDs, whether they're organizers, whether they're the moms like myself who took our son to chess. I want to recognize all the men out there who also recognize and want to see women grow in the field of chess in all areas. And I truly am so grateful to a team, a committee team. We have two. Layla, I want to recognize Layla, who's been a huge help, and Ruth. Ruth, I just need her right by my arm the whole time. I also want to recognize Jean and Dan and the whole staff, and especially our EB liaison, Angelina and Chuck, and just thank you so much for opening up the doors for women in chess, and we hope to see it grow more every year. Thank you so much.
As you can tell, these awards really are about passion in many ways, and our next awardee is not here to accept this award. It will be accepted by Michael Koreman, but Sheriff Thomas J. Dart from Cook County, Illinois. As you might suspect, Cook County, Illinois has one or two people in their county jail. Sheriff Dart is a great supporter of chess and helped to get the internet inside Cook County Jail in Chicago, Illinois, one of the largest jails in the U.S. It allowed players to have an opportunity to play chess online weekly, and they have hosted Grandmaster Karpov. They have had online matches with Russian and Brazilian prisons, and are looking forward shortly to an online match with a prison in Italy. He has been very involved in the chess community, and he's doing it because he thinks it can transform people's lives and give them a way out of the cycle of violence in prison.
Thank you. I would like to thank you everyone on behalf of the Sheriff Dart for this award. I also want to mention that Sheriff Dart is a chess dad. His son played 2 super nationals and every single national in between. And Sheriff Dart is committed to come next year to the close-by state for the US Open, which will be in a neighbor state, and make a presentation if it will be interest. He is willing to come and make a presentation. Thank you again.
We've already presented one of our 2 Tournament Director Lifetime Achievement Awards to National Tournament Director Renee Schlick. Our other Tournament Director Lifetime Achievement Award from the great state of Maryland is National Tournament Director George Marigiani. Massachusetts, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Forgive me. I don't think anyone's here to accept that award for George. We'll move on to our Tournament Director of the Year. You know you've been at this a while when you're starting to give awards for achievement to people who you knew when they were playing in middle school. And that applies to this next young man, grown man. National Tournament Director Corey Cormick from Tennessee. After playing chess casually but often in high school, a teacher suggested that Corey and his best friend start a chess club. At that time, he then took it upon himself to learn how to run a chess club, organize tournaments, found the US Chess Federation, hasn't looked back since. He moved from Louisville, he went south, and he served the Tennessee Chess Association as a regional coordinator and the chief director for the Region 4 Scholastic area. Working with US Chess, he was the TDCC Certification Associate. He served as a member of the Forum Oversight Committee, College Chess Committee, and has served as a delegate. He is also on the board of the local chess club and tournament provider with Shelby County Chess, as well as traveling around the Southeast as a book vendor and as the chief tournament director for Cajun Chess. Corey.
When I was notified of this was a very humbling award to receive, as I know so many of you all out here as mentors, colleagues, and very dear friends. And I want to thank you all so very much for this. I also want to particularly recognize 4 individual directors without whom I would not be the director I am today. First, I wanted to recognize the director who first gave me my start directing, who took a chance on a country kid who knew absolutely nothing about what being a director meant, the late Steve Dillard. I want to recognize the director who taught me to always be thinking creatively and constantly about tournament directing and directing scenarios, Mr. Ernie Schlicht. Thank you. Want to recognize Ms. Jean Trundle. Again, both my boss and a very dear friend who's taught me more than I can imagine about player relations and customer service. And a gentleman who I worked very closely with Ms. Jean for many years and have continued through my partnership in working with US Chess. The gentleman who taught me that being a tournament director needs and demands proper professionalism, Mr. Frank Guadalupe. Thank you all very much, and this is a really humbling award. Thank you.
His advice to other chess tournament enthusiasts is do this activity because you love it. If you enjoy one aspect of the game, there's a possibility you will also enjoy another, whether it's game analysis, coaching, directing, politics, or some other facet. While a great way to experience the diversity of the game, such attempts make you much more aware of the necessity of all the moving parts that must work together for a chess tournament to work. I'd like to recognize now our Woman Chess Player of the Year Award. This individual was the winner of our 2016 U.S. Women's Championship. And then I also want to recognize the statement that she made for standing up for her values in when FIDE placed the international tournament in a place that probably we would recognize as being antithetical to U.S. values. International Master and Women's Grandmaster Nazi Pakidze. We created a special award this year, and you're going to understand why. We just couldn't get him to show up to accept it because I think he's finally experiencing a new type of freedom. We are recognizing and accepting for Mr. Mike Nolan is Harold Winston, accepting the award for having served as the U.S. Chess Parliamentarian in recognition of 26 years of service and dedication from 1990 to 2016. Mike is not here because he said, I don't have to go to the meeting, I'm going on vacation.
Mike emailed me the remarks he wanted to make. I thank US Chess for this recognition. Of the many Federation hats I've worn over the years, serving as parliamentarian has been one of the more satisfying. I note with some irony that if I were here to accept this award in person, it probably would not have been awarded yet. It was Steve Doyle who led me to believe that US Chess needs a designated parliamentarian. It was Gary Sperling, whose service as the unofficial parliamentarian was interrupted when he was elected US Treasurer in 1990, who suggested to Harold Winston that I serve as parliamentarian. I was happy to do so for my longtime friend Harold, and I thank him for standing in my place today. Thanks again, and good wishes to my many friends and acquaintances among the delegates.
As we are coming to the close of our ceremony, we're recognizing the state affiliates and the state affiliates for the recognition and membership appreciation program. We're recognizing, and some of these states I believe have people here to come pick up these awards. I don't necessarily know who they are, and I think we have at least a person from one state who's going to accept for somebody else. The first place award goes to the Maryland Chess Association for submitting 453 memberships, Maryland. Second place award goes to the Michigan Chess Association, submitting 243 memberships. Third place is awarded to the Washington Chess Federation for submitting 158 memberships. And also recognizing that some of our states are just a bit smaller than others. First place in the percentage gain category is the Utah Chess Federation. At the end of December 2015, total membership for Utah was 634, and a year later it was 781, increasing 23.2%, and David Day is here to accept that award. Hang close, David. I think you're picking up one more. Earning second place in the percentage gain category is the Missouri Chess Association with an increase of 17.8% in 2016, Missouri. And then I believe David is also going to accept for the Nevada Chess affiliate with an increase in 12.2% in 2016. Mr. Winston, can I call you back to the podium for a moment, please? We also, as you may know, have a Chess Hall of Fame, and Mr. Winston, that's actively supported by the US Chess Trust. Mr. Winston is here to talk about the Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Alan. New members of the US Chess Hall of Fame are nominated by the US Chess Hall of Fame Committee and been voted on by the trustees of the US Chess Trust. The Hall of Fame Committee includes GMs Joel Benjamin and Andy Soltis, IM John Donaldson, Women's IM Jennifer Shahad, John McCrary, chess historian John Hilbert, Sophia Rode, Frank Camerata, and myself as chairman. On March 28, 2017, I inducted Edward Lasker into the US Chess Hall of Fame. One of our top players in the early 20th century, Lasker won 5 US Opens, then known as the Western Open. In 1923, he played a match for the US Championship against Frank Marshall, which he narrowly lost 8.5, 9.5 after becoming ill. He wrote books that popularized chess, such as Chess for Fun and Chess for Blood, and The Adventure of Chess. At the induction, Maurice Ashley said that Lasker's book, Chess Strategy, had a great influence on him. Lasker later served as president of the Marshall Chess Club, and as sure as many of you know, he won a famous game against Sir George Thomas in 1912 with a queen sacrifice, followed by a chase of a black king from the 8th rank to the 1st rank, and a checkmate by castling queenside. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for having attended the awards luncheon here at our annual delegates meeting in the US Open. For all of you who have received awards today, I just want to tell you thank you for your dedicated service. Many of you all for very many years. You've paved the way for the others of us. The rest of you all, thank you for being here to recognize these folks who have devoted so much to this game. We appreciate your attendance. For you all who are delegates, we're back to work in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Mike, thank you for a great award, sir. Well done. All right, we're back in session, and we're at ADM 1713. This was referred to the office. However, Mr. Mike Hoffpower is going to be speaking to this for the office. Mr. Hoffpower.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've worked with Steve on several of our national events, and so when we discussed this as an executive board, I knew exactly what Steve had in mind when he put forth this idea with Sophia. And as a result, had talked with Frank Guadalupe, our director of events, and Frank will be putting into the contracts for the chief directors of our national events, henceforth the requirement to hold a pre-tournament seminar for all the directors that are participating in the events. In addition, I will work and I will pledge my support to Boyd and to Frank to work with them to provide such seminars, by telephone and online to other directors at periodic times throughout the year to allow them to dial in to have such instructional seminars. And I appreciate Steve bringing this to our attention so that we can work this together in the future. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, no further action required there.
I move to postpone indefinitely ADM 1713. Correct, Mr. Parliamentarian? Withdraw that motion.
All right, ADM 1714 was referred to the office. It was a motion originally brought by Mr. Emmett, and Mr. Heatman is going to speak to this motion on behalf of the office.
All right, this deals with listing of scholarships to colleges. The office did go through the list that was on there and called all of, or contacted all of the colleges so that they believe the list there is current from what they have. However, we learned at the college workshop, college chess workshop this week, that the college committee has a list on their website as well. So we are going to link from that page on the US Chess website to the college chess website page for scholarships.
All right, that disposes of ADM 1714, no further action required. ADM 1715 was referred to the office as well, and Mr. Priest is going to speak to this ADM.
This issue is an important one, that the facilities be compliant with ADA. Certainly we hold events in facilities that are legally obligated to be ADA compliant. I know that is only part of this measure, okay? So from one extent, we are making sure that we're only holding it in events in facilities, the facility itself is ADA compliant. Now, there are also other issues related to a tournament that don't necessarily relate to the facility as being ADA compliant. A perfect example was what we just went through, where we were having our award ceremony in a room and doing part of it on an area that was elevated. Now, there was a lift in there to provide for that. I know we have had players who, when we had boards and sets, say for top boards that were in elevated areas and they had struggles in getting up to them. The facility for the Super Nationals was set up in such a way that most of that was avoided. And it's in cases where we had needed to get people up on the stage did have a lift, although it certainly was not the most attractive way to get up onto the stage. So we hear that. One of the things that we've done in response to this concern is setting up the committee to focus on such issues. Now, it's not just about those issues. It's not just about tournament access issues at events, but also tournament access issues generally, with the Special Circumstances Committee that Janelle Losoff is chairing, and that they've put forth a very detailed, they've been very hard at work to help raise our awareness to that, and made a report to us in June that was frankly like trying to drink out of a fire hose. So we'll be looking at that more carefully in the future. But I get it, when we have a top level player that's going to play on a top board, we want them to be able to get up there as easily as we want them to be able to get to the bathroom. And both of those are equally important.
All right. So that the motion ADM 1715 is disposed of at this time. It's in good hands. No further action required at this time. ADM 1716, originally brought by Randy Bauer and Alex Aurelia, was referred to bylaws, and there's Harold.
All right, ADM 1716. ADM 1716. I want to clarify, I looked again, it does refer to all committees, both those chosen by the delegates and by the EP. As I report, the delegates all entered the bylaws committee had a lot of problems with this because the book committees that are created by the executive board, they can change the chairman every year, and you appoint committees each year. The committees the delegates elect also have the right to change their chair every year. There are a lot of good people who would have to give up chairman at this time, and I can mention some of the names. Give me just a second.
Some of us
Well, that might be recent. Persons who chaired committees more than 9 years in a row: Dave Coons Rules, Guy Hopkins States, Mark Glickman Ratings, Myra Lieberman Outreach, and myself Bylaws. All right, so the committee voted on this, 0 in favor, 10 against, 2 abstentions. The workshop voted 1 in favor. Mr. Relier was there and presented his position. 15 against, 1 abstention. Bylaws recommends that it's.
So before you step away, before I recognize Mr. Priest, I'm neither speaking for nor against this motion. In fact, I'll abstain when it comes time to vote. But I would like to hear you say, because I know if Mr. Bauer were here, he would certainly be mumbling this under his breath in my ear right now. He would say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Please address that.
The committees only have the power to recommend. Even the ethics committee, that can be appealed to the executive board. The executive board has all sorts of power. It appoints most of the committees. It decides on hiring or firing the executive director. In the past, it's hired the editor. The executive board just has so much more power. The committees are just recommended. So we see that as a fundamental difference, and I want to thank Gary for bringing that up.
Thank you, Eric. Mr. Priest.
I think there are, I want to make a comment about an executive board action first that directly is on point to this, and then make a comment about the motion. On page 26, the delegates call executive board motion 17-016, addressed this issue as the board discussed it in a board of directors meeting. And the report there, for those who don't have in front of you, said, the board said, while sympathetic to the spirit of the motion, we do not find its implementation viable. Then we voted on the motion as written, and it was rejected 0 to 5 with 1 abstention. So the executive board as a whole didn't support that. Mr. Bauer was not at that meeting. The other thing about this, I think there's a technical flaw in it, in that I do not believe in it applying to all committees that the delegates have the power to tell the executive board what the executive board may do with the executive board's committee. You can tell us, but we don't have to do it. I know you tell us what to do with things all the time and where to put stuff, but that's beside the point. I just don't believe that a limitation to the bylaws could be applicable. We have the ability to change those anytime we wish, but I don't think the delegates can tell us whether we have them or not.
Is that true even though we wear a bracelet that said, what would the delegates do?
Yeah, I do disagree with our esteemed Vice President of Finance on that point. I think if the delegates would actually make this as a bylaw change, the executive board would be down. But we're in agreement that this is not a good thing for the Federation.
Yeah, and I am going to abstain on this one, but I do agree that the delegates could tell us how to pack this one, and we would have to do so. Back, Mike, please.
Yes, on the Naker Barber Committee, there are only 3 members, and 2 of us are co-chairs, so I think this might be difficult.
Well, stay for just a second. Why? I mean, there's...
Well, if we have to leave as chair of the committee after 9 years, that would leave us chairless.
Your third member could be chair, and then you could
I don't.
co-chair.
Well, the third member is chosen to have the 2 of us. I'll let him speak for himself. He's chosen to have the 2 of us as chair. And I don't know why he should have that prerogative to make that choice of zone. The districts are working together. We work with the Women's Committee on the NGTOC. We work very closely with Harold on the Chess Trust, and it's a working relationship that's worked very well for us. And if any time the man who's created the committee wishes to change it, he has that power to do so. I don't think that the board should intervene in it. I think it should let them off alone and let us do what we do.
I absolutely appreciate the sentiment. I don't agree with the substance of those comments. I will say anecdotally that when I came onto the board, one of the things that I was told very early on is that there was only one person who could be the backroom chief in our large scholastic tournaments, and that alarmed me greatly. It was not true, and that person has not done a backroom tournament in quite some time, and that was not in retaliation. That's just the way it shook out. No one is indispensable in our federation, and that just has to be that way. Back mic again, please.
Yes, Andrew Gray, Virginia, and I'm a little dubious about the matter that it would not be viable to implement this, because it doesn't say that you cannot be on the committee beyond 9 years. That would be completely different. So just to pick on rules, nothing against David Coons, he does a fine job with the Rules Committee, but if he was not the chairman of the rules, but he was still on that committee, he would still be able to email and have contact with his peers and with his other committee members and with the other committees of the USCF. He would still be able to communicate with the executive board. It would be sort of a version of the well-known Putin shuffle, where we would still be able to have his service on that committee, and then a year later, he could resume the chairmanship for another 9 years. That would be 18 years out of 19. And I don't see anything that would stop from 27 out of 30, so on and so forth. So I don't see how people are being deprived of their abilities to lend their talents to our U.S. chess while keeping in line with our policy that we set for the executive board of 9 years, and then they let somebody else in as the chair. 9 years on the executive board, let somebody else in on the board.
Thank you. Front mic, Steve. Mr. Parliamentarian.
I'm not sure that I'm opposed to this motion. I don't know if this is the correct mic or not, but I think that while this may not be a practical motion to implement as it is, I think the spirit is that we don't want to be hindering people who want to try to have different chairs of committees from being intimidated or reluctant to serve as those chairs. So maybe this motion can be in some way not a bylaws motion, but just a recommendation to maybe the executive board that committee chairs. It's not a bad idea to sometimes use the idea of rotating committee chairs just for the purpose of bringing new blood and new perspectives. As the chair of a committee has a lot of influence on what the committee does.
Thanks, Steve. Back to the back mic.
This is Srinivas Alampalli from upstate New York. I do thank all the members who have been more than 9 years. I've been serving for a long time on the chairs. But I think just saying that, we cannot get anyone seems, in my opinion, we have been already saying that, we need to get new people, younger generation involved. This is having not supporting this motion is not going to help in that way. Personally, in my opinion, if a company cannot find a good chair, after somebody being there 9 years, it means it's a failure of the entire company, in my opinion.
Thank you. I'm doing sort of an alternating mic thing here, which I didn't really seem to do. And that's not a reference to Mike being in the mic. But so we will have, this will be an affirmative microphone in the front, and then the oppositional microphone will be in the back after this particular motion. Mr. Neiman.
You want to be in the middle line again? Well, first of all, as a 30-year president of the Wisconsin Chess Association, I don't understand term limits, first of all, let me state that. But the main thing I wanted to say is that we may have some ineffective chairs here and there, or just people that serve too long, but what we really have are some committees that are ineffective or not functioning or not operating. And I think that's what we need to be spending our time looking at, trying to re-energize those committees or abolishing them if not needed.
That's well said. Yeah, in the back.
I have a point of information. I would like to know if anybody in this room is aware of any individual who wanted to be a committee chair and was denied that opportunity for any reason whatsoever.
Well, you're out of order. This survey must
It's a
be.
question.
But, yeah.
It's a question.
I'll let it stand. Does
Anybody-
anybody want to respond to that? All right, it looks like you have no takers on that.
Okay, so then what's the point of this?
Well done. I walked right into that.
Carl Hessler from Oregon. I'll answer that. Just because I didn't raise my hand doesn't mean that I don't think we need new people on boards. And I think that the notion that we get awfully hidebound here. You know, I've been coming to these delegates meetings now for probably close to 20 years now. And I look around the room and it's, 90% of the people have been coming to these things for 20 years. And I think forcing people to search for new blood, forcing people to try to get new ideas and new people into these positions is not necessarily a bad thing. And to sit there and say that, well, no one, anyone want to do it, and no one happens to raise their hand in 10 seconds, does not invalidate the point that this is something that ought to be seriously considered. Thank you.
That's also well said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In honor of Helen Henshaw, who just won an award, my mentor in doing this, I call the question.
Any objections? No objections, the question is called. All right. It's motion ADM 1716. No committee chair may serve for more than 9 consecutive years. All in favor, please raise your hand. We are going to count on this one, so keep them up, please. All in favor.
Yes, I did.
Okay, hands down. All opposed?
So much for abstaining.
Okay, hands down. Abstentions? Keep them up, please. The motion fails 21-48-6. All right, that's 1716. Moving on to 1717. This was referred to 2 committees, bylaws and states. Who wants to speak first?
All right, I'm speaking first. The motion itself was not favored, I think, by either committee. Correct me if I'm wrong. The problem being that it was mandatory, saying each state would have to name 1 delegate under the age of 40. It increased the number of delegates by 25, but that would mean, since each state would get 2 delegates, the large states would actually lose the delegate. So the vote on the motion as originally proposed at the committee was 0 to 11 to 0 to 1, and none in favor, 11 against. The workshop was even more emphatic, 0 in favor, 19 against. However, I proposed a substitute, which is ADM 1718, where it's different because it doesn't require the states to name a delegate under age 40. It recommends it, but it only recommends it to states with 5 or more delegates. So the thought there was that encouragement in the EACIs, the state chapters, would probably lead to some more people being appointed delegates under age 40, but it's not mandatory. It doesn't decrease the number of delegates any state has. And I think I mentioned that, as I said to the board, I became a delegate at age 25. Steve Doyle did even as a teenager. And there are only a few states with 5 or more delegates. So we think, as a recommendation, that would hopefully send the right signal, but it would not cost any states who have delegates, existing delegates. I don't know if Leela Quinn, the original sponsor, would be willing to accept my substitute in place of her original motion.
I'm Leela Dicamp from Louisiana, and I made the original motion to get the conversation started about bringing new blood into the organization. I have no objection to the substitution, but I do want to point out that it's not true that any state would lose a delegate under the original proposal. The original proposal was to increase the number of total delegates by the number of states that only have 1 delegate, so that each state that only currently has 1 delegate would then have 2. For those states, they would simply be naming a younger person as their second delegate, and the other states would then also be naming 1 younger delegate. It's simply a matter of trying to get a conversation started within this organization, because there has to be some kind of succession planning where new people are being brought in as delegates and getting involved in committees and learning how the organization works. That's what successful organizations have to do. You've got to, the baton has to be passed at some point. So I don't have any objections to the substitution, but I did think it was important to speak to the rationale so that the delegate body has an understanding of the thinking and that we're working together towards doing something about this.
Okay, and you have certainly been successful in getting the conversation started. We are going to deal with these 2 motions separately. They've both been brought as separate ADMs. So while you may certainly exercise some foresight and know that the second motion is coming, we are going to deal with the first motion in that order first. So let's limit our discussion to ADM 1717 now. Guy?
Okay, the Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin. Large states could lose delegates and would under this because the motion increased the number of delegates by 25. However, there are currently, for this meeting, 27 states that have only 1 delegate. If the total number is only increased by 25 and 27 of them get 1, 2 must be lost somewhere. And my calculations were that New York and Florida would have lost 1 each for this year. For next year, there are 26 states that have only 1 delegate, and Florida, luckily enough, would get to lose 1 again. So the statement that no state would lose a delegate is not true. As far as states workshop, nobody liked it. 8 people opposed, and I can give the numbers for 18, or should I wait on that?
Let's be quick.
Wait on that. Okay. The States Committee did not like the motion either.
Thank you. To the rear microphone now.
Thank you. Dwayne Barber, Southern California. For this body or any body of individuals who even remotely suggest age discrimination in any organization is making a serious mistake in my opinion. Why isn't it age 35? Why can't it be age 45? I'm not interested at the moment in the rest of the motion, which will be dealt with. I think to even remotely suggest an age number cutoff in order to apply that toward, you know, the number of delegates that may appear is inappropriate. If that board up there does its job and they network, they will find people under the age of 40. And if those who are delegates here do their job, you will find people under the age of 40, 37, 32, or whatever it may take in order to add additional support to this organization from younger people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. I know that our founding fathers are squirming right now. Front microphone.
Steve Moore from Southern California. I'm speaking against the motion being considered. Aside from all the other points that have been made, in my opinion, they have actually approved delegates for years now, Southern California. The problem is not whether you have state organizations willing to find younger members. It's finding people who have the discretionary income to come to this very expensive meeting. So if somebody wants to deal with having more younger people, they got to think about the cost of this.
And just as a reminder, please speak for in the front and against in the rear. Otherwise, the lines get distorted and Mr. Just may move prematurely. To the rear microphone.
I'm speaking. Calling you?
Yes.
Bob Messenger representing Massachusetts. I wanted to make a couple of points against this motion. First of all, it could make it harder to obtain a quorum in terms of you've added a bunch of under 40 delegates who may be appointed because sorry. As far as finding a quorum, you could have delegates appointed because they're under age 40 and yet they don't actually come to the meeting. So it could become harder to obtain a quorum. The other point I wanted to make, in the case of a state which currently has 2 delegates who are both over the age of 40, this would force one of those 2 delegates to become under 40. So somebody who's been serving as a delegate would have to retire in favor of someone who's chosen on the basis of age. So thank you.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Hi, I'm Sandy Balambali from upstate New York. I'm 16 years old, and I got the opportunity to come here, but it wasn't easy. Like, my father, really encouraged me to come out, and he really helped me get here. And, I play chess, I play competitive chess. I, don't have much time on my schedule, but I made it out all the same because it's important to me. And I think anybody who really put the effort into coming here, it's important for them. Especially if they're beneath 40, beneath 35, somebody's talking about age discrimination. It's not that. You're just trying to promote the future of chess just by other meetings, right? By having this kind of delegate meeting and encouraging young people to come out. That's really the future of what, being a delegate is. So I urge you to keep that in mind.
Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Thank you for those comments. My son, I think, first served as a delegate when he was 19 one year, and as a representative of the great state of Kentucky, he's 2 appointed delegates are both under the age of 40. I call the question.
Oh, you can't do that.
No, I didn't do the motion. I was introducing myself.
No,
All right. Would somebody like to call the question without?
I call the question.
Yeah. All right. 1717. I'm not going to read the language again. You've got it in front of you. All in favor, raise your credentials, please. All opposed? Any abstaining? The motion fails. All right, 1718.
All right, 1718, I'm going with the version that states with, okay, sorry, 1718, it's the version states having 5 or more delegates are encouraged to select at least 1 delegate under age 40. So this is not mandatory. It would not hurt the states with 2 delegates now to force them to put 1 in under 40, but it's an encouragement because we've heard that we do want to get some younger people out here. So in my mind, there is no downside. At the bylaws committee split on this, 5 to 5 to 1 to 1, but the workshop was in favor, 15 to 3 to 3, and I understand the state's workshop was 4 to 3 in favor. I mean, this is an encouragement. It does not penalize anyone who's an existing delegate, and it's limited to states having 5 or more delegates. So I think this is a positive step that doesn't hurt them.
Rear microphone.
John Hartman, Nebraska. I guess this is a point of information more than anything else. What is the rationale for having the requirement be for either states with more than 5 or more delegates or 4 or more delegates? If the point is to encourage younger delegates, why mention the number of delegates per state at all?
Well, first of all, remember, in this resolution, it's not a requirement. It's merely a recommendation. So that first. And the second thing is because some people have said, as Leela said last year, looking around, she's seen people who've been here for many years, which I certainly don't think is a bad thing, since I probably hold the record for consecutive years attendance. But we do want to encourage the younger generation. We don't want a situation where a whole bunch of us have serious medical problems that there's no one here familiar with the work. So this is meant to encourage, and my feeling was the states with 5 more delegates could most easily accommodate.
So, and Bob, I'll come to you next. Guy, could you give us the state's workshop report on this one now? You can blame me for making you have to come back up.
Essentially, the state's workshop, we addressed whether should be up states with 5 or more delegates or 4 or more delegates. They barely liked 5 or more delegates, 4 to 3, 4 or more delegates, and they didn't like that 1 to 6. There's only like 7 states with 5 delegates, or I think 6 states with 5 delegates or more. It doesn't affect that many people.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I wanted to explain the 5 and the 4. In the bylaws committee, Harold Winston presented 2 different ideas. One was with 5 delegates or more, and one was with 4 delegates or more. And I voted in favor of 5 and against 4, just because, and I know it's an arbitrary cutoff. I just felt that if you have 5 delegates, then you can spare a delegate for being under 40 a little more easily than 4. But as I understand it, Harold was intending to withdraw the alternative wording. Is that right, Harold?
I'm just presenting the 5 or more, not the 4.
So the alternative wording should actually be removed.
Into the rear.
Andrew Ray, Virginia, and I first served as a delegate in 1984 at the young age of 23. I know that we have delegates here younger than that, and we have several delegates here who are younger than 40 already. So in some case, this is somewhat new to people who care about their state affiliates and about the US Chess. They're here already. They're not necessarily being prevented. However, I do have concern about where do we draw the line on encouraging, all of a sudden, next year it becomes a gender deal, and 4 years from now becomes, we'd like to have military veterans. That's a great thing that they would be able to do. In 10 years from now, we need more LGBT representation, so on and so forth. We're here as chess players, and I don't know that we should be drawing lines outside of that we're here as chess players.
Back to the front.
If I could just respond, it would not be my intention to support any further recommendations.
That's what we call a false promise in politics. To the rear microphone.
John Hartman, Nebraska. As one of the younger people in the room, it terrifies me that I could be qualified as such. So I'm deeply sympathetic to the rationale behind these 2 motions. However, in particular with this version, I'm deeply skeptical of any attempt to codify something that is only a recommendation, and in particular something that is only a recommendation that would affect 6 states. It seems to me to be borderline useless to do so. So I would, despite my sympathies, I'm against this.
Thank God that borderline useless isn't the standard front microphone.
Well, I would never get anywhere in that case.
Kind of, Sandy Balbali from New York, just kind of to go off what you said, I actually disagree in the sense that, as I mentioned before, it's all about, what we're talking about here has to do with the future of the delegates, has to do with the future of USDF as a whole. And if we begin to think that, oh, next year is going to be gender, the year after that is going to be LGBT, then we're confining ourselves to the idea that, oh, we have to remain where we are. We can't give up our space to something that we're not certain about. You have to extend to the next generation, which will be my generation, because we are the future of chess. If you fear that, if you don't want to give up your seat where you are right now, then you're not willing to make the sacrifice to better chess, to, keep this ongoing throughout the centuries. That's what you have to do.
Thank you. Bill?
Yeah, Bill Brock, Illinois. I just wish to fully support my predecessor on this microphone. That was very well said. Very, very sympathetic to the ideas behind this motion. But ADM 1718 is precisely the kind of motion that will make intelligent people under 40 scream and run away in terror. It is micromanagement. Yes, of course we should be doing. I love you people, okay? I don't want to be here every year. The reason I'm here, I always ask to be slated as an alternate. I'd rather be playing in the open. I would rather get some sucker under 40 here, okay? Very, very seriously. I'm not joking about that. That's very serious, okay? And it's not because I'm happy to go to whatever committees are relevant. I'd rather not be here. This is a great experience for young people. But to legislate this is kind of, even if it's advisory, I think it's kind of silly. We want to be more representative in every way. And the other thing is, as a practical matter, you ask, 25 to 40 are the wonder, they're the parent years. It's going to be harder. The people who have the time for just volunteers are going to find it harder to drive their family schedules to be here. So even when you have qualified people, it's going to be hard for them to get here.
Thank you. Front mic?
I just wanted to point out that we already do have recommendations in DACI 8 on page 36, which is called State Chapter Requirements and Recommendations. First, for items of the following list are required of each state chapter, and the remaining items are recommendations. So having a recommendation would not be something new, it would not depart from our traditional practice.
Thank you, Harold. To the rear.
Yes, I'm just wondering whether there are any states that require and have 5 or more delegates that they're allowed to have that fill all those requirements. I don't think there are. I think there are the positions missing from every state that has 5 or more delegates. We have 5 delegates assigned that can be assigned from Pennsylvania. I'm the only one here. Of course, this doesn't affect me personally because I'm only 35, but for some reason,
I'll do the jokes.
Not so far.
AKA sucker under 40.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. All I have to say is that maybe the executive board could find a way to study this and just find a way to get more people under the age of 40, because I think I understand where Leela is coming from, because I am only 28 years old, but one of the ways is just finding a way for younger people to serve on committees. They don't have to be delegates, they don't have to show up here, just finding a way to maybe ease the transition of some of the committees, delegates, all the way that we function as an organization, and that might be an easier way rather than setting rules here so long for the idea of the motion. I'm also understanding of a lot of the negativity that people in the back might seem to portray here, but just easing the transition between all of the organizations, and it's easier to find the next committee chair, let's say, for an organization when people are serving at a younger age. So while I care about all of the older people in this room, I understand we need to continue the process of getting new people here.
So I'm gonna wipe something on my eye here. If somebody wants to run to that front mic while they're doing this, you can do so. Tim,
I call the question.
any objections? Seeing none, we're gonna go to a vote on ADM 1718. All in favor? Okay, hands down. All opposed? Okay, hands down. Abstentions? (27, 44, 6). The motion fails. 1719. Referred to the Rules Committee in 2015 and to the Rules Committee in 2016. What will we do in 2017?
Do not refer to rules.
Okay. ADM 1719. Okay, this was discussed at length in the Rules Committee, and we were kind of evenly split between this and an alternate motion, which said almost the exact opposite. The vote was 6-7 when taken. I had prepared a substitute motion, I believe, which is in the rules report. However, we discussed this also in the workshop, and there the rules committee is requesting that the rules do be clarified. The committee is evenly split, but the workshop overwhelmingly voted in favor of in favor of the main motion. With 12 votes, the alternate motion, which said that the score sheet itself had to be visible, or the screen on which the score is recorded on an electronic device had to be visible to the tournament director. It was 12-2, and so from that standpoint, the Rules Committee withdraws the alternate and urges a vote on the main motion, either up or down. We really don't care at this point, just get it done.
All right, anybody want to refer this to the Rules Committee?
The scorebook itself, whether it's electronic, paper, whatever, has to be visible, but the score, which would be the moves written down, only has to be available to the TV upon when necessary, so that the opponent of the player could be denied seeing the actual moves written down on the score sheet. This is the way I interpret that this will go. Is this true?
That is correct. The scorebook, a lot of people use the bound scorebooks that close up by themselves, take up a lot of space if they're open. That would be closed. And the screensaver on an electronic score sheet could be activated, in other words, not visible. So to answer your question, you are correct, this motion allows that.
Bob, are you queued?
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. We feel that, as the original makers of the motion, feel that it's sort of impractical, especially in a large tournament, to force every single player to have the moves of the game visible. It's more practical to just say, you can have, as long as we can see your scorebook, you have your electronic device that's visible on the table, but the opponent isn't necessarily entitled to see the moves. say that it's a 40-move time control, and you're down to seconds on your clock, and you're not sure if you made the time control or not. Under our current rules, you're not entitled to know whether you made time control. The opponent is allowed to cover up the move of the pen or close the scorebook and prevent you from knowing how many moves have been made. That's the way the game's been played. So the alternative of, I guess part of the problem is the current rule could be interpreted the other way. Some tournament directors currently interpret the rule as written to be saying that you would have to have the actual move play visible. If you were using an electronic device, you can't use the screensaver, the move needs to be visible. And part of the motivation for making this motion was because when there's a rule which different national tournament directors interpret differently, it's ambiguous. So this was our attempt to resolve the ambiguity.
Thank you. To the rear.
Yes, we've always told kids in the tournament, the nationals, that the onus is on them to know whether their opponent has an accurate, approved device. Now, we put a picture of it, but we know in some cases it can be tampered with. You can change the programming inside. This would prevent a player from taking that device of his opponent, looking at it. Also, if it's a handwritten score sheet, how do you know if the player has entered moves or written additional information if the player cannot look at it, at the score sheet itself? I always thought this was an important part of it. The player is entitled to see the moves. If he's behind, and in terms of what was previously said, it's only going to, you can only look at your opponent's score sheet when your clock is running and it's your move. I've known of players who will, when they're going to win on time, it's their move, they will borrow their opponent's scorebook and fill in the moves before you run out of time, or opponent runs out of time, just so that they have an accurate score sheet. This would eliminate all of that.
To the front.
In point of fact, under the current rules, if your opponent doesn't give you or denies your request to see your score sheet, you can ask the director to see the score sheet now, as long as you have at least 5 minutes or more. You don't have that right with under 5 minutes to make that request of the score sheet. That's, I think, what Bob was talking about. If I'm playing you and I have seconds left on my clock, you've been meticulous in keeping a score, you're trying to win the game on time because you've been spending effort making a score sheet. I'm basically using your work against you by benefiting to see whether or not I've made the time control, how many moves I've made. This would address that more carefully, and it doesn't change anything now in terms of what the rule is. The rule remains unchanged regarding the right of a player to look at the opponent's score sheet. He has that right. If the opponent declines the request, it goes to the director, who would be obliged to still oppose it unless the player is under 5 minutes. The current rule does say that. This does not change that.
Jan?
Kenneth Sloan from the great state of Alabama. I'd like to agree with the previous speaker that the problem with this amendment is that it does not change the sense of the current rule. The only effective change is to add the tip. Sloan and Emmett agree. Cue the media.
Would you like to change your position, Steve?
By the way, the chair of the Rules Committee rules on this motion that it's a reminder to the body, rules motions require a 2/3 majority to change a rule. This isn't changing the rule. Therefore, it only requires a simple majority. It's only asking the editor to add a TD tip. And another point is that there's an easy workaround. If the TD wants to see the score, the rule specifically states that the score sheet, you use the score sheet provided by the organizer and tournament director. So if the tournament director wants to see the score, they can provide the score sheet and everybody misuse it.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, I might be out of order. Okay, sorry.
how can we have something that's not a rules change when the motion says it's amending the rules?
It specifically states right here that changing words
We got a roll.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. It does change the rule.
Okay.
Sorry.
It changes the words of the rule, but not the meaning.
This is a rules change, ADM. Tim?
Call the question.
Oh.
I wasn't listening to what you said before, so were you asking me something first?
No. Any objections? We have an objection? All in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. Down. All opposed to calling the question, the question is called. All right, now voting on the ADM 1719. I'm not going to read it. You have it in front of you. It's been referred to the rules for the last 2 years. Now we're going to vote it up or down, David. All in favor of 1718, please raise 19. All in favor of 1719, please raise your credentials. It does need 2/3, so we are counting. Please stay up. We got the board. Down. All opposed to 1719, please raise your credentials. Oh God, we got math coming here.
I got you covered.
Arithmetic is math. All right, hands down. All abstaining? And what are the counts? 38, 27, and 8, motion fails. I'll pause while some of you work your calculators. All right, 1720.
1720 and 1721 are the same rule and motion. I think it was misnumbered. They should have been combined in the delegates call. And I will yield the floor first to the maker of the motion because he's agreed to an amendment to substitute 21 in place of 20.
I withdraw ADM 1720 in favor of ADM 1721.
All right, so now we're moving to 1721.
1721, the
Well, hang on one second, David.
yeah, 1721.
Let me look conflict of interest here. All right. So, as it turns out, that this one being referred to rules does not belong to Mr. Ballou. So the parliamentarian has now straightened him out. So, Mr. Ballou, you have the floor.
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the 1720.
Does anyone object to withdraw this motion in 1720? I see no objections. Now we can move to 1721. Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian, and Mr. Ballou. Please pay closer attention in the future.
The committee votes in favor of the of 1721 by a vote of 8-1, with 5 not responding. The workshop favored the motion 17-2, we urge the delegates once again to act on this motion and not refer it back to the committee.
All right, on 1721, discussion. Robert.
All right. Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I believe Ken Ballou's motivation for this is the fact of our two major pairing programs, SwissSys and WinTD. SwissSys awards the buy according to the rule book, which is the lowest rated player in the lowest score group who hasn't already had the buy. WinTD, however, does it a different way. WinTD says, look at the lowest score group, find and decide whether, look at the color balance of white and black. And if there are more players with white than black, then you're going to want to give the buy to a player who chooses to for white. So that really WinTD hasn't been following the rules. So Ken's idea is, well, let's make the rules at least so that WinTD does conform to the rules, especially since WinTD is used in US chess tournaments. And the committee felt better to make that a variation, but you don't have to announce the variation. So basically, it legitimizes something which is already being done by WinTD. So I urge you to vote yes on this motion.
Rear microphone.
Just point of information, would you clarify the exception, the limits in there, 29E5A and 29E5B? Can someone clarify? What
That's
those are? I don't have a rule book.
That's the rating limitations for alternation and.
Please talk into the microphone.
Point of information was what are the rules that are referring to, that's the rating limitations for alternation and equalization.
80 points and 200 points.
Okay, front mic.
I am in favor of this, primarily because as the tournament goes on, the lowest score group gets smaller and smaller. It's nice to keep the alternation of colors as fine as possible. And secondly, too many tournaments, you fight to give that bottom guy the buy, and then the next round, the guy you would have given it to last round gets the buy. So I don't think that this harms anyone.
Thank you. Rear mic.
John Hartman, Nebraska. Point of information, why did we change the rules internally as opposed to requiring the WinTD author to adhere to USCF rules?
Who wants to respond?
In actual fact, the committee has debated the virtues of handling the buy in this manner. So it is not strictly correct to say that we're simply making this change so that WinTD will be compliant, although I personally wish that WinTD would offer the option of strict compliance to the rules or doing it the way WinTD does. We're actually offering this amendment, and the committee feels that this is a better way of handling the buy. It is a reasonable way. It is actually the way that FIDE pairing rules handle the buy.
Yeah, rear microphone.
Garrett Scott, Illinois. I just had my question answered.
Okay. Ken?
Ken Sloan, as someone who spends all of his life playing with computers and writing programs, I find it terrible that USCF has in the past often changed the rules because someone wrote a program to do it that way, and therefore we must. But in this case, Ken Balou is correct. We considered the merits of this. The fact that WinTD was doing it in violation of the rules is one of the ways that we were alerted to the fact that there's a better way to do it. We want to change the rule because this is a better way, not because WinTD does it that way.
Well said. Rear mic.
I am also a member of the Rules Committee.
disagree with both Ken's that that is what the committee actually decided. I believe when I saw the deliberations, the committee decided that having a variation was good because there was much merit in the ability to do this. But the committee did not take a position that the variation is better than the rule, which is what I just heard both Ken say, and the committee did not, in fact, come to that determination.
All right, we'll hear from David on that in a moment here. Front mic.
Gerald Roberts, Indiana. This is more of a point of order. Does the rule currently provide that you have to indicate whether there's new, if there are new players?
Yes. If that wording is not underlined, it is the text that already exists.
Front mic.
Andrew Redding, Virginia. I call the question.
Any objections? We have objections. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. Down. All opposed, raise your credentials. Any abstaining? All right, the question is called. We're voting on ADM 1721. I'm not going to read it. It's in front of you. Yeah, until rules change, we're gonna be counting, so keep going on. All in favor, please raise your credentials. All opposed? Any abstaining? What are the numbers? 64-6-6. The motion passes. ADM 1722. This was referred to rules. David.
The Rules Committee has determined that this is not in the Rules Committee purview. That is, this is not a rules change or suggestion. This belongs to another committee that is going to be nominated, I believe, by a motion later in the agenda. Therefore, I move to postpone this motion till after ADM 17-40, when that committee will be voted on.
All right, all in favor of postponing this motion? Any opposed? Any abstaining?
Please, the Secretary, remember this when 1740 comes up.
That's what I'm finding.
1723, originally by Steve Mimmet. It's referred to Scholastic for study in 2014, to the Rules Committee in 2015, back to the Scholastic Council in 2016. What next? All right, so let's hear from the Scholastic Council. Not being willing. Scholastic Council, did you address this in workshop?
Was addressed by who was charged with response.
Yeah, but neither. You have the numbers?
This is 1723, right?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, the Scholastic Workshop anyway said that they support the sentiment, however they defer to the rules, with the understanding that we would like to, for National Scholastic, which is 7 rounds, to to look at the pairings during round 6 to try to alleviate any future color issues.
Gee, I hate to refer this one again. More importantly, nobody wants it. Give it to that new organizers council, they can handle this one.
What was that again, Mike? You feel it is a rules issue? The council did.
Yeah, because it had to do with color allocation, right? So.
Yeah, but doesn't the Scholastic Council deal with all the scholastic events and they don't necessarily follow the rules anymore?
Minnesota.
Sorry, that was probably out of order, but. Okay, it might be up to the organizer on how they advertise their events as far as team events are concerned. We don't know how to fix it.
Okay, chair recognizes a V. You were sitting closest to the Scholastic Council chair at the time of this workshop.
Yes, and I think that the council requested that when something is moving from one committee to another, it should come with a recommendation of the previous committee, so we will have an enlightened knowledge of how to proceed. It came from the rules committee to us with no recommendations. I don't know if they're in favor or against, and therefore the Scholastic Council have been negligent, I should say, or maybe delayed in giving an opinion.
David, would you care to respond to a charge of negligence? To the rear microphone, please.
Pennsylvania, I would just characterize what the council did come up with, and that was, as Mike was saying, they wanted to have it studied further by TDs going to the last round to see if it would make any unnecessary, have a negative impact on it. They wanted some more feedback first. They wanted the TDs to study it going into the last round to see if there would be some negative feedback.
David, are you responding?
Yeah, the penultimate round, the second to last.
To answer the question.
Order.
Yeah, to answer the question, I don't recall getting any request from the Scholastic Council for any kind of input.
Okay.
Should have come, but we wait.
Don't speak from the seats. Please don't speak from the seats. Front mic.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. My feeling, a motion which has already been referred 3 times should not be referred again. So I believe that we should take an up or down vote on this. My recommendation is, yes, we should make that be the default rule. If the Scholastic Council wants to use different rules for their tournaments, they're perfectly free to put that as a variation in their set of Scholastic rules. I would think that we need to decide one way or the other. We have a conflict between color equalization and players on the team. We already have +2 pairings, so the top players in the last round, we're going to be looking at colors because the +2 pairings say that if you have a +2 score, we're not going to be using the team player pairing for those players. So I think this is a fine rule. I think we should vote yes, but I don't think we should refer because referring 4 times is just ridiculous.
All right, thank you. Ken.
Ken Sloan. To my mind, this is a bad rule because it's a version of something that we do here all the time. This is an issue which has several different, perfectly reasonable answers. And when we set a rule which says this is the one true answer, the next year someone stands up and says, no, I like my version better. Let's make that the one true actual version. And we go back and forth and back and forth. Now, in my limited experience, I've seen a fair number of different styles of combined individual and team events. For some of them, this rule would be appropriate. For others, it's not. I suggest that this is really an organizer issue. It's the kind of variation that an organizer should be able to impose without having extra verbiage in the rule book.
Thank you. Steve.
I disagree. I think this is something that directly affects the tournament director. I'd like to, I don't know if it's in order, I'd like to propose an amendment replacing the word section with variation. The following variation is added, unannounced variation is added to Rule 29E and the rest of the text will be.
Is it a friendly amendment? It's yours. Right. The body owns it.
I'll second Steve's motion.
All right. All right.
I'll
Motion-
second Steve's motion.
All right, we have a motion to amend. Steve, step to the mic real quick and tell us what the words are that are being amended quickly.
Just in the resolve, the following unannounced variation. That's it.
Okay, so now we're voting, is there any discussion on the amendment?
Yes. One point of information, I think I heard somebody indicate they thought we were modifying the scholastic rule. This is the main rule, not a scholastic rule that we are discussing, in my opinion.
Right. Ken?
I believe it would actually be better to include the word variation following 29E8. Therefore, I move to amend the amendment to be insert the word variation after 29E8 in the proposed text of the rule.
Steve?
Excuse me, yes, that is a good point. To make this variation parenthesis unannounced parenthesis.
Jim Manella, Southern California. I recommend that the executive board create a committee called Committee for ADMs Nobody Wants. However, sensing a lack of support for that, I call the question.
All right, hang on.
You can't talk to it.
We've got a muddled mess we gotta work through here.
Point of order, we have a proposal for an amendment to amendment. I second the proposal, so I think that's what is on the floor now.
All right, so we have Ken Ballou's amendment is before us.
Steve, you can accept.
All right, is there?
Before you do this, I just need to find out, is this correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Messenger representing Massachusetts. I think it makes no sense at all to make this a variation. We have a rule which is ambiguous. And I'm just saying one interpretation of that rule will be a variation. It doesn't tell you what the main rule is. So I would oppose this variation. I think that without it being a variation, it should simply be the main rule. Any tournament director or organizer who wants to use a different rule can simply announce that as a variation.
Stay with the amendment. Tim?
If I've been following this correctly, I think I'm calling the question on I'm adding the amendment first.
Yes, I think you are correct. All right, any objections calling the question? Seeing none, we're voting on the amendment to the amendment. But it is now the amendment, right? It's the language that's up on the screen in front of us right now. All in favor, raise your credentials.
It's the rules change.
It's a rules change. So we Gotcha.
We're just doing the amendment, right?
Yeah, we're just amending now. All right, all opposed? Any abstaining? All right, the amendment, the rule, the ADM is amended. All right, now we're to the amended motion.
I thought we were referring it to.
No.
Okay, then I call the question.
Any objections? We have an objection. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Question is called. All right, we're now voting on the language that we see in front of us on the screen up here. Is there any? We need a 2/3 vote, so we will be counting. Keep your credentials up once you vote. All in favor of the amended motion, please raise your credentials. Now, all opposed? So total of 19. All abstentions? (52, 19, 3). The rule is changed under ADM
Point of information,
as amended 1723. I read the point of information.
are these going to be implemented as of January the 1st of this coming year?
That is the custom.
Yes.
Sure.
All right. I'm going to yield the chair to Mr. Priest for 1724.
1724, under old business, had been referred to the Scholastic Council. Can the Scholastic Council please, representative, please address 1724. Is there anyone from the Scholastic Council who will address 1724? Thank you, Mr. Lee. We're currently looking for notes. Mr. Neatman does not have a specific recommendation from the Scholastic Council for this motion.
Motion failed. Lack of a sponsor.
No, it belongs to, since it went to the council, it belongs to the body now. Is there anyone then to speak to the motion?
So is this in a motion that's on the floor now?
Yes, it is.
All right, so this is not sponsored by anyone.
That it belongs to the body as old business.
I would like to speak in favor of the motion then. The rationale basically summarizes my reasons, but this is telling the players who ask, yes, is this checkmate, requiring the directors to answer that question, yes or no. First of all, it requires them to answer that question correctly, whether it's yes or no. And that would seem obvious, but it's by no means is that a given that the answer is going to be answered correctly. And when that question is answered incorrectly, the amount of time and effort and anguish that is required to deal with the appeals from the angry parent and coach and everyone is certainly nothing to be trifled with. One of the arguments against this motion is that it adds extra time to the length of the round. One of the things that's happened with the National Scholastic, with the reduction in the time controls, the round times have been shortened. The amount of extra time that it takes to answer this question correctly is not, it's probably about a minute at the most for most cases. I've been in this situation many times. I've answered when this rule was not in effect. And I did not find it to be a situation where excessive time was wasted. And I think two other points are that this policy has varied from national to national, whether it is to answer, is this checkmate yes or no, or to answer the question by throwing it back to the players and letting them deduce the answer. That policy has itself varied from nationals to nationals. I've worked at nationals where it's been in both cases, and it's been up to the director of the national, the particular chief tournament director, how that would be answered in the past. I don't know about the future. That has been the case in the past. I think most importantly, the job of the director is not to tell the players what's going on in the game if they don't know is this checkmate or stalemate. They should be first given the opportunity to try and figure that out themselves. We're not here, the sole purpose of the national is not to get the rounds over as fast as possible, because we already have mechanisms that allow the rounds to be done in plenty of time.
So, help me a minute there, Steve, because I'm a bit confused as the chair. You're in favor of the motion, but it sounded like you were saying you were opposed to people answering the question. I just got confused, I'm sorry.
Opposed to answering the question with a simple yes or no, and making the director tell the players what's going on in the game.
So that would mean you're opposed to the motion?
No,
Okay.
I'm in favor of the motion. The motion is opposed to requiring tournament directors to answer the question, is this checkmate with yes or no?
I apologize, I was confused. Given the number of people that we have lined up to speak to this issue, we will go ahead and oppose the traditional 2-minute limit to speak. So now we're back to the back microphone, Mr. Shaw.
Although there's no reason to displace the council here at the moment, I was at the meeting, and the council did decide at the time to study this and come up with some appropriate questions to ask a player who asked whether or not it's checkmate. We're forming a subcommittee that's going to investigate this. So my recommendation is that we postpone this until that subcommittee has had a chance to develop more fully the kind of questions that would be asked instead of the simple yes or no.
Okay, we have a recommendation, if that's not a motion. Mr. Blue.
As a tournament director, it is beyond my understanding why the correct answer to is this checkmate is, that's for you to figure out. The tournament director ought not be providing assistance, ought not be telling the players how to determine whether it is checkmate or stalemate. I don't understand players playing a rated game of chess needing to be told whether it's checkmate or stalemate. I understand, I've heard that this is sometimes a strategy suggested by coaches. I favor that strategy. I speak in favor of the motion only insofar as it gets the tournament director out of the business of dictating whether it is checkmate or stalemate or not because I think it is a good motion.
Point of order, both Ken agreed with me.
I'm not sure that's a point of order, but Mr. Kaufman.
Larry Kaufman, Maryland. I just want to point out that there are quite a few ways the game of chess can end, not just checkmate or stalemate, it can end by a 50-move rule, it can end by repetition, it can end by sufficient fate, and I think a lot of the kids don't even know all these rules. So I'm not particularly taking a position on the motion, although I probably vote yes, but I do think it should be amended to cover all the possible outcomes of the game of chess. If a kid comes up and says, is king and bishop versus king a draw? That's no different than asking, is this checkmate? Or if he says, is 3 times the repetition of the same position, or is it 3 times the sequence of moves? He may not know that rule. So all of these should be treated the same way, in my opinion, whatever that way is. So I guess I'm proposing an amendment, but I'm not quite sure what the best way to word that would be.
Well, if we're going to propose an amendment, we have to have an amendment instead of the notion that it ought to be amended.
Well,
We need more.
somehow we have to replace the word checkmate by a game-ending event, maybe. Maybe that's better language to suggest.
No kid's going to ask, is this a game ending?
I don't know how to couch that as an amendment. Chair rules that's
The
not.
amendment would be to just change the word checkmate. It's not necessary. I'm sorry, my eyesight is too bad. I have to come up with the exact word.
Yeah, let's come to the front, Mike.
Fire service director, is this checkmate? So instead of saying is this checkmate, it should be something like, is this checkmate or any outcome that, or any event that results in the game being terminated as a draw? That would do it.
Really? For a 6-year-old kid? Really?
So we now have a motion on the floor to amend.
You're a 6-year-old kid, really?
although the wording appears to be a bit vague.
Mr. Chair, I rise to a point of privilege. There's a
Please.
lot of noise in the room, and it is difficult to hear the active speakers.
Sidebar discussions, please avoid them, because I cannot hear very effectively even up here. So we have a vague amendment that we don't know exactly how it's worded. Until we have an amendment that has solid wording, we don't have an amendment.
Has it been seconded?
It has not been seconded, because I have not ruled that we actually have an amendment that anyone can second.
All right, I'll try to restate it in a more precise manner. So my amendment is to change "is this checkmate," third line, to "is this checkmate or a draw due to one of the laws of chess."
That is an amendment that we can understand what it means.
However, we're not changing this section. That's the current policy.
I'm adding, okay, you can call it extending the section. Is this checkmate or a draw, an event,
Draw by rule. Is there any
Draw by rules
second?
of
Is there any second to this amendment, proposed amendment? We have a second. Is there any discussion to the amending this motion?
Can we make sure this verb is
Is that what your amendment is, Mr. Coffin? On the board?
I'm sorry.
Is that your amendment, what is up on the board, typed in red?
This is becoming a
Please end discussion amongst yourselves. We're trying to work out what this motion actually is. We cannot hear. I think the change,
Not in the right place.
he's wanting to change the, Boyd, he's wanting to change the, you've got the right language, but it's in the thing where it says, is this checkmate? It's changing that. The problem with that amendment would appear to be, that's the question the child is asking.
Call the question on the amendment.
The question, excuse me, the question that the child will ask is this checkmate? I don't think I've never had a child ask me if this is checkmate or a draw under any one of the possible rules of chess. I've never had them ask that question. The question that the child will ask at a national scholastic event, or any other scholastic event that I've ever experienced is this checkmate?
How about this became
So-
a checkmate or a stalemate or a draw?
I'm going to rule this amendment out of order, and let's move on. Because it's not an amendment to the, it's not a proper amendment. So we are back to debating this ADM as presented, and we are to the front mic with Garrett. You have 2 minutes, sir.
I speak in favor of this motion. We need to be aware that at our national championship scholastic tournaments, we have unrated sections. These are players who have never played in a chess tournament before. They don't have a lot of experience. They are often a little edgy about what they're doing to start with. These are children. Sometimes they don't come up to your waist. Let's not intimidate them at a chessboard with the person who's twice as tall as they are and they'll say yes or no. That's run out. Can you block? Can you capture? Once they've answered those 3 questions, we've educated them a little bit and given a friendly interchange between the director and the player. I think that is much at least as important.
A representative from the Scholastic Council said they think that's a wonderful plan. Does anybody from the back mic wish to oppose that referral?
I oppose it.
All right, let's vote on the referral. All in favor of referral, signify by raising credentials. It's an army. All opposed. I declare that that motion has been referred back to Scholastic Council. We welcome the debate in Madison next year.
Ridiculous.
With power to implement. Well, we welcome the report in Madison next year.
Do I know when to take a bathroom break or not?
All right. All right, 1725, I'm sorry. Wait.
I'm, Mr. Guerra-Madrid is representing the Scholastic Council?
Yes.
Is that correct? Yes. I'm curious why you weren't representing them when we were asking for the Scholastic Council to weigh in on things? I'm just curious.
He wasn't here.
It was right.
We got three of us here, but the chairs are not here. The chairs took notes and
So,
votes.
no one from the council, I'm just curious why we were having these questions about the Scholastic Council.
He's the incoming chair. The previous chairs are not here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, 1725. This is TDCC's. Alex?
So, we were asked to come up with a practical component for testing NTD abilities, and we had a great deal of difficulty for that, and unfortunately, Mr. Emmett was not at the TDCC workshop, but what we came up with was to require an NTD applicant to have been an ANTD for at least 6 months, and the committee was in favor of this. I don't have exact numbers. The workshop was in favor 9-3.
Wait, I'm confused. What are you doing with this motion, this ADM that's in front of us right now? Okay. You're speaking neither for nor against the motion in front of us?
He's saying that the TDCC already feels that it has an appropriate mechanism in place by requiring a director to be an ANTD for 6 months before becoming an NTD.
All right, well, that's speaking against it then.
It's a committee report.
Go ahead, Ken.
Changes to TD certification requirements go before the Tournament Director Certification Committee and then directly to the Executive Board. The delegates do not need to approve changes to Tournament Director Certification requirements. The Tournament Director Certification Committee has already voted on the motion to require ANTD length of service of at least 6 months. That would go directly to the Executive Board.
I'd like to ask, I don't know which microphone it is, I'd like to ask a question about what the TDCC just did. So, in other words, when the motion says the TDC to develop a practical mechanism to help evaluate a candidate's skills, the TDCC's practical mechanism is to require 6 months of directing as an ANTD. Is that the practical mechanism? Well, I don't know how to express an additional point of view then that's contrary to the TDCC. At what point? Because I don't think that is what the ADM was really asking for.
We couldn't figure out what the ADM was asking for.
Steve, I think one thing that the TDCC recognizes is some people became NTDs without ever taking the ANTD test, and the two tests are different. So you're tested for two different things.
Both of those tests are written tests, and the point of this was to have a practical test similar to observing the director direct the tournament and evaluating his directing. Similar to what's being done at the National Scholastics.
That's it, Steve. Ditto. You just hit the nail on the head. Thank you. It's already being done. It doesn't have to be done under the auspices of the TDCC.
It's being done for directors who direct at the National Scholastics.
That's right. Where else would you expect that to happen?
All tournaments.
If you wanted them in all tournaments, with all due respect, we included you in the discussion and you cut us off. You quit responding to us. You cannot expect us to come up with something when you don't respond.
Point of personal privilege, I was in the email chain with the rest of the TDCC and I did respond. They did not cut you off. That is not true.
Well, you cut me off, certainly. We asked you for some more input, you cut us off.
Let's get back to the merits here. Mr. Blue.
TDCC has evaluated the proposed motion and produced a response that it believes will address the motion. I move to postpone the motion indefinitely.
Second.
We have a second. All right. Discussion?
I guess I'm opposed to postponing indefinitely because I understand that this is not going to really address what I think my original intent was to try and develop a system where directors can be evaluated not just on how they performed in the written exam, but also on the practical tournament conditions.
To the rear.
We already have a system. If I play in a tournament and I'm dissatisfied with the way the tournament director is handling it, I can write to the TDCC and say, look at what this idiot did. And they'll look into it. I assure you they will. So if there's enough complaints against a particular director, they're going to take some kind of action, including, removing him as a director or knocking him down a couple of levels. We already have this mechanism. I do not understand why we're even having this discussion.
Bill?
I call the question.
Any objections to calling the question? We have an objection. All in favor? Calling the question? Calling the question. All in favor of calling the question?
What question?
We move to
Postpone.
Any opposed? Okay. Any abstentions? All right, the question is called. We're back now to postponing indefinitely. All in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Abstain. All right, it's postponed indefinitely. That's ADM 1725. ADM 1726. TDCC. Alex.
So, TDCC said no without dissent to this motion. The workshop was 1 to 13.
No, that's fine. Discussion.
I am actually in favor of this motion. This motion was presented by some folks who work in areas of the country where it is a bit of a struggle to gather 8 or more rated entrants with an average rating of 1,800 or higher. And, I personally fail to see what the round robin at that level with that number of players makes a lot of difference in doing ones with 6 players, I've done round robins with 6 players where the average rating was 2,200. And I would submit I dealt with whatever issues one might deal with in that, whether I had 6 or 8 players. So I just think we have created a situation with this rule that makes it extremely difficult for for some of our directors in certain parts of the country to advance. I also recognize that this was originally proposed by one of our directors who is in the great state of Utah. And that one reason he proposed that, I am certain, is because of the difficulty in figuring out a way to make this happen. The other thing is, we make this happen, one way that I can make this happen in Kentucky is I get a group of folks together over beer and we do a double round robin with age, and it didn't mean crap, right? It was just a thing, and we got it done. So, having a smaller event that actually means something is probably more important and better for testing the tournament director than whether we got a group of players that have to be highly rated enough over beers to do a quick double blitz, I just don't see that this gives us what we're looking for. The present rule, so I like for having the rule.
Okay, if you want to improve your rating, leave the beer out of the tournament. To the rear microphone.
Brian Yang, Kansas. I'm the national tournament director. I'm from Kansas, and same situation with Utah. We don't have enough of 1,800 players above to have average rating to do a round robin. But somehow, yet, I got our credit. I'm the national tournament director. Why? I went to Texas. I ran a blitz tournament. I ran 2 blitz tournaments. It took me about 3 hours. We picked our first place. Boom, boom. I got my credit. The point of the national tournament director, in my opinion, is you're supposed to be national. You're not just Kansas. You're not just Utah. You are national. You can direct any state because you have earned that title and you have the capabilities expected of the national team. Thank you.
Back. Alex?
Mr. Chairman, request permission to speak again from the closer microphone. Sure.
Yes.
To pile on with Mr. Yang, I believe that there's no need for Utah, for example, to have national tournament directors, and if someone wants to be a national tournament director in Utah or New Hampshire, then it should be willing to travel to a place where it is possible to organize a round robin.
All right, now, Bob, are you speaking for? Go ahead.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. For me, this was a very difficult, this was something that took me something like 10 or 15 years or so to pass, just because I direct weekend tournaments, don't do round robin tournaments. I was finally able to find a round robin tournament at a club where once a week I had to go in and direct. And the thing is, the barrier is not so much having anything to do with directing ability, it's just the ability to find a round robin with the right ratings and the right number of rounds. So I'm in favor of this change.
Thank you. To the rear.
Personally, I am not convinced. I only speak personally. I am not convinced of the value of the category R requirement and the rating minimums associated with that requirement. However, TDCC, in its judgment, has made this the requirement. This requirement applies to those who would test for ANTD or NTD. I believe very strongly that if one is to be an ANTD or NTD, one should definitely have directing experience outside one's own local area. And in fact, one should have directing experience outside of just one organizer. The point is that the candidate should have seen several ways of how tournaments are run, and by seeing that diversity of practice, they become better and more qualified tournament directors. And so I oppose the motion.
Thank you. Alan?
Well, like Mr. Yang, I am indeed a national tournament director and achieved that in a relatively short period of time. By the time I became an NTD, I'd already directed at some 10 or 12 national scholastic events and indeed several state championship events and others. I was unaware that when I was a local or a senior TD that I was restricted to only direct events in my locality. I wasn't aware that a local TD meant you could only direct locally because in fact it does not mean that. What we are simply trying to do here is give some folks in some areas of the country where it is difficult to meet a requirement that frankly doesn't add, in my opinion, a tremendous amount to your abilities, Are we saying that because it's 1,800 and higher, you're dealing with more eccentric players? That question may be indeed true, and it may not be. Because I've had more one eccentric 1,500 rated players that I've dealt with in my life as well. So I don't think that saying that this would preclude someone from traveling 3 states away to create a meaningless event just for the sake of checking off the box is something that we really need to encourage.
Okay, point of information. Eccentricity is directly related to rating. To the rear mic.
Eric Vila from the state of Ohio. I am a senior TD and working towards my NTD as well. And as far as the requirement, along the way in my pursuit of the ANTD and NTD certification, I have networked with it and going to national events such as this. I have met a number of TDs who have gone out of their way to invite me to events to get my requirements taken care of. And I have in return also invited people to come and have had people in my house to rate tournaments and to help them get their requirements taken out of the way. And I think that, in our great, one of our 4 core strengths of this organization is our tournament directors and us to get around and to get out of our box and to get to other states and work with each other and learn from each other is a fabulous thing. And then, okay, it's a silly requirement, but it gets us out of our box. And that's what I'm against this motion, so that we still have to get out of our boxes, get out of our comfort zone, and get our requirements done.
Thank you. To the front.
Andrew Ray, Virginia, and I have two round robins to my credit with the 2200, so that will not affect me for when I'm applying for ANTD, maybe later NTD. However, this morning we heard about how TDs are very important to our US chess mission of promoting chess, and how we would like to reach out to our rural areas. And when we think rural areas, we should not be thinking just strictly of states such as, say, Oregon and Nevada, but we've got right here in Virginia, you don't have to go too far to be where you're away from civilization, so to speak. You're not in the big city. When you're in places like Winchester or Wytheville, or just go a little bit south of here into Dismal Swamp, where there's hardly anybody, so to speak. So, if we're looking to promote chess, and we're looking to encourage other people to become tournament directors, I don't know that we should, not consider this proposal to where, yes, it might be a one check of the box. Yes, it might be making it softer. And, we have people who have already gone and done it the hard way, such as Brian Yang, but nevertheless, we're trying to add to our population of organizers and directors. And I don't know that it's such a terrible idea to go ahead and bring this proposal and make it actual, make it a rule.
Point of information for the TDCC. Is there some requirement in the list that requires a prospective ANTD or NTD to have experience working under an NTD at a major event already? Is there such a requirement?
Okay, that's thinly veiled speaking to the motion there, Mr. Priest. I'm going to, Ken.
Ken Sloan, I'll let the body decide whether I'm speaking for or against my own interests, but I'm speaking against the motion. This requirement is probably the reason that I'm not an NTD and have chosen not to pursue it, because in fact for me it would be difficult to put together such an event. But in looking at other TDs and seeing what roles they take around the country, I think this is an important requirement. When we declare that someone is an ANTD or an NTD, we're essentially putting our seal of approval for some organizer to hire them and run essentially any event that they want to come up with. I think there are important skills in running a round-robin event with relatively high-rated players that are not tested anywhere else in the TD certification chain. So I support the current category R, and I speak against the amendment.
Thank you. Ryan?
Yes, Ryan Velez from Kentucky.
I know 3 tournament directors who are senior tournament directors who are trying to achieve this goal and can't because they live in rural areas. I know personally, my business partner, this is something that he also has to do. He has not been able to organize it yet. And we live in Louisville. I mean, there just aren't that many players who are above 1,800 in Louisville. Sometimes we can get them together, sometimes we can't. I also think that a good number of the other national tournament director requirements actually do require you to travel, to speak to Brian's point earlier. And this one, I don't think should necessarily require that. So I think, I don't know if I'm putting forth a motion with doing this, but I maybe amend it to potentially say it's possible to do 2 6-player round robins with a lower rating as a substitute for this particular thing to make it potentially easier for rural people to become national tournament directors.
So at this point, I'm going to take that as a future consideration of amendment and not as amendment at this time.
Sure.
Okay, to the rear mic, Steve.
If you really want to find out how qualified a tournament director is, would have been a round robin tournament with players rated under 600. Then you'll find out.
John Haskell from Florida, I call the motion.
Questions been called. Do we have any objections? We do. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. All opposed? All abstaining? The question is called. All right, and let me say this, that my cynical and sarcastic side always wants to chime in on this particular issue. I can't tell you how many times at dinner we have brought up the round robin requirement, and I usually have something smart alecky to say. However, I'm going to tell you that I've learned over time, quite seriously, to defer to my tournament director friends who know this best. So it's actually very useful for me and very fun to watch the tournament directors sort of go at each other up here. And I'm not just being funny. I mean, I like to hear the debate as to how you guys deal with this because it's come up an awful lot of times informally.
Point of information, is this considered a rules change? Yeah, it's in the rule book.
Certification change. It's in the rule book. We have ruled in the past that the tournament director certification is not a rules change.
All right, simple majority then. We're voting up or down on ADM 1726. This is the last of the old business. All in favor, raise your credentials, please. Were we counting on the right side? 25. Okay. And all opposed? Abstaining? (42, 28, 8). Motion passes. All right, that's 1726. That's the conclusion of old business. Now, before we begin in your agenda, I believe we have 3 motions coming out of the membership meeting yesterday. Boyd, do you have those? All right, I'll give you a moment here to identify those. Yeah, while we're finding them and Alan's making his way down to Maker, Mike will read the first of the 3 motions.
Alan Priest of Kentucky moves to amend the Code of Ethics of the US Chess Federation, Section 7, Part D, change the word defendant to the word respondent.
Alan.
This, technically, I'm not the maker of the motion since this motion is coming out of the members' meeting. However, since I was the proposer of it, for those of you all who were not in
the workshops that dealt with a couple of the matters that were out there, there was a sentiment from several folks who are heavily involved in scholastic chess that it was a problem for our ethics process to be talking about plaintiffs and defendants. And I think that struck a resonance within the room, and it struck a resonance with me. We have two related motions that have come together. I'm only speaking to the first one, but I'll be speaking to the second one in a moment. The first one is simply to remove the one reference in the Code of Ethics that uses the word defendant and replace it with the word respondent, so that we remove the idea of some sort of criminality from the word. Complainants and respondents are more used in civil types litigation, where defendants are used in criminal, and we certainly aren't dealing with criminal cases.
Thank you. I see Harold at the mic as chair of the ethics committee.
Yeah, we did discuss this at the workshop. There was no objection to the change.
Thank you. And to the other Harold.
Yeah, I think that speaking as a lawyer too, this is a very appropriate change. Defendant should not be used.
I had no idea you were a lawyer. Bill?
I call the question.
Bill calls the question. Yeah, I think the discussion is pretty one-sided on this particular motion. We're going to vote it up or down now. And can we get the language back up? What's that?
I don't think.
Oh, all right. Do we have it?
Mike's got it.
Mike, would you read it one more time since it's not in front of you?
From the membership meeting, Alan Priest of Kentucky moves to amend the Code of Ethics of the US Chess Federation, Section 7, Part D, to change the word defendant to the word respondent.
All in favor? All opposed? Any abstaining? The motion passes. Mr. Priest, second.
I have a point of information on that.
Go ahead.
We do have some cases in progress with the committee right now. Is that effective immediately, or with new cases, or what's the effective date?
The change to the Code of Ethics would be immediate. Now, what is more important is the next motion, to your point. Let's address that as we address the next motion. I think it's much more relevant.
So this next motion is, I don't have these in front of me. The next motion is one's going to clean up websites and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I think that's going to make this all a little bit clearer.
This will be, Harold, this is the one you wanted me to
Yeah. And obviously, as any letters of ethics hasn't sent yet, it's an easy change to make. All right. So we're moving now then to the second motion coming out of the members' meeting. I believe that Mr. Priest, why don't you speak to that one also? Mike will read it to us.
The second motion coming from the membership meeting, Alan Priest of Kentucky moves to require the Ethics Committee and the office to avoid the use of the terms plaintiff and defendant in ethics cases in favor of the terms complainant and respondent.
So what this would do, it would effectively cause us to need to, with all clarity, change our website where we use those terms regularly. It would also require now, effective with whatever the next letter you send out from the office related to an ethics case, to change that language. It would require the ethics committee now to, in any future letter, change those terms in anything that they're dealing with. So, Harold, to your point, I believe it's effective immediately. We did not put a delayed effective date on it, and I don't see that there's a problem on it. Now, the website isn't going to be changed by 6 o'clock this evening. It's going to take a few days, a few weeks maybe to make that happen, but it's not that big of a change. It's just rooting out all the places. After that starts changed, then hopefully if there's something we missed, maybe someone would call that to the attention of the office if we missed something.
Okay, so let's hear from Harold, Chair of Ethics, before we go further here.
about Carol?
How do you like Harold?
We had no objections to these changes during our workshop.
Okay, thanks.
Now the wrong Harold can speak to it.
Yeah, Attorney Harold.
I think this is a completely excellent change and should be done and effective immediately is correct.
And Bill, surprise us.
I call the question.
All right, the question is called. Any objections to calling the question? Seeing none, we're voting up or down on this motion. Is it up in front of us?
Yeah.
All right, you see it up in front of you on the screen there. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstaining? I see one. The motion passes. Now, inside of your packets, there is one other motion that was on a separate insert. I believe it was 9B, relating to. Can you tell me what it's relating to? So, I know that there's one more motion coming from Steve, but there's another. I want to deal with the one that's in the packet. It's a rules motion regarding peace touching.
Yes.
David?
It's a change to Rule 9B. The reason for the change is that there was an appeal brought before the committee. We had to rule in favor of the respondent. Need to have that language correct. And against the appeal because of the language of the rule. We thanked the appellant, the complaint, for pointing out this defect in the rule. Basically what it was a player takes a queen, places it on the promotion square without removing his hand. He removes the queen from the square and then does not promote the pawn. Okay, he never touched the pawn. That was the claim, and he didn't. Okay, therefore, the touch move rule did not apply. This rule, this motion changes that requirement as soon as the queen touched the square, or as soon as the promoted piece touches the square, that pawn, or any legal move that would promote on that square must be made to that piece. The committee voted 8-1 in favor. The workshop voted unanimously in favor. This also said it uses almost the exact same wording as the FIDE rule on this matter.
David, you want to speak to this? We're still trying to get the language in front of the delegates here.
David Hayter from Georgia. I certainly agree that the rule needs to be changed because it's intuitive, I think, that a lot of us say that the pawn was touched, whether it was actually touched or not, needs to be promoted. The only thing I wish to point out, and I'm generally in favor of this motion, the motion requires that not only the pawn be promoted, but even though the player has not released the piece, so if he takes a queen off the board and touches the square, the motion requires that it not only be promoted, that it be promoted to a queen, that he can't change his mind and under-promote to a different piece. That's something that I think all should consider, and whatever they want, they want. I don't take a particular position on that. I think the main problem with the rule was that a player could indicate a desire to promote and then say, no, I didn't touch the pawn, therefore I don't have to promote. We all agree that the pawn must be promoted. The only question in my mind is, do you have to promote to the piece that's in your hand that you have not released, or could you in fact under-promote? The sense of the committee, I believe, was that you no longer had the option to under-promote. I just throw that out there for the body's deliberation.
His assessment of that is correct, and it doesn't matter whether you move the pawn first or not. As soon as the piece in hand touches the square, the rationale for payday is that that piece, as soon as it touches the board. Now, handling the piece off the board means nothing. Okay? As soon as that piece touches the board, it is an active piece in the game. That piece has been touched, and it is part of the move.
Ken?
I'm in favor, of course, I'm in favor of the rule being changed to require promotion once a piece has been placed, but not necessarily released in front of the pawn. I'm also in favor of changing the rule that the choice of piece is finalized once the piece has touched the promotion square. Right now, our rules allow the practice of a player picking up a piece, placing it on the square, keeping the hand on the piece, evaluating the resulting position, and then deciding whether the player wants to promote that piece or to pick up another piece and try to promote to that. Effectively, it's allowing analyzing before determining which piece.
Steve?
All question.
Any objections? Seeing none, we'll vote up or down on Rule 10H, which I believe is now complete up there. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
What's that?
90 and 10H.
Two rules will be effective in one vote. One vote,
It's the same motion. Two rules are affected by the motion. The 90 and 10H.
Gotcha. And it's up there in its completion now, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstaining? The motion passes with 2/3. Okay, now we're on the last item now of membership meeting business. Steve Emmett.
All right, third motion from the membership meeting, Steve Emmett of New York, moves that in recognition of his many spectacular accomplishments in the chess world throughout his life and his achievements in raising the level of American chess and in acknowledgement of the status of it as a true icon of American chess, the membership would like to recommend that the delegates express their deep and sincere appreciation to Grandmaster Bill Lombardi.
How often one says thank you, as long as it's sincerely meant. And I can only thank Stephen for his own sincerity and his promotion of my thoughts. I'm sorry that so many things happen over the years, and I would like to be able to talk about that, and I've been waiting to talk. So should I talk now or hold my peace? I think I'll talk. I knew Colonel Edmondson, and he did me a lot of harm, okay? And he did the Federation maybe even more harm than he did me. He misplaced about $250,000 of Federation funds. Now, that's kind of hard to do, I think. So I guess we had to conclude that he actually stole it. And yet, because I said so, he was holding that against me, and he didn't, and I was up for being an arbiter, for the FIDE arbiter position, because I had actually had experience in arbitering a well-known zonal tournament in Iceland. And it was a very large tournament, and I had no incident, and everything went well. So I couldn't do that because he was going to punish me that way too. So he was a very punitive type, but he didn't seem to punish himself. And I think he would. I guess we were all supposed to do penance for him and his wrong deeds. It turned out that he was really a brutal person. Fisher and I ignored him in Reykjavik because he popped up there hoping to get some credit when he deserved almost no credit for the event.
Grandmaster Lombardi, two minutes remain.
Yeah, I coached Fisher since he was 9.5 years of age, and successfully, and I thank God and whoever helped me, and there are a good number of people who did. I still hope to write and put that in writing. And I think anyone here who proclaims that for me has also been helping me in a way. So it was very curious that nobody did anything to change anything, and they allowed Fisher to be chased from pillar to post until he got almost murdered in a Japanese jail cell. And we have to do something about that too. What on earth did he do wrong? He had violated no law. He criticized violence, of course, that's being a peacemonger. That's not so terrible either. And if he didn't like your way of selecting peace because you picked up a gun all the time, I think he had a perfect right to do that too. So in any case, he had freedom of speech, and he was perfectly capable of bearing that responsibility. And he was a little loud sometimes and a little bit vocal, but hell, he gave us enough of a reward.
Thank you, sir.
Simply by his play. Keep that in mind, and that we are benefiting from that all now. All right, thank you very much.
All right, new business. We're moving on to ADM 1727, which, Harold, you want to speak to this one?
Yes.
All right.
There's a provision in the bylaws that you can elect a president who serves for the next 2 years. So it's delegated at large, and that only needs to be done one time. And therefore, with the co-sponsorship of Mike Eaton, Gary Walters, and Alan Priest, I move the delegates elect former US Chess President Ruth Herring, a delegate at large, in Article 5, Section 18 of the bylaws.
Any discussion?
Second.
See none? All in favor, raise your credentials. Any opposed, raise your credentials. Any abstaining, raise your credentials. Ruth, I'm very happy to say the motion passes unanimously. ADM 1728.
Point of order, Mr. President, does that election take place immediately? And if so, is Ms. Herring now a credentialed delegate?
Yeah. Right. And Mr. Perdue, when you ask a tough question as the parliamentarian, I'm going to expect you to have an answer. All right, 1728. Who's coming up to talk to us about this? Mike? Harold, what's going on?
All right, this motion was referred to the bylaws committee, and basically what it does is propose to...
Microphone. Harold, it wasn't referred. It wasn't not referred by law. No, it's a new motion.
Well, then Mike should go first. Mike, you go first. Because it wasn't referred, we just discussed it in the minutes. Good point.
And
In a spirit of transparency, this is a situation that happened to me this year. But it will never, ever happen again because I have to be on the board again for it to happen. I kind of consider this part of the bylaw to be a arcane relic of some bygone period where there might have been a board member who stepped down and got a plum chief TD position at a national event. I don't see that ever happening in the future as long as we've got a strong national events coordinator. I consider this this is also a problem of calendar effect. You can have some times where the US Open starts the third week of July and the next one starts the first week in August, and someone's eligible to be chief TD. And the next time they start on the same weekend and they're not eligible. I don't think it should be a matter of a calendar effect that someone can do that. And if the US government recently had a situation where someone wasn't eligible for a appointed position and they just voted to change the rule. And I wonder if we are more rigid in some respects than the government, and seeing that something I don't think has any point anymore. And I would like to change this to, what is it up there? A period of 1 year after board service ends except for the US Open. Because US Open is a tournament that happens 1 year after the next, 2016, 2017, 2018. Some days some years there's 3 or 4 days between the year, and sometimes there's 11 days, sometimes there's 366 days, so you can do it. That's my rationale for proposing this.
All right, Harold, you have a workshop.
Since it involved the bylaws by the bylaws committee and the bylaws workshop, the committee voted 2 in favor, 8 against, 0 abstained, 2 needs more thought. The workshop voted 4 in favor, 15 against, 3 abstentions. I think the committee and the workshop, it did make sense to them to take the US Open, which is a very important event, and exempt it from the idea that you don't direct as chief director when you're of service. I would add to the point Mike raises, I see it differently than he does. My interpretation is you can't direct any events in the next year. So to me, it doesn't matter if the US Open ended July 23rd, his term ended in August, that the US Open next year started August 1st. I still think you can't direct for that 1 year afterward. That's my interpretation. But again, the feeling of the committee and workshop was the US Open is a very important event, and it just didn't make sense to treat it differently from other national tournaments.
Alan, are you speaking for?
Actually, I am. Not because I am directly affected by it, because I am, although it's not my desire to do this, actually. This comes out of an era where it had been abused. It came out of an era when the elections were done differently. It came out of an era when the office was run differently. And I think we're being beholden to bad behavior of a particular individual in the past. It doesn't mean. So, and then I do have an issue. I don't want to muddy this, but I don't really understand why we would carve out one of them. We don't award bids for events, for these sort of events. That's not what happened. So I think we're legislating against something that went on a long time ago, and it's just kind of unnecessary at this point. And having said that, I understand why the senator is there to keep the rule in place. I had actually voted against this proposal in the workshop. I've changed my mind.
Harold?
Right, I just would want to point out that it's true the executive board has changed its practice and no longer awards national bids or events by leaders to the office. The executive board could also change that at any time. There's nothing in the bylaws that blocks the board from changing it.
And the reason I carved this one tournament out is that it's the one tournament in a year that is about a year from someone leaving the board.
David?
I'm against the motion, not because of the merits of the motion, but because I see that it is a vestige of a bygone era, hopefully. We don't need the motion anymore. I agree with that. But if we don't need the rule anymore, then let's throw out the whole rule, not just exempt the US Open. I would be much more sympathetic to that. It's the carving out of the US Open that is the problem, in my opinion.
Well, I think the problem in that is you could have a tournament a month after someone leaves the board. Would you want them to be chief TD of that? If you toss out that rule?
My position would be whatever the rule is, the rule applies to all national tournaments, or all national tournaments of a certain definition, not just, I'm objecting to the exception to the rule, that's all. So if we say that it's important enough to say that an executive board member should not direct for a month after the tournament, then that's the rule and it applies to all tournaments. If it's 10 months, it's 10 months. If it's 11 months, it's 11 months. If it's 12 months, it's 12 months. We shouldn't say, we might want to say that it should only be 11 months because of this thing with the US Open. That would be okay with me. But it's 11 months for all tournaments, not just all tournaments except the US Open. That's what I would reject.
Okay, let's address the chair. Front mic.
John McCrary, South Carolina. I'll just say briefly that I think Alan and Mike's position is correct, and from a practical standpoint, this should be an exception. The arguments about general rules shouldn't apply to a very specific situation.
To the back microphone.
Steve Warford, call the question.
Any objections? Seeing none, the question is called, so now we'll vote on the merits of 1728. And if I'm pausing, it's because I haven't figured out how I'm going to vote yet. All in favor, raise your credentials.
Nice tie, please.
Okay, hands down. All opposed?
Abstentions?
Abstentions? One more time, abstentions. Sorry.
Can't see the white card against Eric's shirt.
Eric, change your shirt. 38-28-5, the motion passes.
Point of information is this not a bylaw?
Hang on.
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, this is a bylaw change. It is a simple majority. The motion passes. Because it's in the agenda, correct. It's made on the floor, it requires a majority. All right, now, so we're to 1729 and 1730 were disposed of early in the day, you may remember. They were mooted out. And now we're to ADM 1731, which is Steve, Sophia, and Danny. Who's going to speak to this? 1731, right? Who's speaking for this?
The basis for this change was, I guess, without going into too many specifics, it was an ethics complaint that was brought by the parent of his child at a scholastic action tournament whose opponent, the parent was complaining about making repeated illegal moves in a scholastic action game. And that constituted the allegation of cheating, and this was thereby directed to the ethics committee because the parent alleged cheating by the opponent in the scholastic tournament, making repeated illegal moves in I guess, a couple of action games. I felt, full disclosure, I was the chief tournament director of that tournament. I was not named, neither were any directors named. This was a complaint that was brought by the parent after the fact, without any complaint officially made to the directors during the tournament. The parent made a complaint after the fact about the player cheating in the tournament by making repeated moves. I and the sponsors feel that this was an inappropriate use of the parents' access to the ethics committee, and there should not be a case that's considered by the ethics committee. So for the future, in future systems, to help protect future children, the player in question was 9 years old and he was rated around 700 to 800. That was the I guess the alleged person who's been accused of the cheating. And we feel that this is not the correct use of the ethics process. So I think to help avoid this kind of situation from recurring, to protect future children, we would like to have children under the age of 13, 12 and below, complaints against them should be first forwarded to an ombudsman that can review the complaint, an ombudsman or ombudsman which shall be selected by the ethics committee. The ombudsman can decide whether the complaint should in fact be reviewed by the entire ethics committee or should not be reviewed by the entire ethics committee. Maybe it should be more appropriate to be sent to a different committee and dealt with. And that way we're responded to just by the ombudsman, and to protect the complainant's right to access the ethics committee. If he feels that this is really an ethics case that should be considered by the ethics committee, he can appeal this to the entire ethics committee, but it should not first go to there without being reviewed for, especially for extenuating circumstances that are particular to scholastics with young children, especially lower rated.
Okay, but before you step away, I just want to say that the motion that's in our agenda is not the motion that you just spoke to.
No, it's a modified, it's an amended motion based on the scholastic workshop.
Would you make that amendment then first, please?
Yes, I'm moving that the language that's on the screen be replace the language in the ADM.
All right, so we have then that's a friendly amendment. This is your motion, right? Right. Okay. Okay, so the motion is now amended and Steve has just spoken to it. I see folks queued at the rear mic, so let's begin back there.
I'm not.
Hold on. Okay, last chance.
I think we have a dead microphone.
I hear somebody tapping a mic. Is that
was in front, was in the back. Yeah, the battery's dead in this one.
The against mic is not.
Okay, let's do this. Let's take this away from you guys didn't want me to have this mic anyway.
We're bringing a different mic back. That one's definitely.
I'm not that short, Alan.
I wasn't doing it, I was just trying to get it on the thing, I'm sorry.
Please don't take it personally. All right, so Ken, you have a mic now, right?
Please identify yourself.
Go ahead, Dan.
Ken Ballou, Massachusetts. I am not unsympathetic to what this motion is trying to accomplish, but I do not understand how the motion accomplishes its goal. The argument that was presented rather forcefully in the ethics workshop is that we are trying to protect the reputation of a young respondent in an ethics complaint. The problem is, the ethics committee members are already bound by a very strict rule of confidentiality, and cases are treated with extreme confidentiality. There's nothing in this motion that would prevent the complainant from posting on social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, that he has actually filed a complaint against his opponent. There is nothing about submitting the case to the ombudsman that prevent, even though the ombudsman treats the case confidentially, there is nothing that prevents the complainant from bragging about having posted this complaint, filed this complaint. This is a case where a hard case makes bad law, and I oppose the motion.
And before I come to the front, Mike Smill, let me give Ethics Committee a chance to give their workshop report on this.
Yes, we had, I'd say, out of our 60-minute workshop yesterday, probably close to 50 of them were spent on this one issue. At the end, we took a straw poll, and it was almost evenly divided. We had, with the amendments, 11 in favor and 14 against.
Thank you. Neil?
Yes, first I would like to thank our youth movement to the Scholastic Council for having put forth this idea. This is in no way meant to suggest that the Ethics Committee is not capable of handling the situation. We understand the good work that you do and that you treat every issue with utmost confidentiality. But there is still something that having to go before an entire committee seems rather burdensome, but not, maybe that's the wrong word, seems rather intimidating. And there are, I believe that by simply having the ethics committee appoint the ombudsman, so we are not asking for anything else, it's still really in the hands of the ethics committee. I think it makes a difference if you don't have to appear before a full committee and one person from the committee can judge the merits of the case, whether the case should be forwarded to the entire committee or not. We are concerned that that parents, especially after the event, when no complaint has been registered during the actual conduct of the game and during the event, that days after an event, you can suddenly lodge a complaint with the full ethics committee. I think this will act as a buffer. It won't make it seem as serious, and I think for that reason, even though I understand what Mr. Ballou said, I feel that this is still a better way to go. Thank you.
So, and before I give it to Hal, I just want to say, one thought that occurs is that this is a species of a juvenile court, and somebody saying, let's not judge this person as an adult, and perhaps somebody from the ethics committee could respond to that when they respond. Hal?
Yes, Hal Terry from New Hampshire. I do want to thank the sponsors of the motion for working so hard to craft a compromise version that was not so draconian as the one that appears in the delegates call. That said, for all the reasons that Ken gives and some others, I can't personally support this motion. If it were passed, I think the committee could live with it. But I can't support it, and I can tell you that for a number of years, we have anticipated the possibility that there might be young complainants. We passed the rule back in 2007 that a parent or responsible adult could file on behalf of someone too young or otherwise impaired to file for themselves. And the case referred to by Steve was the first time ever in my memory, going back to the 90s, that we had such a young respondent. I personally feel that the committee can certainly learn from its experiences, and we would be prepared to go out of our way to take into consideration, if another person came before the committee at that age. Let's see what the body feels about this.
Thank you, Alex. Alex, are you speaking for or against? Pardon me?
Again, would you like to recognize?
Yeah, Bob, would you go ahead?
Messenger representing Massachusetts. I think that the Ethics Committee should study the problem of young players being accused of ethical violations, and therefore I would like to move to refer this motion to the Ethics Committee.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to refer. Any discussion? Seeing none.
There is a question about the motion to refer. That's just to refer and report back here next year.
that was the idea.
All right, all in favor of referring this motion to the Ethics Committee, raise your credentials. Any opposed? Any abstaining? The motion is referred to the Ethics Committee to report back next year. Perhaps, Harold, you'll allocate 2 hours to your workshop next year. Okay.
I will not be chair.
Yeah, that's right. This is a reason for having that 1-year rule you guys have. It's a good one. All right, ADM 1732, Steve and Sophia. Who wants to talk to this?
But this one is a modified motion, amended from my original ADM, because I think it's a little more specific as to...
So let me just clarify before you go further. We have an amended motion. It's a friendly amendment.
Yes.
We're accepting this. So what's in your call is no good. You need to look up here at the language on the board.
Should I read it?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. In complaints filed with the US Chess Office of unethical, unprofessional, and improper actions by members, employees, or tournament staff, subjects of the complaint shall be presumed to be innocent of the charges unless and until the US Chess Committee or Executive Board, which is investigating the complaint, determines otherwise. And the reason, can I speak for it? The reason that I feel that this is something that should be something that goes without saying, in practice it doesn't seem to go without saying, and that when there's an accusation made against a person or a staff person, it generally carries some weight of truth to it that really should be something where it has to be proven to be true first. And I think it would be nice if that standard were actually explicitly stated that this is an accusation and we follow the same principles regarding presumption of innocence. And I would like to, I think it's important to emphasize the principle of presumption of innocence.
Presumed by whom? Presumed by whom?
I don't think that that's necessarily...
What's up, motherfucker?
I'm not sure what just happened, but let's go right and press forward.
general presumption of innocence. I don't think that that's necessarily important, that it has to be a specific person that has the presumption, maybe by the bodies that are involved, and just a general perception of innocence, presumption of innocence.
Okay.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
Is this an amendment to the code? I am confused about where this goes. Is it an amendment to the
Delegate action of continuing.
That's no such place. There is no such thing exactly. Is this a motion just for the sense of the delegates? I'm confused. Where does
There's no such thing as a delegate action of continuing interest.
There really is not.
Well, I submit that there are. I'm sorry, they're in the back of they're in the delegates call listed.
Is this a delegate motion? Are we amending something that already exists?
No, this is a delegate motion to add this text to the delegate action of continuing interest. A new one, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask this before we continue the debate. Harold, did the ethics committee address this? Harold.
Right, Harold.
Did the ethics committee address this in workshop? I can't remember.
I don't believe it came up.
No, we ran out of time.
Okay, all right, get ready then. In the meantime, David.
I'd like to speak in favor of this, obviously, since I'm at the front mic, and I know a lot of people are going to say, why do we have this up here? Of course that is the case. And I have to say with Steve, that of course it's the case that that's the official policy, but in practice it doesn't always work that way. And before this meeting, I proposed a question to several people and said, what would you think of a tournament director that year in and year out got multiple complaints against them filed formally to USCF? And almost without exception, not without exception, but almost without exception, the people said, that tournament director's probably got some problems. And then I said to them, okay, let's talk about what a good tournament director looks like. What if I said that a tournament director got a complaint on average about 1 in every 10,000 games? So that tournament director was 99.99% not complained against. And the same people said, well, that sounds like a good tournament director. That tournament director is the same in both cases. Wow, did I walk into that one?
I was thinking exactly that.
And in Steve's case, you are correct. In mine, you are not. The point is, there are some I directed over 30,000 games last year. I do get a fair amount of complaints against me, a couple a year. I did the math. It's the math the way I suggested. Steve is in the same boat. He and I have talked about this. We accept the fact that we have targets on our foreheads by virtue of directing tournaments. We get that. But if somebody complains, as is their right, we should not be under this cloud of suspicion. And people say, well, you're not. Well, in practice, we are. And I will say, I've had people, employees of USCF, officers of USCF, volunteers of USCF, come up to me, sometimes jokingly, sometimes not, sometimes hard to tell, say, boy, you're getting a lot of complaints. That's a problem, especially if you are found not guilty in every instance, and especially if the complaints against such person are found frivolous, which often they have been.
Okay. Well said. Who's at the back, Mike?
Bill Brockshire, Illinois, excuse me. Okay. Although I'm at the back, Mike, I would note that if this were to pass, I would suggest that innocent of the charges also should be replaced because that's not consistent with, if we're using petition and respondent, we're not finding innocence or guilt, and these are not charges, strictly speaking. However, with all more than due respect to the very good tournament directors who take unjustified abuse, I do think this should go without saying, and I don't want the delegates' action continuing interest become this litany of common sense principles that we should adhere to. You're basically asking us to change our culture. We get it. You're right. We have to do that. I don't think this is something that needs to be codified. We need to change our culture and treat everyone involved in an ethics complaint. And boy, I'm not going to get into it. But everybody involved in an ethics complaint, no matter how sticky, as pure as the driven snow until proved otherwise. And it's not, I sympathize with the intent here, but I think codifying this is wrong-headed.
Thank you. Fun?
Fun Fong, Georgia. I move to refer this motion to the Ethics Committee to further articulate a comprehensive statement on this topic.
All right, we have a second. We have a motion to refer this to ethics.
And TDCC.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The should refer to TDCC as well. Yeah.
And TDCC? Okay. Discussion on the referral.
Yeah, as the outgoing chair of ethics, I'm not so sure this would fall under ethics. So this is a continuing resolution. I don't think it necessarily falls under ethics. Wouldn't this apply to all cases? When Mr. Hayter was up there explaining before about being a defendant, I was a co-defendant on one of those cases, and that was a rules case, not an ethics case. So I'm not sure why this goes to ethics.
Can I speak to that issue?
Sure.
It would affect ethics, TDCC, rules, three-day events. All of those, three of which are actually executive board committees, so it would properly be under the executive board in some of those cases.
So, and Alan's listing those because those are our four sanctioning bodies or with recommending authority for sanctions.
Now, to further speak to the motion to refer, I'm not sure why we need to refer a statement that talks about what we want our culture to be as a statement that we would place in a place. After all, we have something that is a common sense item that says we're going to hold events in places that everybody can play in, that don't discriminate on race and color and all that stuff. It was proposed, it was passed in 1960. I would tell you that I think that's moot at this point because it would be illegal everywhere in the country. People say this is a common sense item. It is a common sense item. I don't think we need to refer it anywhere. Let's decide on it today and get it passed.
Okay, so Alan is speaking against referral. Is there someone, so our microphones are a bit confused at the moment. Is there someone speaking for referral at this time? Go ahead.
Yes, my thought is along the lines of Dave Hayter. He articulated a good idea here that number of cases, number of games, number of tournaments versus how many claims are against it. I think that's a great statistic to be aware of and something that puts everything in perspective. So my thought is that it would be better if someone would think this out a little bit more and have a little bit more comprehensive statement on this subject.
Are you speaking against or for?
Against. Ernest Schlick, Virginia. I am against referral and urging a vote down. There's two cases here.
The case that has been mentioned so far is, okay, somebody complains about a tournament director and the people in his club or people who hear about it think that he's a poor tournament director. I see nothing that passing this motion is going to do to change those people's mind. 90% of them has never seen the bylaws and/or our delegate motions. They're still going to think what they think about the tournament director. The only thing in the other case is they hear somebody referred to the committee and they see this for some reason. They're going to think that we are worried about our committees being unfair and judging before hearing the evidence. So in my opinion, this is not going to solve the problem that the makers of the motions want, and urge that we vote it down, not refer it.
Thank you. Please keep your comments to the referral. I know that there's some overlap in rationale, but go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite a discussion about the referral. I don't know how referral can possibly improve what we've got here particularly. So if we were to vote on it, it might make a small change in some language, but because of that complaint and defendant stuff. But at the same time, I don't see how anybody's going to improve on what we got. So I don't know why we can't just decide it today.
Take out the silliness.
All right, are you standing to speak to the referral at all? Either way, for or against?
I'm waiting for substantive motion.
That could be a year-long wait. But we'll see. We'll see. Go ahead.
Southern California. I get a sense from my fellow ethics committee members that we don't want it referred to us, and that the reasons are that we're talking about public perception of an action that we may or may not take, and really anything we do here is not going to change public perception. So let's vote it up and down and be done with it.
Okay, does anybody want to
really
speak?
could use that committee for ADMs that nobody wants.
Does anybody else want to speak? Are you speaking for referral?
No, I'm speaking against.
Is there anybody who wants to speak for referral?
I withdraw my motion to refer.
All right, motion to refer is withdrawn. Is there any further discussion? Now you can talk to the merits. To the back microphone. We're on the merits now of the motion itself.
It's Andrew Ray, Virginia, and sort of a point of information. I have a question whether we would incur any liability questions as organizers. I'll draw as an example. Past FIDE defender Alexander Brisson from Romania. Probably by now he's maybe statute of limitations passed, he's allowed to play, and he decides to come here in the US and he does great in Cleveland Open. Somebody files a complaint against him. It takes a while for the wheels of justice to write. And he wants to enter in the Northern Virginia Open, and we have any number of players say, if you let him in that tournament, I will not play in that tournament. So, we sort of become in the bind as an organizer, and yet we're bound to say, well, he's innocent, we can't possibly not let him play. All of a sudden, we might have to incur a loss. And then, if he gets found to be guilty, or who are we going to collect our prize fund from? We're going to actually be able to get that prize money from him because he was retroactively found guilty. Should not have been allowed to play in the Northern Virginia Open in the first place. So, in any event, I'm not so sure that this is something that needs to be codified, but I think that organizers should be allowed to have their own judgments as to the decisions that they want to make in such situations when somebody is accused.
Alan?
Mr. President, I submit that last argument was completely specious. It does not address what this motion is about. Could you move the language back down, whoever's running the board? Where are we at? This talks about how US Chess will be treating the issue as we handle it. That's the main focus of it, and I think that's pretty clear. So that's why I think we can go ahead and approve it with this one amendment, which I am proposing. I propose to amend the motion to remove the words "of these charges," so that the language would read, "Subject of the complaint shall be presumed innocent unless and until." I would further add another. I don't know that I can do this in one thing, so I will allow, I mean, I'll be perfectly willing for it not to be one thing. I think we remove the first line, which says delegate actions of continuing interest, because it's, you know, we just print stuff we think we want to carry forward. We don't add stuff to the delegate's action of continuing interest, but that could be a separate item.
Okay, I doubt that this is a friendly amendment, but I'm pausing to see that if it is.
You're just removing the words "of the charges." You say it is innocent unless and until. He accepts that as a friendly.
All right, great. So now we have an amended motion, and we have discussion. What is the discussion? Who wants to speak?
Mr. President, I have a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Just said that my point was specious, and I will remind that we had a case with Clark Smiley in Virginia some 3 or 4 years ago, and in fact, we did have people saying that while his case was being adjudicated, that if he was allowed to play in other tournaments in Northern Virginia, that they would not play. So I tried to use a fictitious, hypothetical example, but in fact, this has actually happened.
Thank you. Bill.
I would like to propose yet another friendly amendment, because even here, the word innocent has to go, I think, because you're suggesting legal guilt here. And I would put it in the passive voice. It is, oh, jeepers. It shall not be presumed that the complaint has merit unless and until. Okay, step through members, employees, or tournament staff, comma. Okay, so in complaints filed with the US Chess Office of an ethical infraction or improper actions by members, employees, or tournament staff, comma, it shall be presumed that it shall not be presumed that the complaint has merit unless and until. So we're trying to depersonalize it and take it entirely out of the realm of guilt and innocence. I would still go to the other microphone and speak against it, but I think that's a better, even if it passes, that's a better way to phrase it.
Mr. Raymond, is that accepted as a friendly amendment? All right, we have on the floor an amendment by Mr. Brock. Is there a second? I hear no second, therefore Mr. Brock. It has been seconded. All right, we are discussing now just Mr. Brock's amendment. The middle phrase there, is there any discussion on that item? Anyone discussing pro or con?
I call the question on Mr. Brock's amendment.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there objection to calling the question on Mr. Brock's amendment? Hearing none, the question is called. All those in favor of adding Mr. Brock's amendment to the motion, please raise your credentials. Aye.
It's going down. It's going down. Brock is guilty. I'm guilty as charged.
No, it's
25. All those against, please raise your credentials high.
Nobody wants me. No.
It's tough love.
I have 12 now, including the aisle. including Alan. I counted Alan. 28. 27, okay? Is somebody taking the numbers down?
No.
Uh-oh.
I was doing it, but I'm not.
What were the numbers again?
Oh, it was defeated.
It was defeated.
It was defeated.
Okay, it was defeated. Abstentions on this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I count.
28, 25.
28,
25.
25, 28 to 25, and it passes.
No, it was 25, 27. No.
25 to 27 to 6. I was only counting. Therefore, the amendment fails. And we're back to the originally amended motion. Can you take that out, William?
Thanks. Okay, back to discussion on the originally amended motion. Where are we in the microphones? To the back? Ken? Ken?
There was a point of information raised by Mr. Ray, presumed by whom. It was a rather dismissive answer given to that, and yet I think that is key to this motion. Who is this motion addressed to? Is it addressed to the committees that hear appeals? I serve on all 4 of those committees, and I can tell the delegates if this is addressed to those committees, then this is nothing but happy talk, because this is exactly how the committees proceed. Is this motion addressed to, is it going to affect the delegates? Okay, sure, that's fine. Is this motion intended for the Facebook universe? No, we don't control them. Is this motion intended for US chess players? I don't know how many US chess players actually even are aware of the existence of delegate actions of continuing interest. I don't see what this motion is trying to do. I don't see who it's intended for. I still think it's happy talk.
David?
I think I answered that point of information, even though I'm not the maker of the motion. In what I said in practice, this policy, which we of course have, does not always work. In my opinion, this would apply to all of USCF, members, committees, employees, officers, and it would apply to everyone. And as I have said, I have personally been taken to task on the number of complaints that I get. And that was taken to task not necessarily by the committee and not always by someone in a position of authority. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I don't think we need to get into, who shot John here. I think it is true from what Steve has said and from what I have said, that if you get more than 1 or 2 complaints, and especially if you get complaints every year, you are viewed negatively by many people in USCF, some of whom we can control, some of whom we cannot.
David?
I speak against the motion. It's too broad. It seems to pull in, it seems to be pulling in rulings by tournament directors related to rules rather than specific charges of unethical conduct. And I don't think we necessarily want to make a presumption about whether or not the tournament director was correct or the player was correct. I think talking about presuming that tournament director to be innocent in a ruling they made on the board is nonsensical, but that seems to be part of what this is driving at. If it's narrowed specifically down to ethics violations or something of that nature, that's one thing, but that's not what the rationale is about, and that's not what much of the discussion we've had is about. The presumption starts to get into what the burden of proof should be. It seems like we're starting to get closer to arguing that we're going to use a different standard before something's held to be wrong. I don't think we want to get to the point where in order to overrule the TD, that the TDCC has to have clear and convincing video evidence, or we're starting to get introducing this type of legal terminology into a non-legal proceeding does not make sense and is ill-considered.
Thank you. Front mic.
There was a comment made that this is happy talk. If it is, then I would submit the statement that all tournaments sponsored by USCF are to be conducted at sites accommodating the right to play of all USCF members is happy talk. I would submit that a statement that says there shall be no smoking permitted in any areas of national scholastic tournaments or smoking is prohibited at the following tournaments, when it is a legal case across this country that you cannot have smoking in those sorts of areas, is happy talk. It's not happy talk when we make a statement of values.
What the hell is so bad about happy talk? To the back.
Sandy Balabal from Upton, New York. I'd like to call the question.
Tim, I'm presuming that you're going to object.
No way.
Any objections to calling the question? The question is called, well done, young man.
Yes, we're happy with that dog.
Yeah. All right. Now, to the merits of the amended motion in front of you. Everybody collected themselves and know which way they're going on this one? All right. All in favor, please raise your credentials. Now, all opposed, raise your hands. Abstentions? Aye. Leave them up, please. Thank you. 27-38-6, the motion fails.
Shit out of luck, Dave.
Mr. Chair, if I may have a moment. Steve, I'm sorry, I was rude to you earlier and I shouldn't have been that way. I know it's in my nature, but I'm sorry.
All right, well said. And Steve conducted himself well through that episode also, I might add.
Well, I may have a minute. The time is after 5:15.
We're going to recess as soon as
You get off the mic.
See, I've been here just long enough so that people can finish sentences for me, and I don't have to, and that's a beautiful thing. All right, I've checked around. I have no announcements. Mr. Dietman has no announcements for you. I'm going to pause for just a second to see if anyone else has an announcement before I let everybody scurry out of here. Anyone? Okay. So we are now recessed until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Be here in the square.
The application to change from being a 501c3. This is conflict of interest policy, and that is a requirement to protect the tax exempt status of the organization. The model language is certain board of directors during the governance meeting stated numerous times to multiple people the risk to the Federation of failure to do this is very small, not non-zero. And as a fiduciary, my task is to try to reduce the reducible risks as far as possible. Is this the right and complexities and other issues? people have raised the question that the delegates don't deal with certain issues that the executive board deals with. All of those are true. So therefore, and since the spirit that I have heard from a number of people and in the workshop is, it's not a horrible idea, this one doesn't work well, and I totally agree with that. I really do support and move that we refer this to bylaws so that they can work up a simpler policy.
I know. No, I don't want to call the question, I want to move to bylaws.
I just hear
Okay, call the question. Will you get up here and take my place?
Hey, Tim, I'd like to ask some questions before you start calling questions, if that's okay.
I don't care, there's nobody at the mic, so.
Oh, well,
who cares?
Okay.
Just vote.
Okay, Pete Tamborello, New Jersey. I have several questions. First of all, as background, I am on the board of trustees of the 501c3. It's a county historical society. And things that we have talked about quite frequently with respect to conflict of interest between trustees and receiving any possible private benefit from this. We also include family members. I wonder if that has been addressed at all in this. In other words, you know, not only cannot the trustee benefit, nor can anyone from his family benefit. The other question I have is, how does this work? If someone is on the board and they run chess tournaments, they then have an economic relationship with USCF in some way. So, you know, how are we dealing with that in terms of members of the board here, in terms of somebody coming on here running chess tournaments? So, you know, these are questions that I have with respect to that, and I was wondering if somebody could address that.
Point of personal privilege, this doesn't address the motion that's on the floor, but I think it's an important one to answer. Could I proceed to answer that? With respect to how the existing policy plays out in the executive board?
Go, subject to correction, go ahead.
Thank you. The present policy that the executive board follows is what's printed here in this motion. So it defines financial interest as the person has a financial interest the person has directly or indirectly through business, investment, or family. And it defines then what that means. And in practical application, the way this conflict of interest policy works, which is the model IRS policy, is that one identifies what that potential conflict is, and then it is up to the rest of the governing body to decide what the proper action is for the person who has the potential conflict. What this says is you have an interest. It doesn't say you have a conflict until the rest of the group decides that you have a conflict. So for example, when I am if I am a officer of a state affiliate, we have decided that that doesn't present much of a conflict for stuff that we do on the executive board. Because several of the executive board members are officers of state affiliates. I don't happen to be one of those at present. But we've decided that just doesn't really present a conflict. A number of us are in fact tournament directors. And in the things that we agree on, you know, if we were going to have a member of the executive board who had submitted a bid to run a tournament, we would, I'm certain, declare that person had conflict and vote on it. We have had individual board members who, without necessarily declaring conflict, recused themselves from voting on certain issues because they made a statement to us that it directly affected them. So that really is what the spirit of it is. It's transparency and disclosure, and let the rest of the group decide if you ought to be a part of deciding on the issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, as you know, some of us up here, you know, when it comes to organizers with a potential conflict, we've lived with the mother of all conflicts for some time. And I just got to tell you that it was usually, and I'm talking about CCA, of course, it was seldom a problem at all. And on those occasions when it was, Bill would recuse himself. And
There also is a requirement through our auditors in generally accepted accounting practice to report in financial statements any material relationships with financial transactions with related parties. If you will go back and look at the audited financial statements during the years that Mr. Goichberg served on this board, you will find in the related party footnote a detailed list of the amounts of money that had been paid from CCA to US Chess for advertising and other sorts of fees, because we never paid them that direction, it all came this way. And that would still be a requirement. I do not believe there is anything listed in the related party footnote this year. You do find, as in response to a previous board motion when the delegates were board, that we have continued to report to you all in this booklet the amount of expenses that have been reimbursed to individual board members. And that practice will certainly continue. That's not a direct conflict of interest, but it is in the same spirit of transparency.
And now recognizing the delegate/tournament director who almost threw me out of the tournament hall for talking last night. Go ahead, sir. You know there's a little bit of truth to that. Yeah.
And I would like to call the question of referral.
Any objections? Seeing none, the question is called. So the motion is to refer this several pages of our call here to the bylaws committee, and Harold, please take this as my withdrawal from volunteering to be on that committee. It's all right. All in favor, please raise your credentials. All opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is referred to bylaws. Okay, moving on. We're at 1734, and this is the emergency basis suspension motion. And Harold, you can speak to that for the workshop, please.
I'm sorry, Harold. You do realize we've been co-chairs of the committee, and this always presents an interesting problem.
Thank you. All right, this was discussed by email and then again at the bylaws workshop. When I read the motion, I came up with an amendment, which I have submitted, which is simply to add to the last sentence at the end the words, unless the executive board lifts the suspension sooner, it's in red. Because I thought there could always be a possibility that the executive director acts and the EB feels it's just not justified. And then rather than wait a longer time period, I would allow them to lift it sooner. All right, so there were 2 votes on this by the committee and by the workshop. My proposed amendment about lifting sooner, the committee favored 12-0-0-0. The workshop favored 24-0-0. On 1734 as a whole, presumably with the amendment, the committee voted in favor, 10-1 to 0-1, and the workshop in favor, 23-0-0. So I am moving the amendment as a friendly amendment.
There were a majority of the executive board in that workshop. I think all of us thought that amendment would actually improve it significantly, and so we would accept that.
Ernest Schlick, Virginia. I'm not a lawyer, but
Just did it on the in last night.
yeah, seeing as the reasons for the suspension are given and seeing as the length of the suspension is given, to me it seems like including the words on an emergency basis was just is so many additional grounds for a long lawsuit. So I would recommend, if Harold agrees, to just remove the words on an emergency basis.
I don't think we accept that. I think we want to make clear that this is an exceptional situation.
Yeah, so this is cutting against sort of a time-honored principle of the way that we execute suspensions or expulsions from the Federation. It's a big deal. And I think if you were in the workshop, you know that this discussion was surrounded by the extreme circumstances that we faced this year with a weapon being talked about in an email. Yeah, so it truly is an emergency action and not one that we take lightly, because we're essentially bypassing some of our member safeguards to allow the ED to do this, but it's for the safety of the staff, and so that we avoid the ridiculous situation of having a member threaten someone on our staff and then remaining a member in good standing a month later, for example.
So, Mr. Schlick, are you going to withdraw the amendment?
I looked at it more as a question, so I didn't move an amendment.
Okay.
Amendment.
It is twice this year, and with distressing regularity, meaning not every month, but every year, we have someone who is a member of this organization who doesn't like something that has occurred, who will literally threaten physical harm or damage to our team members. And sometimes I recognize that there are times that's in the heat of the moment. I recognize that if that individual is multiple states away, it may be less of an active threat. This does not change how the office will react to those things, which is to immediately contact law enforcement authorities. Someone has said, well, this is more this won't keep somebody from showing up at the door. Well, neither will an EPO, folks, right? It just doesn't happen. But do we want someone who has threatened to come to the office and resolve the situation with my big knife, unquote, actively being able to run a tournament in our name the next week? Something tells me the answer to that is no. Now, if we can resolve that that person may have had a medical issue or may have had some other issue, this gives us time to investigate that. Otherwise, we've got 60 days before we can take any kind of action. This is not to be taken lightly. I mean, the situations it causes are not to be taken lightly, and they are, distressingly regular, but they're not like it's every single week. So when we looked at this, dealing with one of these issues, we realized our hands were kind of tied because we couldn't take any sort of action to say this is just unacceptable while we get to the bottom of all the pieces of it. So that was the thrust behind doing it. Harold very rightly said, why do you think this is a problem? And I outlined the cases that have been involved, and he's like, oh yeah, so that's where it comes from, and that's just weird.
I think there's somebody at the rear, Mike.
Yeah.
To the rear.
Jim Manella, Southern California. There's nothing wrong with the spirit of this amendment, but the one thing I find a little troubling is where it says, may suspend the membership of any person and their related affiliate. Now, it seems to me that you might be punishing many people for the bad act of one person.
May I answer that question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, you can respond.
Many of our affiliates are comprised of a whole lot of folks. We get that. Many of our affiliates aren't. Many of our affiliates are a tournament director who is the sole person involved with that affiliate and is putting on events under that affiliate name. Would we suspend the membership of the Kentucky Chess Association because tournament director Alan Priest threatened somebody at the office? I am certain that would not occur. Would we suspend the membership of ABC affiliate, which is the affiliate of tournament director A, who threatens to come in and resolve the situation with a knife? Yeah. Because we don't want the affiliate to be running a tournament while we're not sure about the stability of said tournament director, who is the sole operation of the affiliate.
But if you suspended his membership, you wouldn't be able to run the tournament.
The affiliate still could.
You need another But they would need another director.
Absolutely. They would need another director, but
They
the
need
affiliate,
that director.
but the affiliate still could.
Well, it seems to me if they had two directors, then it's more than one person in the affiliate. And the other person may be completely innocent of anything.
That's why we consider it, then say it's automatic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that you're concerned that we could suspend the affiliate, but I don't know if this gives you any assurance, perhaps not, but this comes up a couple of times a year, and the first question out of someone's mouth is, you know, they'll say something like, this does not require action against the affiliate, because of the many persons idea that you're talking about here. It is always at the foremost of mind when there's talk of any suspensions like this, and the affiliate does not get suspended along with its main perk. Ken?
We can think of, in a large scale, we can think of the executive director as being very similar to a chief tournament director of a tournament, insofar as the chief TD has the overall ultimate responsibility for the orderly progress and conduct of the tournament. The executive director has the overall responsibility for the well-being and orderly progress of work of the staff. This motion asks the delegates to place faith in the executive director, faith and trust, actually trust, in the executive director to exercise this power with great discretion and only as needed. I have the utmost confidence in the executive board in their hiring of an executive director to select a person capable of exercising that function appropriately.
And if I could gloss just a little bit, nothing like this would ever occur, at least not in the past few years. Now, that doesn't speak to the future, I know. This would never occur without the ED picking up the phone and contacting the president. And the president, it's on the president then to involve the rest of the board if he or she so thinks, and that happens routinely. I can tell you that the ED would never take this action by his or herself in the way that we operate today. And I can only hope it would remain that way in the future. Of course, you have to do more than hope.
I'm sure it wouldn't happen with the group we have here today, but I could see a time where an executive director might have some personal differences with the member of an affiliate and decide he would punish the whole affiliate by taking away the membership of all of them. I think it gives the executive director a little bit too much power. And as the previous speaker in this microphone mentioned, that you'd have to have more than one person at affiliate. So I just think we don't need that related affiliate part of it.
Can I jump the line and speak to that as a question about the motion?
Sure.
I would like to point out that this does not revoke any membership. It suspends membership. It requires review by the board within 72 hours. That's within 3 days. If the executive director were on a mission to punish people who had no basis to do that, I do believe that the board would consider whether that executive director were appropriately employed. Secondly, the suspension then would follow through the provisions of Article 3, Section 13. That's the normal funnel that goes through all the review process and provides all of the due process pieces. I'm going to steal Daniel's thunder for just a minute. I think it's an appropriate place to put it in if it's okay. Daniel suggested, I think, a good change to this, and I think we would accept it because it's certainly in the spirit of it. If people are concerned about the end, we'll simply change it to or. Suspend the membership of any person or their related affiliate that has engaged in any activity. If we were to suspend the affiliate, it does not affect the membership of anybody else of anyone who is associated with that affiliate. It does not affect the membership rights. So I'm perfectly happy with changing at the end of the first line up there, the end to an or.
All right, let me just pause and see if any EB member has an objection to substitution of the word or for and, if I'm understanding the amendment correctly.
Yes.
All right, seeing none, it's a friendly amendment. Front mic.
That's correct, George. That's the point.
David Day, Utah. I think many of us have the opportunity to work with the office staff and know how exceptional they are and how wonderful they are. I candidly can't believe that we're having a discussion about whether or not we're going to allow an emergency suspension of somebody's membership when they're threatening physical violence towards one of these people. This is a complete common sense motion that should pass immediately.
Right. I will tell you that at the time this came up, to be real honest here, the EB was so distressed by this event that we were prepared to do this without full authority or with questionable authority, because it was sort of a very scary thing, and we felt we were in a ridiculous position. It was, however, controversial among the EB. So we are having this discussion. I kind of agree with you, David, but we are having this discussion because all good minds don't agree. And so it's worth talking about. Rear mic.
Great Kentucky, Northern California. Regarding the last amendment, don't you want it to say and/or rather than or? Because or implies that you're going to do one or the other, but not both. Okay.
I don't necessarily agree with the premise, but that makes folks happy.
Well, wait. What are we saying there? I think this completely guts Danny's idea. Yeah. So.
Let's leave it alone. I don't think I'll accept that.
Fine.
I call the question.
Any objections? I object to whatever you just did there. Harold, I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that was not personal. All right, I see no objections. We're going to vote the amended motion up or down now. So, all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thanks. All right, we're moving on to ADM 1735. Mr. Hoffman, no relation to the executive director. No.
We haven't checked that closely. Okay. We made one change in the motion, the first 5 words to be struck when submitting their annual dues. So we'll start, each state chapter shall submit a copy of their bylaws or articles of association as specified in SE 8 number 4. This may be in written or electronic form. This came up because if you read the rationale, it was discovered that that USCF does not have any records of anybody's bylaws or articles of association, which struck me as odd, because in order to be credentialed as a state affiliate, they should be producing something like that. It would be nice if the state chapters actually did produce something like that. So this would just be put under the DASIs. It's a relatively simple motion. Not to submit it though.
Oh, thank you. Just to have one. I got
Just to have, just so USC has one. I've asked my relative if there is a way of doing it, and she says yes.
Okay, if you guys are done with your sidebar conversation there, to the rear mic.
Thank you, Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I'd like to request a friendly friendly amendment be added to this. And that is a copy of their bylaws or articles of association and IRS status. Right now, if I were to ask the board or any person who manages these types of things, does that state affiliate have which status with regard to the IRS, whether it's 501c3, 47, 21, 32, whatever. I think we need to stay up to date with these organizations where they're at. In addition, I think we need to assist them and educate them, as we know, to help them maybe realign themselves with what they are doing and choosing to do in terms of their status. I use the word status because they could be a for-profit organization. And the research I did seemed to produce about 5 state affiliates who were not listed as, they seem to be for-profit organizations. And of course, there's a body of those that are not indicated one way or another. So I leave that to the maker of the motion to accept it.
I do not accept that. That's way too much, way more than I really want.
Point of information, Mr. Barber, is that amendment typed correctly? Is it or IRS status or and IRS status? Should it be
And it's a simple statement. We are a 501(c)(4). That's a simple addition that's presented every year when you have your membership of the state affiliate status of the state.
Okay, so now we have an amended motion.
You didn't accept it?
Wait. We don't have a friendly amendment, right? We have a hostile amendment. And so we're going to now, I'm about to start on the hostile amendment. Yeah, great question. Is there a second?
I will second.
There are several seconds if there's such a thing. All right, so now discussion on we'll call it the Barber Amendment. Hostile doesn't sound nice. I don't know who came up with that.
Trying to make me hostile there, yeah.
Sir.
I have a point of information. Does this intend that the organization has to supply this information every year when they submit the dues? Or is it possible we won't lose that information and they can only submit it once?
Struck it when we submit the dues.
Well, but that's not the amendment question. Well, it is. It is a question.
This organization is now, this 501c3, is now associated with a variety of IRS status organizations we call our state affiliates. If we do not know what their status is, it may or may not impact some of the actions and activities we take. Therefore, by knowing what the status is of that state affiliate at least once a year, that information can be identified, that information can then be used. We don't know if there's a state affiliate. I will tell you frankly, Southern California Chess Federation has been struggling with establishing a 501c3, and because of that, we have delayed an action which I think should have taken place 2 years ago. And thus, if the Federation knows that the status is of this or that, we can always work with those state affiliates and help them out to get over the bar and jump over the hill or whatever it happens to be. Anyway, too much of my distraction.
Point of information, I don't think the delegate's question has been answered that was previously raised.
So let me clarify for a second. And I was a little confused too, and there was a lot of mumbling in the room, so I think other people were wondering also. My understanding is that with the excise of those first 5 words up there, this just means that the state has to have the bylaws on file, the current bylaws on file, speaking without respect to the IRS status for a moment, correct? No annual requirement to submit these bylaws, Guy, is that right?
Correct.
As long as it's on file. Now Dwayne is proposing that that would change and that the IRS status would have to be submitted annually, if I understand.
That's not what the amendment said.
Dwayne, do we have your amendment correct?
My apology, I'm confused on what you're requesting. The amendment simply states that we are adding and requesting at the same time at which they submit their bylaws and articles of association. At the same time they do that each year, they will also make a...
There's no requirement. So here's the question. If they submit their IRS status along with their bylaws and there's no change, do they need to do anything in the following year?
I'll let the board decide that.
Well, okay, then the board then is going to take
Yes,
the
they
amendment.
would, I revise my sentence, yes, they would identify their status every year along with the action taken regarding their bylaws.
So tell Boyd how he needs to add that language in there. How about each state chapter shall annually? Does that address it?
Annually after status.
All right, I'm going to presume that the amendment as written is acceptable and that we are going to continue the discussion as written, which my interpretation would be there is not an annual requirement, only to have an updated set of bylaws and IRS status in the office. All right, to the rear mic, David.
Okay, I object to the amendment. I think it's an interesting question, but I think what the States Committee is trying to do, and I was in that committee, is just do some record keeping and collect bylaws, because you had a question come up about bylaws in one of the states and didn't have a copy. As you're getting into IRS status, for me as a state affiliate, we don't file a return, we don't collect enough money to file a return. We're just been advised by our CPA that it's just not worth it, so we take a risk with the IRS, I suppose. We may have to come up with $20 to pay our income if it gets down to that. So I just don't think this is an interesting question. Maybe it's an interesting question for our state to discuss, but I don't think it's appropriate, Dwayne, if we respect this particular ADM. Thank you.
Thanks. Front mic.
Andrew Ray, Virginia. I have a question for Mr. Barber. That is, the original amendment is asking for a one-time action, and your proposal, or excuse me, the original motion asked for a one-time action from the affiliates. Your amendment asks for an ongoing annual.
IRS status.
Yeah. You take it as it reads up there right now.
Understood. I withdraw.
Okay, thanks. Bob.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. In the state's workshop, I kind of got volunteered to produce a document of best practices by state affiliates. And in order to produce this document, I'm going to have a questionnaire to be sent to all the state affiliates asking for information that would include such things as their IRS status, but it would include things like how they run their championships, how do they elect their delegates, all that type of thing. So I was planning to include a question about IRS filing status, if any. So I don't think the amendment's needed, because that's something that, in general, the States Committee can try to keep track of information about all the various state affiliates. So I would think that we should vote down the amendment, but vote in favor of the main motion.
Front.
I'll just call the question on the amendment.
Any objections to calling the question? I see none. The question is called. We're now voting up or down on the Barber amendment that you see in red down below there. All right. All in favor, raise your credentials. Abstentions? The motion fails. We're back now to the Hoffman motion, and that is amended also, as you see up there, with the first 5 words struck out. Front mic.
John McCrary, South Carolina. When way back around 2000, I ran the first state one member, one vote election for delegates. And I had to contact a lot of small states who would not reply. And I found that some of the state associations essentially didn't exist. Some of them selected their officers in some unknown secret way. They just got together and sent in the name. And so I think that, and later one of those states asked me to look at a proposed new constitution, which would require that only members of big city clubs in that state would be allowed to join the state association. I realize that requiring people to turn in their bylaws isn't going to correct any of that, but at least it's a step toward encouraging states to be a little more responsible in the way they maintain their organization. In South Carolina, we have a constitution, which we kept flexible. We don't call it bylaws. I assume that's acceptable. And that's on our website. And we have annual meetings with formal elections with everybody, including the delegates. I'd like for all of our states to move toward that, because I think a few of them are not doing that.
Bernie?
Ernest Schlick, Virginia. Although I am in favor of what is trying to be accomplished, I have 2 objections. Number 1, this can be accomplished by either the committee or an individual contacting the executive director requesting the information get added, so it doesn't need that. And on technical point of view, which also applies to other motions that have been made this and other annual meetings, it is actually changing the language of number 8 in the delegate interest, and we also do the same with amendments, where the body is voting on an issue where they don't know what the final reading of what's being changed is going to look at, and I think that is something the organization should consider changing. Thank you.
Front mic.
This may be a case of extreme nitpicking, and I will readily admit that. By striking the language when submitting their annual dues, we've basically made this now a one-time requirement. So submit your bylaws or articles of association once. There's no mention in here. It may be tacit, it may be implicit, it may be common sense that when the bylaws or articles of association are updated or amended, that amended copy needs to be filed.
Maureen.
Maureen, South Carolina. I appreciate the spirit of this amendment. However, I have to object only because my question would be is how many of the state associations actually have articles of incorporations and bylaws established? That would be a question, because it would be a moot point if they don't have anything at all.
If this motion passes, we'll let you know. Bob.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. Actually, I'd like to offer an amendment. It says each state chapter shall submit a copy of their bylaws. I'd like to say each state chapter shall submit an up-to-date copy of their bylaws. And current. Okay, current. And actually, there really should be wording at the end, and shall submit updates when the bylaws, when the documents change. And I also wanted to address another point that was made about not having the full language of the DACI. What I understood from Guy Hoffman is that Guy would actually incorporate this into the DACI, and that the wording of the DACI, it isn't a formal document in terms of a summary of the actions taken. The Guy would put it into a new version of that. Is that right, Guy?
That would be
Okay.
Before Bob leaves.
Oh, you want the wording?
I don't. Yes, we do. We do.
Oh, all right. right, each state chapter shall submit a current copy of their bylaw, a copy of the current bylaws, all right. Okay, current in front of bylaws. Right. And any amendments.
Guy, I see you're up there, so why don't you let us know if this is friendly or no?
I can accept that.
Okay. So now we have a friendly amendment, and we will replace the Hoffman motion with the messenger amendment. All right. Guy.
To answer Maureen's objection, this is the main reason have this motion, is because you said contact the executive director for this information. The executive director doesn't have this information at all. And that's why I want to start collecting this information. And because a state chapter has to present credentials, which should include bylaws or articles of association, we may currently have many state affiliates who don't have any credentials.
Steve.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest an amendment that the office shall request each state chapter submit a copy. The reason I'm saying that is because I don't think we should put it in as a law that they must do it. Some states have either no affiliates or ones that don't respond easily. I know John Haskell has to go through a lot just to get the Daker, Barber, and GTOC rep from some state affiliates. They don't respond. Some states we never hear from at all. Some states haven't been doing any operation in years. You're then in a dilemma. What do you do if they're not compliant with that? I think it should be mandatory. I know in Pennsylvania, we have most of our work is done with one very overworked person, and I'd hate to throw anything more on him in case he would suddenly retire, which we would be in real bad shape. So I would say just request it, but if you're going to insist on it, then you have this problem with all these states that aren't going to respond. What do you do about that? You're going to kick them out of the organization, then have no representation from that state, and hope someone else will come along. Just make it a voluntary thing that you're asking them to do it, you want them to do it, but if they actually don't respond to you, you're not in a dilemma then.
Guy, I'm going to take a wild swing here and say that this is not a friendly amendment.
Correct.
Okay, so we now have the Shut amendment, and we will begin discussion of essentially changing this from an obligatory to a permissive requirement. Please come to the mic, Guy.
Point of order, this amendment is, this proposed amendment is not.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do we have a second on the amendment?
Second.
Yeah, we do have, I heard a second. All right, Guy.
I didn't specify in this that there are any punishments, we're going to do anything about it. It just says you should do it, or you shall do it. And as I said, it's supposed to be a requirement to fulfill DASI 8 number 4, that you have articles of incorporation or bylaws. Since that is a requirement, I don't see any problem of asking for this information.
Don't go far, Guy. Are you? Okay. Sorry. All right. So, Steve, please make sure that we get the correct wording up here into the Shut amendment.
I think if we just change the word shall to should, it takes care of it.
Okay, we're now discussing the Shut amendment, which goes from shall to should. Where are we? Front line. David, You know the Marine spoke from the back mic. I'm trusting you have permission to speak from this one.
So we're speaking to the amendment.
Okay,
So
I see. There's no
I would
conflict.
point out that I am at the front line for Marine, and I am in the States, and I think you were women's, right? But anyway, we'll talk about that later.
We don't need to air our laundry here.
And I think I'll sit down.
So my instincts were good on this one. Ken.
Insofar as DACI 8, which is found on page 36 of the call, on the lower left column, item 4, requires that state chapters have bylaws or articles of association, I think it is reasonable for us to require rather than suggest that these be submitted in fulfillment of the requirements of the DACI.
Alex, are you speaking for or against?
I kind of do that. Mr. Chairman, in light of the flurry of amendments, it's clear that this body does not know exactly what it wants. I move to refer to the ED.
Whether or not our,
Harold?
If it's going to be the DACI, the ED cannot do anything to effectuate it, they can only recommend. So I would be against such a proposal.
Call the question on the amendment.
All right, so we have a motion to refer. We have a second. The discussion now is on the motion to refer. Ken, sorry, I'm probably the only one who heard it. I mean, Tim, I have no idea what you're going to do. Go ahead.
I call the question, whatever you think we're doing right now.
All right, with that, we're adjourned. Okay, so Tim has called the question on the referral to the EB, if I recall correctly. Harold, of course, has said no can do. So we're now voting on the referral to the EB of this this entire thing, is my technical language for it. This is a motion to refer now. The question has been called, so what are you going to say post calling the question?
I do realize that. I think it's possible that the president may have misstated Mr. Winston's objection. I believe Mr. Winston was only saying that we cannot refer with the power to act to the EB.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, we're voting on the motion to refer. All in favor? Yeah, let's keep them up, please. Against?
Abstentions?
Abstentions? Okay, referral fails 29 to 35. We are now back to the messenger amendment, I believe.
No, shut.
The Shut amendment, thank you. All right, and the Shut amendment was the permissive versus obligatory amendment. Alan?
Call the question on the Shut amendment.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, we're going to vote up or down on the Shut amendment, which would make this permissive rather than obligatory. All in favor, raise their credentials. All opposed? The technical term from the secretary was overwhelming. Any abstentions? back to the messenger amendment, correct?
No, that was accepted.
Say it again.
The main motion.
It's now part of the main
That's
motion.
the main motion, that's the messenger.
That is the messenger amendment though, isn't it? The main motion, yeah, is now the messenger amendment. I'm just trying to keep it straight in my pea brain. All right, Ken.
Excuse me.
Out of order.
I am definitely on board. Mr. President, it is clear, at least to me, that based on the discussion on the floor and the number of amendments, that this should go back to the States Committee for consideration and report back next year. Therefore, I move to refer to states.
Now we have a motion to refer to states, and we'll get discussion on that motion. Thank you.
I have a question regarding the status. The requirement is already in the current regulations. So the question is that if a state fails to produce such documentation, is their affiliation revoked? Question, okay. Also, if the state responds and says we don't have them, is their affiliation revoked?
Point of order, the debate then for oral or again on the
It's true at the moment.
I'm just asking, I'm asking the status of the state association if it passes or fails, I don't care.
It's not relevant to whether it's...
All right. If nothing else, David, you have that thought percolating in our heads. Rear mic, I assume you're speaking against referral to states back there?
Yes, I'm speaking against referral to states because Article 8 of the bylaws provides under Section 2 functions that each state chapter shall guide the chess activity within the state in a manner that provides representation to all groups of chess players within its state, shall nominate delegates and alternate delegates, and shall fulfill other responsibilities as the Board of Delegates may from time to time designate. I think that we need the recording of bylaws now and not to refer it back for more discussion so that there's a way to find out whether designated state affiliates are doing what they're supposed to do. So that then there can be consideration of either working with those existing state affiliates to get them doing those things or finding out whether there is another affiliate within that state or organization that would become the official state affiliate and would carry out the mission of US Chess within each state. We have organizations that are named as state affiliates and are, private little clubs or something, or whatever they are, but are not actually carrying forth the mission of US Chess within the state. We don't ever look at their bylaws and we don't do anything to follow up, then we leave lots of members out in states unable, and potential members and chess players not getting the benefit of US Chess within their state. So I think we should go ahead and reject the referral and vote on it now and get the process started.
Thank you. Ernie, I presume you're speaking for referral?
I am speaking for referral, and I would like permission to ask a question of either the ED or the executive director, whichever is appropriate. If this is referred, would either the board or the executive director have any problem with starting making requests of the state affiliations at this immediate time?
I'll speak for myself, no.
In that case, I am in favor of referral until next year, at which time they can submit the exact language that they want to make to DCAI Section 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan?
Most commonly in my years of serving as a delegate, when we have had a flurry of motions, I have supported referral. However, in this case, I do not. Many of the amendments have failed that have been submitted. I think we have something that my sense from the floor has come to be acceptable. And I think we can go ahead and decide this today. I don't know what stage we come back that would be any different. This does not, well, I'm not speaking to the motion. So I think we've got something we can vote up or down, and I think we just need to deal with this right now. So I am opposed to referral.
Ken?
I generally would agree with Mr. Priest. However, Mr. Coons has raised some interesting questions about the consequences of not having filed bylaws or articles of association. I would favor referral simply because I don't see this as something that is critical to have to start the process today, although I do understand the point about state chapters should be doing this and we want to encourage participation. I just think that hastily written legislation on the floor leads to something of a mess. I'd rather see more careful deliberation in a smaller body with particular expertise in the matter. At the risk of political controversy, I'd say that we just saw a stellar example of what happens when legislation is tries to ram through quickly in the American Health Care Act in Congress. So I favor
Mr. Blue. To the mean tournament director at the back mic.
Stand for Great Virginia, and we have a committee system in place, and with this particular committee, I don't know that we're changing the chair. I don't believe that we're changing the membership of that committee. I'm not sure what would become different in what they have reported to the delegates. And as has been noted, most of these various motions have failed. So let's vote on what they have presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Fun.
I call the question of referral.
Are there any objections to calling the question of referral? Seeing none, we're going to vote up or down on referral to states. All in favor, say, raise your credentials. Okay, don't strain yourself too much here. All opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is not referred, and we are back to what I refer to as the messenger amendment. It is the main motion now.
I call the question on the main motion.
Any objections to calling the question on the main motion? Seeing none, we're voting up or down on the main motion, the messenger amendment.
Could we read it, please?
Yes, absolutely. Who can read it?
Each state chapter shall submit a copy of their current bylaws or articles of association and any amendments as specified in Delegate Action and Continuing Interest 8, item number 4. This may be in written or electronic form.
Take a deep breath, here we go.
Ken, I just want to comment that this will affect slightly less than 22 million people.
Until such time as the executive board and the office is successful in expanding US chess membership substantially.
So the best thing that came out of all of that was Ken's grammatical correction. So let's do this. All in favor, raise your credentials. Any opposed? Any abstaining? The messenger amendment passes. Alan, ADM 1736, you want to speak to this?
First thing about ADM 1736 is there is a scrivener's error that we need to correct. This motion is to revise Ethics Code Section 7E. That is what is presented on the board. That is different than what's in your delegate's call. It is 7E. What this does, as it was presented in the ethics workshop, is that this change simply makes it clear that when a person against whom sanctions have been recommended by one of our sanctioning bodies, that when they appear before a board in an appeal, that they can only present evidence from the record rather than introducing new evidence that had not been presented to the sanctioning, to the body that recommended the sanction.
Thank you. Harold will report on the ethics workshop.
Yes, and in order to save time, I'm going to also address the next one. Both of these, there was absolutely no objection at the workshop.
Thank you. Discussion on ADM 1736. Bob?
I just wanted to point out it's 7.E, not 7.EE. Oh, it's a strike through.
It's a C with a strike through.
Never mind.
Rear mic.
Yeah, I just do have one question.
Are you speaking to the mic, or is it on?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I have one question. I understand that we don't want essentially a new trial before the EB, but if the basis of the appeal is that some new evidence is turned up, what mechanism does that person have to present it?
None.
Do we want that?
No.
Can you elaborate?
Hal, would you please come and speak to the mic? Yeah, we heard emphatically his opinion, but I think the follow-on might need to be on the mic.
All right, Hal Terry from New Hampshire. The principle is very simple, that once the case is over and a verdict has been presented to the executive board, sanctions have been recommended, the people who are appealing that to the executive board don't get to come in and present material that the committee never got to see, and in effect have a whole new case. And if they have new evidence, well, that's just too bad. Period.
I would have to respectfully disagree with that. I think in the interest of justice, that there ought to be some mechanism where maybe the EB refers it and the new evidence back to the Ethics Committee.
Ken?
Mr. President, you probably should be saying this better than I, but our president in the ethics workshop pointed out that in the judicial system, the appellant is allowed to introduce new law, but not new evidence. This will align the practice of our appeals, our administrative process with the judicial system.
Yeah, if I'm not commenting, it's because I'm trying not to use my power as the chair up here. David?
Okay, I will first state I'm not a lawyer, and I probably do need help from someone who has particular expertise in this, because I'm in general in favor of the motion. You cannot re-litigate the case in favor of the executive board. I got that. That's a principle of law. But as I understand my layman's interpretation of the law, you can appeal based on new evidence. You can appeal for a new trial, which would then get sent back to the trier of fact. That's my question, and this doesn't address that, and I don't know if it should. And now I'm way out of my area of expertise, and probably a lawyer, this pains me to say, but a lawyer would be helpful.
And just yesterday, I learned that Harold is a lawyer. And lo and behold, there he is at the microphone. Sir.
All right, I can comment from a law in Illinois. All right, after a trial is decided, if the defendant is found guilty, they can make a motion for new trial, but that is before the very judge who presided over the trial in which they were found guilty. At that motion for new trial, they can try to introduce new evidence. But once the case goes on appeal, you can no longer introduce new evidence. In Illinois, we have something called a Post-Conviction Hearing Act, which means after you lose the appeal, you can file a post-conviction petition based on new evidence. And that's sometimes successful, that happens to be my own specialty, but not on the appeal.
Harold, for billing purposes, that would
Well, now that I'm a public defender, but when I was in private, even 1.5 minutes would be billed for a quarter of an hour.
So yes, as a public defender, you owe us money. Steve?
So if the subject of the complaint has been found guilty, and then someone else confesses to the crime, that is irrelevant, and the punishment goes on. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would make the point that we, in our ethics situation, we don't deal with crimes, and we don't find people guilty. We have complainants and respondents, and we determine that there might be recommendations of sanctions in the case of behavior that violates the ethics code. So the dramatics of the language, I think, need to curb a bit.
In the case, my point remains unchanged. In the case of somebody who admits to the offense that was already found guilty to some other party, the sentence still is not appealable, even if there's an admission of having perpetrated the action by another party. That's an extreme case. I don't think that illustrates the point of what I'm making.
Look, that's a hypothetical, and I would say, and that's okay. But I would say under those circumstances, look, there's so many details that we don't know in your hypo, but just taking it on its face, I would say that, let's say that everything you just said is true, we would probably step in and remove the sanction, would be my guess. That's my guess. It's a very difficult question to answer on sparse facts. Rear mic.
Woodrow Harris, Virginia. I'm not a lawyer, so no billing will be involved. However, I am a local elected official, so there may be money involved. Under Virginia law, there's two levels of courts, district courts and circuit courts. When there is an appeal from a district court to a circuit court after a finding, the trial that's held is a trial de novo. Anything extra can be brought in, new evidence can be introduced. It's like when Bobby got out of the shower in Dallas. None of the other stuff ever happened. You start from the beginning, and it's a whole new day.
Okay, I'm going to try to put us back on course here. There are some things in this world that are considered de novo. That means like new at an appellate court. For example, if you win on a motion to dismiss in a very early proceeding, then the court will consider everything all over again, and that's going to get extremely technical. And my head is already hurting thinking about trying to go into all of that. So let's, I understand we're trying to address the justice of this proposal up there. Shame on us for starting this analogizing to the legal system, because it gets us into a lot of hot water. Front mic.
I call the question.
Any objections to calling the question? We have objections to calling the question. All in favor of calling the question, raise your credentials. I don't think we need a count, but let's see. Any opposed? Okay, the question. Any abstaining? The question is called. All right, so now we're going to be voting up and down on ADM 1736. All in favor, raise your credentials. We may need a count here. You don't think so? All right, I'll trust your eyeballs. All opposed? You're right. I didn't mean to publicly say you're and abstentions? Thank you. Motion passes. Alan, introduce the next 37.
ADM 1737 suffers from the same scrivener's error as 36. This is to revise Ethics Code 7E. What this does is it makes it clear that the ability for any person appearing on an appeal to be represented by counsel is only at the permission and discretion of the executive board. It removes, that currently is silent, and it clarifies that this is not, in fact, a legal proceeding. It is an administrative proceeding, and that the person has no declared right to counsel. We may, in fact, allow counsel to present arguments, but again, it's trying to keep that out of the legal proceeding.
And I should add that during my time as president, the mere mention of lawyer to us by a potentially offended party now causes us to immediately engage our lawyers and turn the matter over to them. Now that may sound hasty to you, but I'm going to assure you that we have saved ourselves a lot of pain by not trying to continue discussions with folks who are threatening us with litigation. This is in that similar vein. No right to a lawyer in an administrative proceeding.
Would counsel in this case be limited to a lawyer, or would counsel also include a parent, say, of an underage child?
Yeah, routinely parents are allowed to represent their children in our proceedings. In fact, I know of no case when that didn't happen. There have been many appeals involving under the age of majority, and they've always been represented by parents, or at least their parents have been on the phone with them as they gave their testimony. Alex? Sorry, you're hovering in the background for next. Okay. Any further discussion on 1737? Guy, you're coming to the mic.
If you do allow counsel, I just want to make sure that there is no way counsel can bill the USCF.
We don't pay for other people's lawyers unless the court tells us we have to, which has not happened anytime lately. Tim?
Call the question.
Well, you do that well. Any objections to calling the question? The question is called. We're going to vote up or down on 37. All in favor, raise your credentials. All opposed? Any abstaining? 1737 passes. Alex?
Mr. Chairman, due to the overwhelming support of ADM 1716, I'll withdraw the motion.
All right, 1738 is withdrawn. Alex?
Mr. Chairman, on the forums, there was expressed concern that finance had not had adequate time to analyze the consequences of this motion. I move to refer to finance.
I heard a second. Discussion on this motion. Alan, are you going to the mic?
I am.
Rear mic.
I'm not in favor of referring this to finance at the present time because, in fact, in one of the 5 documents that I made available to you yesterday, there is an analysis of the impact of the finances of each of the motions that we thought had financial impact. This is one of those, and included in that packet is a summary of how we think would have impact plus a spreadsheet. So I think we can deal with this on the floor today. And if we decide to do that, I'll go through the details of that financial.
Right. And so right now we're still discussing referral to finance, and Alan has spoken against it. Alex, you're not at the mic now. Is that true? All right. Any further discussion on referring to finance? Seeing none. All in favor of referring this to finance, raise your credentials. All opposed? Any abstaining? The motion is not referred to finance. And now if someone can introduce this motion, please. Alex, are you able to do that? Do you want to do that?
I'm not sure what to say. The idea is to eliminate predetermined rating fees for tournaments submitted online. As far as the paper tournaments, they provide way too much work for the office. We will eliminate fees for them.
and paying for that by increasing memberships by a number that just happens to be the affiliate commission generally. I think this will provide more activity, will provide more members.
So stay just a second. Is it a fair characterization to say that you want to shift the income or the costs of ratings over to the dues?
Yes.
If there's a better way to express that, please do.
Yes, I want to shift the burden of the financial burden from the players who do play to the players who don't know, to the members who don't play.
And you think that it would be much easier to collect the monies that way?
It's certainly more efficient, yes.
Okay. Rear mic.
Now I will call your attention to the handout which goes through the financial analysis of it. The spreadsheet particularly, given the number of memberships that were sold in 2016-17 fiscal year, increasing the one-year memberships by $3 and the two-year memberships by $4 would result in, based on a static analysis, meaning that every single person who bought would have bought at the higher rate, okay, results in $168,000 worth of increased revenue as opposed to almost $186,000 collected from rating fees. So it does not fully replace. There is a $17,000 shortfall. Now, it has been discussed that perhaps removing that would encourage affiliates to submit small tournaments for rating, thus increasing memberships. I think that's speculative and I cannot address that. I also cannot determine if increasing the rate would reduce the number of memberships. I can, however, show you, and have done that in the far right-hand column, that the effect of changing all of the memberships by the same rate across the board results in membership dues increases that range from 4.2% to one category that sees an increase of 17.65%, with the percentage increases being much higher in some of the younger categories, and particularly in the ones that do not get the magazines. Secondly, I would point out that increasing the one-year membership by $3 and two-year memberships by $4 starts to narrow back down the gap between 1 year and 2 year. That when we did the last dues change, we increased the gap because the gap had been too small. It was very much in our economic disinterest to have people sign up for multi-year memberships because what we were giving them in exchange was too rich. And the delegates saw that, recognized that, and increased the spread between the 1 and 2 year memberships, and in fact abolished the 3 year memberships. So for that reason, I think that this proposal should be rejected.
Yes.
Mr. Priest's comments are precisely the reason I wish to refer to finance to help work out the numbers.
We've made that motion, Alex. No, Ken.
Mr. President, the US Chess Federation also collects FIDE rating fees for FIDE rated events. In the interest of clarity, the motion has disappeared, but I move to amend the motion by inserting the words US Chess before per game rating fee.
Alex, is that friendly?
I'll accept that. Per game is clear enough since FIDE just was per tournament.
All right, so now the main motion, which I know is the blue amendment, is amended friendly up there. Ken whispered to me on the side that he wanted his name on one of the amendments, so I agreed to do it. Rear mic.
Gerald Larson, Alabama. There are a couple of problems with this. Number one, the demand curve for membership is not flat. So if you raise the price, there will be fewer people who sign up. Plus, this is exacerbated by the fact that members don't see rating fees. Members only see membership fees. Finally, I think this is actually going in the wrong direction. Our real product here is ratings. So I think we should actually be raising rating fees, not lowering them.
Thank you. Sir?
Yes, Andrew Ray, Virginia, and I have a question for Mr. Rowley. And that would be, how many people have refused to play in online tournaments because of the excessive cost of the rating fee?
For playing Stump the Chump.
So this is an actual question, I have no idea if it is very possible.
I didn't think you would. Yeah, Mr. Ray, as a matter of fact, Mr. Ray does not know. Front mic.
Julie started from Northern California. Just a note that we do deal with a lot of scholastic players. Raising the fee to 20, the 2-0, instead of 1-9 is making a big difference. So something to consider when raising the fees. It will decrease the membership. I am very certain about that. Okay?
Thank you. Rear mic.
Ryan Velez, Kentucky. I'm not so sure I like this because, well, for a couple of reasons. The first reason is, yes, I agree. If you raise the entry or if you raise membership fees, it will prevent people from signing up, especially if they show up to your tournament or my chess club or whatever, and want to play, and I have to tell them it's a higher price than last time. Secondly, wouldn't things like the voucher program, at least in Scholastic, circumvent this, and then we would then be losing that revenue on that end, in which case we would have to increase the cost of the voucher program, which I'm against because I use that all the time, and it's, as far as I can tell, a very successful program. So I know this doesn't address that, but it is a potential ramification that I think is important to point out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, this body does not have any control over the price of the voucher membership, is that correct?
That is correct. That's a promotion. I'm sorry. That is correct. That is a promotional membership program, which is under the purview of the executive board.
Fun.
I call the question on the motion.
Any objections to calling the question? Seeing none, the question is called. We're voting up or down on the Baloo amendment. All in favor, raise your credentials. Keep them up. Thank you. All opposed? All right. Any abstaining? The motion does not pass. Alex?
Mr. Chairman, on the advice of bylaws, I have amended the motion as shown because this body does not have the ability to create this committee. We're requesting that you guys create this committee rather than attempting to do it ourselves.
Yeah, this body can create any committee it pleases, but it's just laborious, I'll agree. All right, so the motion is amended, and let the discussion begin. Hal?
Yes, Hal Terry, New Hampshire. I just want to bring a couple of items to your attention. First, in the rationale, it sort of implies that the executive board has the final word on sanctioning of affiliates. And that actually is not entirely accurate. If you look on page 14 of your delegates call in the bylaws, under section 13, revocation of membership or affiliation, you will see it describes how the executive board may take such action. But then about halfway down, it says, any person or affiliate aggrieved by any action of the executive board may appeal to the board of delegates at said annual meeting if the action is taken at the said meeting or at the next meeting of the board of the delegates. The board shall affirm, reverse, or modify the action of the executive board. So, in fact, the delegates apparently have some say about that. I don't know if that was intentionally left in when we changed the organizational structure to make the EB the board of directors, or whether it was left in by an oversight. But either way, it's there. As far as the substance of the motion itself, I can't speak for the other sanctioning committees, but the Ethics Committee has an internal procedure which we voted some years ago, which currently says we only accept complaints against individuals rather than affiliates or other organizations. And at last year's ethics workshop, it was strongly recommended that we reconsider that. And we got so busy this year, I just found out from our chair, we actually dealt with 17 cases. I knew it was tough, I didn't know it was that many. So we never got around to taking that vote. But we are considering changing our procedures to consider affiliate issues. So I don't know if for our committee that we need a completely new committee for this, but there you go.
David.
ADM 1722 has been referred to, been postponed until after this vote. This is, we looked at 1722 as a committee and said it isn't under our jurisdiction. We wanted to refer it to an organization committee because that's where we think it belongs, and such a committee does not yet exist. Therefore, we as the Rules Committee are heavily in favor of this motion.
Ernie?
First, I have a question of the makers of the moment. Is it the intent of this motion to create another delegate committee because the executive board has the control of what committees they wish to or wish not to create?
So, to answer this, we are specifically requesting the EB to create an EB committee.
I missed that. Okay, thank you.
Ken?
While it is true that the Ethics Committee is considering changing its procedures to handle issues of organizers and affiliates, there are issues that have come up with organizer and affiliates that do not rise to the level of ethics complaints, but which are procedural issues. Currently, we have no committee to handle these non-ethics violation issues. This is a gap in our system.
Steve? There's nobody in the back, Mike, right now that I see.
Well, I don't know what to say. I agree 100% with Ken.
What?
I agree 100% with Ken. He's right. This is a gap. We have a very big gap, and there are a lot of details and administrative details that aren't addressed by any committee, and they should be. And there's not just ethical issues, there's administrative issues, and this, I think, is something we really need.
Point of information from the dais up here. Could this fit under an existing committee of any nature? I'm thinking possibly of the States Committee and possibly expanding their scope a little bit. Just I'm thinking out of the box.
I don't see why, but I think it's more appropriate for someone from State's answer.
Ken?
Well, I'm not speaking for states, but I view this as entirely analogous to the TDCC. There are lots of things that come up that it looks like the TDCC ought to get involved, but it's really not about the TDCC. about the tournament director, it's about the organizer. I don't think the analogy is with ethics. If a person behaves unethically as an organizer, ethics can take that. What ethics doesn't deal with is the organization as a whole. Again, we police tournament directors. We have a defined role for the organizer, which is different from the tournament director. We need an organization which looks at the organizers and is able to sanction them. And by the way, I'm not sure it really is necessary to have the EV do it. I think this body is perfectly capable of appointing yet another delegate appointed committee, but it's probably better if the EV is.
Right. So for those of you at the back, Mike, I just want to alert you to the presence of 10. And usually if you slip him a 10 spot, they'll let you slide in front of him. It just worked for me, you know what I mean?
Now 50.
So, Alan? Yes, please respond.
I have advice from bylaws that we cannot create new delegate appointing committees for this obviously.
Yeah, the delegate appointing committee, power to appoint delegate committees are enumerated in the Articles of Incorporation and are specifically stated. So for the delegates to appoint a new delegate appointing committee, I would suggest we have to change the Articles of Incorporation. That'll only take you 2 years and vote of the membership to do it. So it might be a little cumbersome. Secondly, but to speak to the issue directly with, I'm not against the motion, this is informational. We do have the situation where we have some organizers who are not members of the Chess Federation. So our ability to deal with those folks is somewhat limited. I mean, there's no sanction we can issue, particularly to someone who's not a member. However, you know, this is a little bit of an odd duck. Now, you say to do a tournament, you've got to be an affiliate in some way. Absolutely, you do. But all of us, I think, who've run tournaments have been contacted by somebody who wanted to do a chess tournament who had no affiliation with the Chess Federation, and we ran it, submitted under an affiliate with which we were associated. So the organizer may, in fact, be somebody separate. So it's just an issue to think about. Also recognize that EB can do this whether this body votes to do it or not. I mean, we can create any committee that we feel is necessary. So that's just information.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I wanted to respond to the suggestion that maybe the States Committee could handle this. I can't speak for Guy Hoffman, but the States Committee is really dealing with the state affiliates, and not every affiliate is the state chapter. So I don't think states would be the right place for this.
To expand their scope.
Expand the scope, that would really change the nature of the committee.
Yeah.
Tim, are you up?
Yeah, I call the question.
Any objections to calling the question? We have an objection. All in favor of calling the question, raise your credentials. All opposed? Any abstaining? The question is called. We're voting up or down on 1740 to create a committee to handle organizer and affiliate issues. All right, all in favor, raise your credentials. All opposed? Any abstaining? The motion passes. All right, now flip back over to, what page are we going to here? We're going to
1722.
page 6, right? So flip back to 1722. And Steve or Sophia?
Chess is first.
Well, the sense is to refer this to the committee, but there's a point of, I guess, order. Does this committee exist to be referred to again? So how do I do that? I would move to refer it, this motion, I would move to refer to a committee that would hopefully be created as part of the delegates.
if I could just make a suggestion for a procedural thing, you could refer it to the executive board, and as the executive board then undertook to implement the will of the delegates by creating this committee, we could simply send it to our committee.
So moved.
That's a good idea.
All right, Alan, you came in at the wire with a good idea. All right, so the motion then is to refer this to the executive board. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, all in favor of referring this to the executive board? Any opposed? Any abstentions? 1722 is referred to the executive board.
And Mr. President, we have a saying where I grew up, even the blind pig finds an acorn every once in a while.
That's very folksy, Alan. Okay, we're at 1741. Alex.
Mr. Chairman, due to the overwhelming support for this motion in the rules workshop, I move to withdraw.
Oh, okay, so there's a little dissonance in that statement, but I get it. There's a little irony there. All right, so it's withdrawn. We are at 1742. Steve.
I think the motion speaks to itself. I'd like to amend one part of it and just insert paid before staff. So it would apply to tournament directors and paid staff in the National Scholastic, who will come in contact with mine, should be subjected. It doesn't say shall, it says should be subject to an appropriate criminal background. Okay.
The motion is amended by the maker. Discussion. Ken.
I move to refer the motion to the Scholastic Council and to the Executive Board with power to act.
Second.
We have a motion to refer to the Executive Board and Scholastic Council. We have a second. Discussion on the motion to refer to the rear mic first. Okay, you want to speak to the main motion. Got it. Sunil.
Yes, in favor of referral in the absence of the co-chairs of the Scholastic Council. We did consider this at the meeting, but there is still the perplexing question of volunteers who are paid. So I would like to move to refer to the council.
Okay, so he's speaking in favor of referral to the council. Got it.
Actually, I'm in favor of referring. Just a few notes to the council to consider. Can I make a few notes?
Please, go ahead.
Okay. We do background check all of our TDs who are running scholastic tournaments in Bay Area chess. It poses a lot of questions that will come up, hopefully, so would like to make those. So, nationals run in one state, the volunteers and the pay staff come from another state. FBI background check is a given, but which state will the applicants check in? The applicants or the staff or the TDs or whoever will have to upfront pay. Will USCF refund them or not? Who's the state coordinator, state or USCF will have to designate someone who can oversee these background checks, right? And check the background checks. Also, it varies state to state how long it takes. So this requires actually proaction, a lot of time between the applicant submitting the background check, doing the live scan, versus you getting the background check report. So it has to be really planned out in advance. What if you have a floor that needs additional help? So the council will have to consider how you handle those last-minute jump-in volunteers, or I don't think pay staff or not pay staff doesn't really matter here, but that's the council to consider. But all these things will come up as from experience. Thank you.
One second. Alan?
To speak to this issue, there is a financial analysis of the impact of this that's on your sheet. It's the last item on the front page of it in 1742. Our current background checks cost 40, just slightly under $40 for the ones that we do, which we do for our staff, for our team members that work for the organization. So you can just see what would be there. That's not an argument for or against the referral, it's just simply information.
Ernie?
Noting that somebody stole Tim Just mic back by his chair, I move to call the question.
Any objections to calling the question? The question is called. We're voting up or down on 1742.
No.
That's what I said. All in favor to refer? Any opposed? Any abstaining? The motion is referred. 1743, drum roll. Steve?
I move to refer this to the Scholastic Council with power to implement.
All right, we have a second. Discussion.
No discussion?
Seeing none. Oh, you're making your way. Okay.
I have a question for Steve. Why is it you purely next to scholastics? Why can't all three districts? Why don't they get the fees?
It's out of order, it's out of order. We're discussing different motions. Point of information.
Thought about it already.
What did you say?
We didn't hear you. Why you only have national scholastics? Why not we do a back? We feel it's so important that, when the fees are coming contact minus.
Wait, I'm confused. So are you talking about 1742?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's all in the order.
For the, yeah. And then, no problem.
Sorry.
All right, 1743, seeing no discussion, we're voting on the amended motion.
As you said,
he's losing
in his last few minutes, he's losing.
I've already left. We're on the referral? Sure.
You can check out, but you can't leave.
I have a point of information. Question, Steve, is would you see implementation of this being just like we do in K1, where you have controllers who are controlling the entrance and exodus of those children to and from the playing area? Or they just have the band on their wrist?
Can you speak to the mic, please?
I don't know if it's appropriate to go into exact details of how it's implemented for every tournament. I just think that the concept of having a way of matching kids to parents is a good idea, and a way of tracing kids who need to be traced. But I think all this is not really germane to the motion to refer. I mean, that's what's on the floor now. So if the Scholastic Council feels that this is a bad idea, then they can say we choose not to accept this proposal, or we choose to perfect this proposal.
The sign of a good AD is sometimes she whispers in people's ears. It would appear that this motion should not just go to the Scholastic Council necessarily, but certainly, and I don't know how we put this in there, but it certainly needs to be addressed to the national event staff in the office, since it addresses national scholastic events and involves some undefined administration issues. So, can we amend the motion to refer to include the office?
Second.
Yeah, second accepting.
All right, we have an amendment to include the office and the referral discussion.
Well, I think it's maybe accepted.
Is that accepted as a friendly amendment? It's
A
been
friendly
accepted.
amendment. All right, thank you.
Accepted as a friendly amendment.
Good, all right. And I would presume, is there any discussion on the amended motion? Seeing none. we're now going to vote on the referral. All in favor of referral, raise your credentials. Any opposed? Any abstaining? The motion is referred. All right. Now, I believe that we have addition, that concludes the agenda business, but do we have additional motions that have been submitted? All right. Can you tell me how many?
5 or 6.
5 or 6. Okay.
One of which was already taken out after the executive session. There are 6 new delegate motions, one of which I just got handed and is not attached. The first 5 are
Would make the motions.
All right, so we're going to begin with NDM 1701. Andrew, you speak to that?
Yes, and I'd like to think that the motion proposed to recognize, starting with year in 2017, the special needs disabled players of the year be recognized, and criteria to be determined by, and I know that the committee name has changed, the special needs committee that can be amended to the appropriate committee. I believe that special needs and circumstances are similar. In coordination with the executive board and executive director. And having noted in the previous discussion how we have a committee system, and we like to make that work. I was not able to attend that particular committee workshop. However, I'm perfectly willing to have this referred to that committee and to the executive board with power to implement.
So the maker of the motion is basically putting proposal to refer that to the Special Needs and Circumstances Committee and the Executive Board.
Yes.
Do we not also have an awards committee?
Yes.
Should that also be referred to the awards committee? It's just a question from the chair.
Yes, no objection.
Actually, it may not be necessary because there are certain awards that different committees do handle independent of the awards committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification for the chair. Is there a second to this motion to refer?
Second.
Is there any discussion of the motion to refer? Seeing none, all in favor of referral to the committees that's listed on the board, raise credentials. All opposed? It's an army to nothing. Referral. Refer. Delegate motion 1702, Garrett Scott of Illinois. You have the floor, sir.
This was brought to the Scholastic Workshop and discussed. It was received favorably. It is, well, it stands for itself, but I would like to comment on it after this accepted as a motion.
Well, it's accepted the motion by the action of having submitted it, so you can speak to the merits of it, sir.
There are obviously many online kinds of things going on in chess. I would hope that one might come online for high school chess players that identify itself directly as affiliated with the US Chess Federation. The US Chess Federation has, as my understanding, a couple of working relationships with a couple of online providers. Is that accurate? Not contracted, but working relationships, like chess.com.
That's a question directed to the staff?
Yes. You have a working relationship with them.
And in case you didn't see it, the executive director nodded yes.
The I think it is important that this formative group who is about to leave scholastics and go into a wider world have a readily identifiable connection between playing chess and the US Chess Federation. I think that we are sort of losing our corner on the market that we had when I was younger, and we need to make sure that we will continue to be active and expose players to the USCF one way or another, so that when they get out there as adults, they will think of USCF when they think of playing chess again or continuing.
Mr. Messenger.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I wanted to suggest an amendment. Instead of the board direct the staff, it would be the delegates request that the executive board direct the staff. In other words, we can't order the board to do something. We can ask them to do something.
I find that a very friendly suggestion.
The amendment is accepted as a friendly amendment. And we'll pause while we get the amended language on the board. Is that correct? First, we made the amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I see. Do you want to? Well, I'll recognize David Hager at the back, Mike.
I would like to offer an amendment directing the staff to create an online league could be problematic. Directing them to study for possible implementation would be much more palatable to me, at least, because if you direct them and then you find out that technologically or contractually or feasibility study it's going to cost too much, you've directed them. They have to do it. Directing them to look into it for possible implementation, I think, would be a much better way to do it. I don't know if that's friendly or not, but I would offer the amendment to the executive board recommends the office study with power to implement an online chess league. That's what I thought we discussed in the Scholastic workshop.
So Mr. Hager has submitted an amendment to remove direct, to create, to call it to direct study, and include the power to implement this proposal in the motion?
Yes.
He is correct. That's the way I represented it in the workshop, and when I came to write it down.
I'm not sure how we get the wording right. David, can you help us here, please?
Let's see, the executive board direct the staff to study the creation of an online chess league, an online league for high school chess teams with the power to implement will be fine. I think that gives plenty of wiggle room in case it finds that this is not feasible or that it's cost prohibitive. That's all. That's my only concern.
Mr. Scott, now with the revised language on the board, is that still an acceptable friendly amendment?
Yes.
All right, it's been accepted as a friendly amendment as worded on the board. Mr. Hoffpower, front mic.
Mr. President, I move that this motion, that this issue be referred to the Scholastics Council for further study.
We now have a motion on the floor to refer this to the Scholastic Council. Is there a second to that motion? Hearing a second, is there a discussion to the motion to refer?
This came to the Scholastic workshop, and the Scholastic, a number of members of the Scholastic Council were there, and it was received favorably to go forward with it.
But the question is, have you studied the issue? Is there a cost involved? What's the plan? How's it, and then you can, that's what I'm getting at. What's the plan as opposed to just do it?
Well,
That's what you
the
get.
plan is for the executive board to direct the staff to study the creation, not to implement, but to study.
Okay, we have a motion to refer to the Scholastic Council. Recognize Mr. Yang at the back line.
Hi, I'm speaking,
Are you speaking to the motion to refer?
no, sorry, but I just want to put the first one.
Go ahead, please.
If I remind the delegates, if you guys remember years ago, there used to be a thing called US Chess Live. It was an online web server that was supposed to be created for USCF members to play online chess. You know, see if you got your membership, you could play on this US Chess Live server. That company has folded, and I believe it costs the US Chess organization a lot of money as well. And that's I remember that server. It crashed. It basically went from US Chess Live, we rebranded itself as Chess Live, to basically being sold to the Internet Chess Club. So FYI, we've done this online chess server, so to speak, before. So it's notice of that it has failed before.
The chair will take the privilege to address what appeared to be a point of information, sort of. We not only attempted a foray directly into the online world once, but we've done it more than once with such resounding success that we've dropped it both times. I don't believe that's the proposal. The proposal is, it does not direct anybody to create our own system, the way I understand it. But am I correct with that? Mr. Kepke?
Yes, the main motion as it's currently written basically just requires the staff to study the issue, not necessarily require to actually implement it. Since this particular motion came out of the Scholastic Workshop, I see no point in referring it to the Scholastic Council for study, and would suggest that we just vote on the main motion up and down.
Is there any other discussion about the motion to refer? Seeing none, all in favor of referring this back to the Scholastic Council, raise your credentials, please. All opposed to referral? That's King versus Army. Okay, so we're dealing with the motion as presented. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion as presented, please raise your credentials. All opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes overwhelmingly. Mr. President, I'll return the chair to you.
Thank you, sir. 1703, Gary?
Yes, I would ask, or submit my own friendly amendment that the executive board study the possibilities rather than asking you to do it yes, no. I think it's something we could look at.
Okay, how are we doing? Is that the amendment there? Okay, discussion.
In the past, the US Chess Federation has done this. It may have been as far back as the Pleistocene era. I think it was in the 70s, and there were opportunities for essentially what would now be called promotional membership. States would request, and the Federation would determine whether or not they would rate one tournament a year in each state, I believe, to be rated by the Federation. This was the practice in Illinois back in the time when there were tournaments run with about 200 to 400 players in the state tournament. The Federation withdrew that possibility or that practice, and Illinois State High School has continued to grow, and the last state tournament had in the neighborhood of 1,500 players. And we would like, again, in the spirit of making sure high school players are aware of the Chess Federation being the prominent chess federation, to have that opportunity again.
Bob Messenger representing Massachusetts. Once again, I'd like to offer an amendment to say that the delegates request that the executive board shall study.
All right, that's a friendly amendment. It is accepted, I see from Garrett's nods up and down. So we'll continuing discussion with the amended language that you see up there now.
Remove shall.
Is that, do we have the language correct now? Bob?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. David?
I wish to speak in favor of the amendment. I think it's an opportunity to bring increased visibility to US Chess, and it is a potential to gain more members. Illinois is a little bit of a unique case. I think a lot of states, including mine, are in situations now where we do work to get these events rated, and we do what we have to do with memberships to make that happen, but we don't have a specific rule at the high school level that forbids us from doing that. If I could just suggest that with the voucher program, this could be done as cheaply as $9 per player. At least one thing for the board to consider, if this were to pass, would be to charge a fee fairly similar to that, to allow these kids to play without the membership. And then if they want it, they've already paid for it, they candidly could just have the membership. I don't know if that would work under Illinois' situation, but it does seem like the Federation should be willing to accept the fee that they would take just for a membership fee, if nothing else, allow the tournaments to be rated and go from there.
Mike?
There are a couple of states, Illinois included, whose athletic organizations prohibit the membership, an outside membership, and that is what this ADM or NDM is trying to address.
Mr. President, then I would offer that the ADM should so state that that is the intent, that the amendment here would be when non-US chess members play in a state championship where state organizations prevent the player from joining or requiring the player to be a member of the US Chess Federation.
So, Mike, you're trying to avoid situations where they do allow it, yet they're going to implement this rule.
Exactly. So in other words, everybody would be screaming, well, look, if in Illinois they can play without being a US chess member, why can't they do that in Virginia?
All right, let's get the amended language up there now, and then we'll determine whether it's friendly or hostile.
One more time, Les.
Boyd needs help with the wording.
Yes. When non-US chess members play in state championships or in their state championship, in which other governing bodies in the state forbid a requirement for the player to be a member of another organization, or in this case, a member of US Chess. We got to put that somewhere. That's the word, but where they go is to. Yeah, instead of US Chess, just say of other organizations.
That says nothing whatsoever about it being a scholastic or high school championship. I think that's critical because
It says state championships, 2 places.
Okay, let's not devolve to chaos here at the end. All right, one of the requirements to get AD members, you have to edit a document in front of 100 people while they watch and critique you. All right, so now, Garrett, this is friendly. I see head nods, true. All right, so we have a friendly amendment. So this is now your main motion. All right, let's continue the discussion. Alex.
Mr. Chairman, as we are requesting as this motion only requests that the EB study the possibility, I don't see a need for any of these amendments. I think we can vote in favor of this and let the EB study it.
Okay, back to the rear mic.
Kevin Hyder, North Carolina. From our state perspective, I mean, I think this is a bad idea, and I think it's a bad idea for them to even study it. If we're here for US Chess, we should make the other organizations consider US Chess as a membership to be had if you want to have rated chess. North Carolina Scholastic Program, we had over 700 kids in our state Scholastic Championship, and most of them had to become members because they wanted to play in the state Scholastic Championship, and that should be the example to be set. So I would vote against referring it, and that's the main motion.
Thank you, Fun.
I call the question on the main motion.
Any objections to calling the question? Seeing none, the question is called. All right, we're going to vote.
This is on Mr. Hall's amendment?
Yeah, it was friendly.
Yeah, this is
on the referral.
Yeah, this is.
Can we please read the motion as it is now?
All right, would somebody please read the motion out there that has a microphone?
The delegate.
The delegates request that the executive board study the possibility of rating a state high school championship in the official rating system of US Chess when non-US chess members play in their state championship, in which other governing bodies in the state forbid a requirement for the player to be a member of other organizations.
Okay, and as I'm looking at this, please correct me, I'm sure you will, you're not bashful. It looks to me like the referral is embedded in the main motion here, right? So we're actually voting up or down on the motion itself. All right, so all in favor of this motion, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? Those abstaining? 1703, NDM 1703 passes. NDM 1704, Ken Ballou. Oh, thank you. 1705, Gerald Marine. Lila.
This motion is John Morrison, Alabama. This motion is an attempt to increase the engagement and productivity and likelihood of returning again of new delegates.
Yes, I rise in support of this motion here. I've been pretty passionate about this idea that the new delegates need to be gone through a process of orientation and decreases the learning curve on what delegates should be doing here at the meeting here. So I strongly support this motion.
And we, in fact, we could use as a matter of discipline, we could assign people to have to teach this if they don't behave. John.
Point of information, how many new delegates are here? First timers.
Okay, so you have a number. Point of information.
Point of information, when would the maker of the motion suggest we have this and what time during the week? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday morning early?
As Maureen and Lila and I were discussing, their idea was to do it early Wednesday.
That would require them to be here.
That's true, and that is a downside. I agree.
Harold?
One moment, Mr. Larson, what was true? I didn't hear what was true. You answered yes, that was true. I could not hear what you were responding.
That would require them to be here for the whole week.
Thank you.
Which is a drawback, but I mean, the earlier you do it, the more productive it'll be, but that would also require them to be here the longest.
Harold?
I agree.
One of the things that can be worked out, possible it could be as late as on Wednesday.
Hello?
Okay. I think the time can be worked out. It could be as late as lunchtime Wednesday. And while I'm not committing to misbehave, I am volunteering to assist in the conducting that workshop.
Thank you. Danny?
I have two suggestions to this. One is more friendly, that maybe you could just do a video or some kind of instructional seminar, so that way people don't have to come 3 or 4 days beforehand, and somebody could just make a YouTube or any kind of small video so that you just teach the delegates what to do. Secondly, I think that actually we should have all delegates do some sort of thing. This is going to sound somewhat hostile here, but all delegates should be required to do this, and then you can get the new delegates to do this. That way we refresh everybody's memory on what to do at a meeting like this.
Yeah, I can see I'm going to get sent for retraining already. All right, Danny, that was informational, or was there an amendment in there?
I'd like to move to refer this to the executive board, or to... Or do we do something here? Maybe, I'm not exactly sure, just maybe a point of information.
Okay. Ken?
Mr. President, I move to refer to the office with power to act.
We have a motion to refer to the office. Discussion on the motion. Wait, do we have a second? Okay, we have a bunch of seconds. Discussion on the motion to refer. Steve?
I move to amend the motion to refer to strike the word new.
Out of order, Mr. President.
Out of order. Don't ask me why.
Motion to refer.
Thank you.
So Sandy Ballambali from upstate New York. This doesn't have anything to do with any amendments or anything. Just have a question about this in general. Is this a recommendation or is it a requirement for new members? Because I'm hearing it said both ways. And
The motion says request.
The motion...
I heard it being stated as required by people standing in.
Marie, you can respond to that.
I'd like to respond to that. This would be a request, and the purpose and why we did this is pretty evident. And the reason why we wanted to have them there by Wednesday is so that they could be present at these workshops. That's critical, especially for new members, first-timers. That way they get to see and taste what it really is to be a delegate and partake in everything. And to have, yes, we do have to have a quorum, that's right. To have it as video, I don't think that would be as quite as effective. So that's why we would prefer that. I don't know if we would want to demand that. I think that would be a good suggestion.
That's right. Gotcha. Steve?
Yeah, I think we could have video of Gary's opening report, and if the delegates were still awake at the end of it, they could be seated.
Wake up, Gary.
Point of order, Mr. President. There is a motion to refer on the floor. Debate should be on the motion to refer strictly, not to the merits of the main motion.
You consider your hands being whacked with a ruler, and the parliamentarian says, get back to the motion to refer. Anybody have discussion on the motion to refer? All right. We're going to take a vote now on the motion to refer. All in favor, raise your credentials. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion is referred. All right, so I think that we've had, is this the last boy? No, okay. It's okay. All right, so we have NDM 1706, David.
This is an amendment to, I'm sorry, this is a motion to amend and restate EICI 8, item number 4. This is the same item we were discussing earlier. This is an attempt to kind of clean up some of the legacy language in there and lay out what I think we're asking people to do. This would say that state affiliates should actually be properly incorporated or formed, that they should not just be a loosey-goosey non-foreign organization that's not a nonprofit, that hasn't done anything, candidly, that's just a very bad idea. It imposes a huge amount of liability and risk on the people that are doing that. It removes references to articles of association, which really don't exist under U.S. legal systems.
Actually, they do.
No, they
Depending on the state.
no, they actually really don't. There's not a state that uses them anywhere at all. So so this is an attempt to just kind of update the language to make it more relevant to what's happening and to require that states' affiliates actually be properly foreign entities.
Ken?
Mr. President, I move to refer to bylaws. I accept that. Motion to refer to states.
All right, so we have a motion to refer to states. Wait. It's just states, correct? Just states. And we do have a second. Discussion on a motion to refer. Guy?
As chair of states, I thought most of this was already covered under ADM 35. I'm not sure the USCF should tell each state exactly how they should, quote, incorporate. I'm very certain that there are many state organizations that are not incorporated in their state. I've been having a little trouble trying to get Alaska to even form an affiliate.
Let's stay on the motion to refer for the moment. Speaking for or against the motion to refer? You're speaking against the motion to refer.
Against the referring, I think the whole motion is moot.
Okay. Anyone else? All right.
I guess I can request that the chair specify whether or not the motion is moot.
No, the motion is not moot. I mean, even Guy stated in his remarks that most of this was covered by a previous action here today. Most isn't all. And
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I call the question.
The question is called. Anyone object to calling the question?
Referral.
On referral, we are voting to refer now to states. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? The motion is referred to states. ADM 1707, Sunil.
This came up at Scholastic Committee meeting. It's a warm and fuzzy motion, and so I would urge everybody to support it. I know it's against our identity.
All right, Danny?
I'd like to move to amend this motion to National Chess Parent Day instead of National Chess Mom and Chess Dad Day, just National Chess Parent Day.
Is that friendly, Sunil?
I'll take that as a friendly.
Okay. So motion is amended. We'll call it the road amendment. Dwayne?
Thank you. I want to provide warm and fuzzy moments, and I hope that this is unanimously accepted. We have all been to hundreds if not thousands of tournaments, and the people who serve us, correction, the people who have always helped us are our parents. That's the mom and the dad who comes and sits, waits patiently for that young person to complete their activity, the one they enjoy so much. And so I think by just allowing the state affiliates to say, hey, let's recognize our parents for having provided that service is very valuable to us. We did it in Southern California this last year. We asked all the moms to stand up, gave a round of applause. We thank them very much. Dad as well. So I think it's a plus.
Alan?
If this motion anticipates that we would go to to create such an item like National Chess Day, then I am totally opposed to it because it is beyond impractical and approaching the impossible. The National Chess Day was designated by Congress, and it took years of work to get that done, and Congress is not quite as disposed to doing such things as what you might think. The discussion that I had with Mr. Rockefeller after we had recognized his father, in no small part for his efforts in creating National Chess Day, that languished for years looking for a sponsor across the aisle. So, if this anticipates that, it is an entirely different motion than if it's a fielded motion for us to declare on our own. So could we clarify that issue?
I was going to ask the same question. Are we making this recommendation to Congress, or is this an internal?
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why I just wanted to get clarified.
I would like to move to amend this then, that the Scholastic Council recommends that US Chess recognize National Chess and Parents Day among its I'm not even sure exactly. Yeah. The Scholastic Council recommends that US Chess recognize a National Chess Parent Day.
Okay, so as amended, further discussion.
Friendly amendment.
All right, great.
If that's the case, then any objections that I would have would be withdrawn. Thank you.
Great. Front mic.
Okay, so
Step up.
what's being changed to America?
Yeah, it's there.
So, I mean, I'm all for it. Just, 4 words, it really says everything. I mean, I started out when I was in 4th grade, and, my parents would never all around. I'm one of those kids, who started playing chess. My mom would just wait outside eagerly for me to finish my game. I think it has a lot of meaning and it should have been unanimously voted on.
Point of information, this is a New York delegate.
Robert?
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. We're not the Scholastic Council, so I would like to offer an amendment to change the Scholastic Council recommends to the delegates recommend. Because we're the delegates, we're not the Scholastic Council.
Accepted. Okay. As amended, friendly. Ernie?
I think the amended language doesn't quite match what we're trying to do. It recognizes the National Chess Parent Day, could still be recognizing the congressional forms. I think US Chess should create a National Chess Parent Day, which clarifies that it's not a congressional action.
That's the person who raised
Is that an amendment, Ernie?
It's a request for friendly, yes.
All right, it's a request to you, Sunil. You can say yay or nay.
No, let's keep it as it is.
All right, back to the back microphone.
As the person who originally raised the objection, I think that the makers have made their intent very, very clear. I'm not concerned about that issue.
Andrew?
I call the question.
Are there any objections to calling the question? Yeah, I thought I clarified that. Ernie left that to Sunil as to whether or not Sunil wanted to make that amendment, and Sunil chose not to. So we're voting up or down as you see it on the screen there. All right. All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Boyd, do you have another one there? Harold? Go ahead.
Mr. President, the parliamentarian asks your indulgence to commit a parliamentary sin and make a brief announcement.
Of course.
There was a document distributed to the delegates titled something about differences between USCF and FIDE rules. One of the virtues of having many eyes looking over this document is that there have been corrections and improvements suggested to me. I will be making such improvements to this document. Currently, that document only exists on my own personal website. There is a copy on the US Chess website that is out of date. I will be making sure that the corrected and updated document appears on the US Chess website. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Harold?
If I may ask for a suspension of the temporary, just make a statement. I just wanted to thank Ken for producing that document.
Denied. All right, I keep saying Harold, and somebody else comes up, but, all right, so I'm afraid to say it again.
All right, I have 2 slight amendments to the resolution on the board. On number 5, to Alan Priest and Mike Neiman for their work at the awards luncheon, I would add the words "which finished on time." And under Frank Guadalupe, which is further down, I don't do it. It's fine, good social side. All right, so this is my traditional vote of thanks to the U.S. Chess President, Gary Walters, for the able and relaxed way he chaired the delegates meeting. For his services as parliamentarian. To Gene Hoffman, Alan Priest, and the entire executive board for the very successful financial year U.S. Chess had. To Gene Hoffman for her service as executive director. Steve Shutt for emceeing the opening and closing ceremonies of the Denver Barber and National Girls Tournaments. To Alan Priest and Mike Eatman for their work at the awards luncheon, which finished on time. To Chris Murley for his service as Chief TD of the U.S. Open. John Haskell for his service as TD of the Denver Barber and National Girls Tournament. To Frank Guadalupe for his services as convention manager and for being the main speaker at the opening ceremony of the Denver Barber and National Girls Tournaments, and for finding this fine U.S. Open site. Kathleen Collins and Deborah Robeson for their work with credentialing and with the delegates meeting. And to Myra and Rachel Lieberman for maintaining the executive board motions file.
Thank you, Harold. And then my last act here is presentation to outgoing board members. I want to make a motion. I move that there be a one-time honorarium of $1 million. I can see that this is going to be shouted down by laughter. All right.
Not that we don't love you.
We don't love him that much. We don't love him a lot, it is a little.
But there is that too.
Ruled out of order. That'll be my first act.
I'll match that.
Yeah. It has been quite the journey, and I've been on the board now twice. So I've journeyed along with Gary Walters, and I'm reminded of a poem. A gallant knight in sunshine and in shadow. There is no one better to have in your corner in times of duress or troubled times. And he has been there for this organization. He truly loves chess. His steadfast leadership, His vision for the future, when there's sunshine, is unparalleled. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Gene Hoffman, our Executive Director, for a few comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment and recognize Gary from a staff perspective and thank him for something that many members of this executive board has done, but I particularly want to thank Gary for the trust and confidence that he has provided the staff in our ability to do our jobs, while at the same time providing constant support when needed, being there to serve as a mentor and provide advice, while at the same time truly serving as a leader and helping to provide this organization and our staff the direction we need to move forward. So thank you so much, Gary.
Well, I call forward ex-president Gary Walters. On behalf of the membership and in deep appreciation for your services, multiple years to US Chess, sir.
The privilege is mine. Love the organization. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to move out into the seats with you guys. And one thing that I've always said is that these guys are delegates. They're delegates, that's it. And they're entrusted with your duties 363 days a year, and it is an awesome responsibility. I leave it in good hands. You can rest assured there, but we'll be watching them, eh? I wish you all the best of luck, and I truly do love this organization, and I have the utmost respect for its governance, because its governance is what has brought us back to a full state of repair, and that begins with you folks. Keep coming, keep bringing the new folks with you. And this organization is going to be just great because we watch over the greatest game on earth. Thanks a lot.
Almost over. We have a few items. Next, I would ask Hal Spreckman to join us on the board. Hal is from New Jersey and was duly elected for a 3-year term. Our secretary would like to make a few comments, and our future organizer and host to the next US.
Well, 2 announcements. First of all, any committee chairs, if you have roster changes, please get those to either your liaison or myself. We'll be meeting immediately after this meeting, and then to go over committee responsibilities. And can I announce this?
Yes, our closed session is going to be at 1:30.
Closed session at 1:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Epic room, and then the open session in the Riverwalk room. I'm sorry, and then the open session will be at 6 o'clock in here.
Yeah, I believe right.
Yeah.
6 o'clock here. And if that business is done, let me put on my other hat, and you know what that looks like. I want to welcome and invite everyone to the 2018 US Open and Governance meetings in Madison/Middleton, Wisconsin. It'll be the same hotel we were at in 2013, so if you were there for that and you're familiar with the area. Several of the restaurants in the area have turned over, so we'll have some new options for you. But it's a really nice site. Again, if you haven't been there, it's all on one floor, playing room and ballrooms and whatnot, so it's very nice accommodations. Just a helpful hint, if you do fly into Madison, a helpful hint is you can call the hotel immediately when you're on the tarmac still, because it takes about 20 minutes to get to the airport. They will come and pick you up for no charge if you're staying at the host hotel. So please take advantage of that. By the time you get your luggage, the van will be just about there. If you happen to want to fly into Milwaukee or Chicago, there are buses that do go between O'Hare and downtown Madison, or between the Milwaukee airport and downtown Madison. However, you still need a cab then to come out to the west side of Madison, to where the hotel is at. But the cheese is being formed, and we look forward to seeing you all next year at this time. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Not hearing any other announcements? Call for a motion to adjourn. All in favor? And so ends the Delegates Annual Meeting of 2017. If you're going home early, safe travels. If you're staying for the next session,